Good evening, guys. Another installment of this Saturday evening chilling shed, and today's topic is problem solving and solutions. So we wait a couple of more minutes until more people drop in, and we have one in the house at the moment. That's awesome. And I forgot to mute myself on the YouTube site. But that is done. So, how has your week been, guys? I hope that has been a great week. Mine has been pretty good. Been pretty busy at work, as usual. So, and the weeks are flying. The days are just flying, and the weeks too. I can't keep up. But anyway, we have two in the house. Awesome. And welcome, guys, whoever you are. Please put a comment in the chat so I know who you guys are. And I almost forgot, I have pinned the StreamYard link in the top of the chat as usual. So if anybody are up for it, or so, please join me up here. Oh, hey Vanessa Kitty, good to see you, ma'am. How are you doing? It's good to see you. How has your week been, Vanessa? I hope your week has been great. And it's good to see you. It's always nice to have you here, my friend. Three minutes in and two in the house. Awesome. Well, guys, today's topic is, as I said earlier, problem solving and solutions. More like finding solutions. But we will go into that topic a little bit later. Okay, doing okay is better than doing not okay. But whatever it is, Vanessa, I hope you will doing better. But anyway, it's good to see you again. You always have good ideas. You are a very you have a great knowledge, my friend. So we wait a couple of more minutes until we have some more people dropping in here. Now we have three people in the house. Welcome. So, Vanessa, what do you think about this topic for today, my friend? Problem solving and finding solutions. I think it's a good topic because we solve problems daily. But we can get into that a little bit later. So, Vanessa, what are you planning for this spring and this summer? Any projects on going? Well, now we have two in the house again. Okay, I think we are 6 minutes in. Um, I think we have just go to the topic for this week. Um, Problem solving and finding solutions. Well, as I said earlier, we solve problems daily, on daily basis. The Polar message. You're very welcome, my friend. And you have a great channel, by the way. You have a very interesting channel, and I will check your channel a little bit more. We have Rebel Canners in the house. Welcome, my friend. Good evening. Yeah, I did. Yeah, I did, Polaran. The video I watched was pretty interesting, actually. And I agree with you about. So, how has your week been, Tammy? I hope your week has been great. Duncan, 1900 Homestead, good to see you, brother. How are you doing? But anyway, where were I? I lost the thread. Oh yeah, we solve problems on daily basis. Yeah, I know the feeling, Tammy. Some weeks are really crazy, but it's good that you are going back to normal. That's awesome. Oh, if you guys don't know each other, please feel free to get to know each other. There we go. Well, I have to agree with you about that, Polaran. Yeah, the world is getting really getting crazier and crazier, which creates new problems, especially if you're a prepper. So, problem solving and finding solutions to the problems. Um, yeah, I agree with that too. But as I said, we solve problems on a daily basis. But in a disaster or an SHTF situation, you will face another types of problems and different types of problems. You're very welcome. You're very welcome, my friend. That makes it easier for you, the Polaran message, to check the other channels out. You just click the three dots uh, behind the person's name, and you choose go to channel. It's easier. So we will face problems, especially in a disaster, SHTF, or a collapse. You will face a lot of different problems: food, water, shelter, medicine. There is a lot of things you need to consider. Can you solve it with the tools you have? Or can you or can't you solve it at all with the tools you have? Because you need other types of tools to solve the problem. So I know you agree, creative. I know you do. In different problems needs a different approach to it. Some problems you can do trial and error. If it works, well, just fine. Skills, knowledge, and experience help. Yeah, it does. I agree with that. And if you're up for it, um, um, the StreamYard link is pinned in the top of the chat. So if anybody wants to join me up here, feel free to do so. Grow and preserve as much food and herbs as possible. Yeah, that's another good idea. So, if you have something that break down for you, you need to solve the problem. It depends on how serious it is, of course, but um, sometimes when you solve some problems, you need to improvise to solve them. And on the other kind of types of problem, you can't improvise. So it because though other some types of kind of problems needs a more direct approach to find a solution on a specific problem. My arena is CB, HF, and software defined radio. If anyone needs help picking a SHTF transceiver, feel free to QSO. Okay, thanks for the tip, Polaran. Yeah, that is a problem most of us have, especially if you live in an apartment. Um, you don't have enough space for it. So, how do I create more space? Well, you can go through the whole house or the whole apartment. What do I don't need? And get the things you don't need, take them away, and put things you really need, like food. Upgrade to a camper van. Yeah, that too. Yeah, upgrade to a camper van is not a bad idea. If you have a minivan, you can put some extra food and water in there too. So that is another good idea. Anybody who are up for it, feel free to join me up here. It's pretty lonely up here. It's always nice to have some up here with me. Okay, CR, no problem. I want a cargo van to convert to a stealth camper. Yeah, that sounds like a good idea, my friend. Yeah, that is a lot of work to convert it. Cargo van to into a stealth camper, but it will be worth it. And you need to find the right model for it. Well, that is another way to solve the problem when you don't have enough space. I've been donating a lot of stuff to Red Rex, resale store for disabled veterans. That's a good thing to do. And you get rid of the stuff you don't need, and you donate it to something else that helps other people. I might join you if I can, Rebel Canners. Just waiting to see if my internet will stabilize. I can't even do 360p ATM. Okay. Yeah, it's a good idea if to have internet connection works properly. That's the interesting thing. It's okay, Paul. Well, the technology creates other problems. Technology is good, but you have other problems to it. Hey, preparedness veteran, good to see you, brother. How are you doing? And as usual, I have the StreamYard link pinned in the top of the chat, so if you are up for it, you can join me here. Let's see. Well, PB, everything going pretty good here. Okay, preparedness veteran, no problem. I've been getting rid of clothes that don't fit and getting rid of junk we don't use anymore. That is a good idea to get more space for your preps. That is another way to do it to solve that space problem. Hey, CR, good to see you again, brother.
Hello, Shadow. Hello, Side Chat. See everyone in there? Did I miss anyone since I've been gone from the chat? Let's see. Oh, there's Preparedness Veteran. What's up, PV? How's it going? I see he's in here.
Yeah, cool. Preparedness will join us here in a moment. So.
Oh, I saw that coming.
Yeah.
So while we wait for him here,
yeah,
I figure problem solving. Sometimes it's nice to have many hands make light work. More thoughts on it. So I figure I join you, keep you a little bit more company.
Yeah. Now Preparedness Veteran is up.
Oh, and we see Guardians in here. What's up, AGP?
So, can you hear me?
Yeah, yes. I can hear loud and clear.
Good.
Crystal clear.
Just adjusting things 2 seconds.
Yeah, that's a good thing. Hey, Guardian, Outdoors and Fitness, or Guardian Prepping. It depends on. Good to see you, brother.
Guardian, yeah. Good to see you there. I bet he's. I bet he lies there at night recovering from his push-ups. I don't know if anyone's been watching Guardian's journey, but it's quite a hardcore thing to do, and I don't think people appreciate how hard it is until they try. It's the constant wearing down, and you're not giving your body the ability to completely regrow it. It's an all-encompassing thing, I should imagine. Just trying to get my avatar back up. For some reason, it doesn't come on automatic.
Okay.
But we can hear you, so
Yeah, as long as we can hear you.
Yeah.
There we have it.
So, everybody okay?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're okay here.
Yeah. See, we just have to speak of it. Just show up.
Speak and he will arrive.
Okay, so that problem solving. Oh my.
Problem solving and finding solutions.
Well, I
On
guess
the
we should just break it down into smaller chunks, right?
Yeah.
Sometimes it helps. Sometimes it does help. And I was kind of thinking, Shadow had prepared this lecture, maybe some examples, right? Something that more we can kind of see us doing or having to do. Maybe something like, hey, the ring this pipe or something like that, that kind of almost cliche kind of thing that you would see, and people trying to fish it out. It's like some people would be like, I'm just gonna undo the pipe instead, right? So
problem solving solutions is something we get taught in the military all the time. From the moment you join to the moment you leave, in some way, shape, or form, you're always getting training in that aspect. Decision making all the way through. But, I mean, we have something called CLM, Command, Leadership, and Management Training, and that's carried out from the minute you join all the way through, like I said, and it involves the decision-making process, and there's so many strands and aspects to it, and it can get really technical as well. All the offshoots that fly from it, but yeah, especially in this day and age where you've got a camera everywhere. You get the individual on the ground. I'm talking in the military scenario here, where you're expected to make decisions instantly, and then later on down the line, you're scrutinized for it because someone's got it on camera, and it's the heat of the moment sort of decisions. And when you relate that to a sort of survival SHTF preparedness situation, it's more or less the same, because when you take a survival situation,
heat of the moment, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Like you said, it's spontaneous word fluid. It's you gotta make that judgment call, whatever it is, and kind of stick to your gut feeling on it, so to speak.
Yeah, and it's kind of relates to the problem-solving scenario. I mean, the classic one, for instance, is
hey, Guardian, good to see you, brother.
Who lives and who dies? A large proportion. A large proportion is luck. For instance, you're on an airplane, the airplane catches fire, and those who
you have to make a choice
have decided and weighed up the pros and cons of getting out the left door, the right door, or the back door. Sorry, or it's those in the heat of the moment decisions that will determine who lives and who dies. And like I say, although luck plays a big portion of it, choice does as well. And the choice would be sort of the pinnacle of your not subconscious, but your time in that airframe building up to that event. I mean, you've sat in the airplane, you're looking around. Have you read the safety cards? Have you looked at the exits and say, right, if anything happens, am I going to go out that one? The problem solving, the cogs in your head are going all the time, or it should be.
Mhm.
So, yeah, I mean, we were always taught initially the basics of it, and it's just sort of stuck with me. It comes down to no matter what choices you think you've got, come up with at least 3 sort of choices or events or routes. Whether you pick the left one, the center one, or the right, pick one.
So if you,
So go on, Guardian.
no, I want you to finish. I'm actually very intrigued by what you're saying. Continue. I'll hold my thought.
Back on. So we call it left, center, right. So I mean, if there's one obvious outcome, and that's the center road, for instance, you don't just pick that road and just consider that road. You always pick 2 more. I mean, the left one could be certain death. The middle one could be that's the definite way you're going to survive out of it. And the right one could be, well, it's 50-50. You got to consider all 3 because you don't know. No plan survives first contact with the enemy, is the old saying. You can plan and decide and problem solve all the way up to the day of the races, but on the day of the races, something else, an external factor you've not considered might come along.
Mm-hmm.
And
And being able to think.
Go ahead, Sia.
And being able to think on your feet, right? Think on your feet.
Yeah, well, this is more.
It can be difficult. It can be extremely difficult.
This is more of a when you've got time on your hands.
Mm-hmm.
Sort of
Well, the
intermediate
preparedness
time
part
frame.
comes into play, right?
Yeah, sort of. And so 3 options all the time: left, center, right, or just give yourself 3 options. I mean, you don't have to think in terms of roads or routes. No, just 3 options. No matter how outrageous they are, consider 3 at least. So,
Yes.
Go on. I'll let someone else talk for a bit. I'm just.
No, I love what you're saying. I absolutely love what you're saying, and it runs parallel to what you said earlier about the whole aspect of luck and how big of a contributor luck is to pretty much everything. Like, you can be prepared out the wazoo, you can train every day, you can do what you can, like in every way, right? But like at the end of the day, something lady misfortune may come for you, and no matter how prepared you are, no matter like what the situation is, like if you're in an extremely lucky, like an unfortunate scenario, there really is nothing that you can do about it. So yeah, a lot does depend on luck. It's a much more important factor than people give credence to.
Yep.
Yeah, it's an intertwining sort of sequence of thoughts, planning, training. Obviously, the more you train, I always take it back to training. The more you train, the more of an automated response you can have.
Yes, there's another saying that the harder you work,
Muscle
the
memory.
luckier you get. The harder that you work, the luckier you get. I've also heard that one.
I mean, when I talk about training in this instance, I'm talking about pre-exposure to things as well.
Yes.
I mean, when you look at the tsunami in 2004, the Indian Ocean tsunami,
Okay.
you had people who stood there staring at the sea, knowing it was coming, and you had people who instantly sort of chose their options and got out of there and sought high ground or buildings or whatever. So when I say pre-exposure to things, I'm talking about the mental aspect as well. You see what I mean? You're sort of like conditioning yourself. So when you talk about problem solving and solutions, you could condition your mental state for certain scenarios as well. Whether you've war gamed them out, practiced them, or looked at a map and decided, I live in a flood zone, and you start the ball rolling that way.
Mm.
Yeah, I think that's a key thing as well. Just kind of mentally, and that's there's obviously a fine balance that you got to keep, and a fine line between making sure that you keep your ears to the ground, where you are concerned about things, where fear can be a positive thing in some ways, fear can actually be like a positive thing. It can kind of get you through normalcy bias. So you can actually get over that precipice of the fact that everything's going to be okay. But at the same time, you also need to have like a lot of positivity and hope, because you can't live in doom and gloom type of attitude. Because if you do not have a positive and very like hopeful attitude towards everything around you, you won't have the energy or the mental energy or like the willingness to care enough to really take preparedness as seriously as it needs to be taken. And I'm being absolutely sincere when I say that. It takes a certain positive outlook on life to realize that you've got a lot of things to do. And that's what prepping boils down to.
Yeah. I mean, you can get quite technical. It depends on how much time you've got beforehand to think about these sorts of things. I mean, we used to get taught the OODA loop. I'm sure most people have heard of it. And it's a sort of planning and decision-making process you can go through to tackle a problem, a project, an event, or problem solve something. The problem, I don't really subscribe to that method. I think it's too it involves too much deep thought, and you're sitting around a table and start planning things out. And at the end of the day, you've got to think on your feet to a certain extent. I mean, a lot of these things involve a lot of planning, organising, directing, and controlling things, with a bit of evaluation analysis in there as well. But we used to have something in the army called command tasks, and they probably come under different names in the civilian sort of theatre. But what they are is you get a group, and one of them's appointed like leader, and you get a couple of barrels, a couple of planks, and you got to cross the minefield, for instance, and you got a time pressure to conduct the tasking. And that's a good little exercise to do. I think scouts do it as well. It's,
yes, you're correct on that. Yes,
yeah,
that is correct.
Yeah, that's a good exercise to do, and it gets you and a group that you're familiar with. It could be your prepping group. That it gets you all working together. It brings out the natural leaders. It brings out the analytical people, the people who would normally sit back and not say anything. Yeah, it's a good bonding exercise as well. That's a good little practice to do. And you can download some of these command tasks and stuff.
Well, it goes along with a lot of orienteering exercises as well. When you speak about group building, like group and morale building, that's so important. Like that's why in a lot of situations you've got to make sure that everybody remains calm, and you have to kind of get along with people, and that's a very good skill is as well. Like making sure that you're charismatic.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, it'll help with the problem solving, especially in a group.
Orienteering, as in map orienteering. Or...
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. I used to be into orienteering. It's really good. The good thing about orienteering is success means, or in order to achieve success, you've got to be able to think under stress, i.e., when your blood is pumping, your heart's pounding, and it forces you to work out your own routes, to navigate, think on your feet. Well, there's so many factors involved within it, and it's good for fitness as well. And that's the one. Orienteering is a really great thing to get into.
Yes, and it's a lot of fun as well. You can even, if people want to get into like a lighter version, I mean, you can use modern technology and you can look for geocaches. It's not orienteering, but it's actually like a very oversimplified version where everybody has access to it. If you do enjoy geocaching as well, definitely look into assisting local scout groups and getting involved into orienteering, where you'd actually be able to do that properly. And it's one of the most amazing things. And when you're able to do that in the wilderness, outdoors, like throughout the forest or the bush, it's absolutely amazing. Like it's one of the most awesome things to get with a bunch of friends and just like do orienteering classes. We had a big one coming up last year, and we'll probably have one or two coming up this year as well.
Yeah, it's a good. I mean, orienteering isn't just about you in your time frame going off and collecting as many markers as possible, control points. There's various types of orienteering events you can do. There's a good one to do is when you're in a group, and between your group you got to get as many control points as possible. So when the timer starts, you divide the control points amongst yourselves, and each one of you goes out and gets a number of control points, and they all come back together, and the clock stops, and hopefully you've got them all between you. That's a good one to do.
Have you done ones where you draw pictures, where you pick up the symbols and then you collect them together, so it actually makes like, yes, that's great, Tammy. That's really awesome. Geocaching gets kids outside, gets people in the youth and people of any age, gets them encouraged to like go into the wilderness and the outdoors, and it really is fantastic. It's such a good thing.
You learn orient to or navigate through geocaching. So, and yeah, it is a little bit of a problem solving too. So,
because you have the task.
Yes,
the task is just pretty much like problem solving too, because you have a task. Sometimes it's easy, like regular work or whatever, but sometimes it's just like, oh, it's different, or I got to figure this out.
Yeah, most problem-solving events in the heat of it is, and that's probably what people are going to come across. It's some sort of time constraint. They get put under pressure because the wave is coming, or they've been given a 4-minute warning, or an earthquake's just hit, or
it's serious enough. It's serious enough that it kind of starts to trigger your kind of one of those responses to like the fight or flight or whatever response to come forth.
Well, the time constraint is the big thing, I think.
Yeah.
And I think people have got to not be afraid to think out the box, to take risk, and just be flexible, and above all, come up with a plan, or once they've decided something, stick to it and go for it, because indecisiveness is nothing worse than that. Decide on your outcome and act on it.
Can I drop a big thing here as well? Is just don't be an a-hole. Like, I'm being serious about that. Like, when it comes to like groups and it comes to situations, be nice to people, and it's not even that hard. Like, people are so over opinionated, and they believe that their opinion is so much more valuable than everybody else's, and that's such an important thing. And that's one of the things that I'll tell you, conflict resolution, marriage life, and that type of thing can teach you a hell of a lot in terms of being able to resolve conflict in a much better and kinder and nicer way. And I'm being serious about that. For me, that's absolutely one of the best parts. Like, my wife and I have come a very far way in terms of being able to like discuss things and have debate rather than like getting angry. And that's the thing. The last thing that you need in rough situations is people to be flared up and people to be irritable and aggressive, and that's not really ever going to assist anybody. And that's why I'm saying
that doesn't solve anything. It makes everything worse instead.
Yes.
So instead of solving the problem, you make the problem worse because of that.
Yes, that's exactly what it's about. Yep.
Try to make things better, not worse.
And keep it simple, stupid. KISS. Keep it simple, stupid is a good one.
Say what, I've come across situations, and it comes down to who shouts the loudest in certain events. And you just sit there and you just roll your eyes and think, oh my God, well, why are we going to do this? It's obviously the wrong decision. And well, in a military scenario, people just pull rank on you at the end of the day if they want to do something. That's it. But forget the military scenario. In the civilian scenario, it may come down to, if you've got a group of people, then personally I would go around the table, ask everyone's opinion, because you don't know it all. you might know not all, you might know it all, but you may not know all the factors involved to make the outcome.
And you might not even know everyone here, so to speak.
Yeah, exactly.
Mhm.
So if you're going to get these type of people who, my way or the highway type jobby, people are just going to say, well, crack on, I'll stay here.
And people are opposed to courtesy. Some people truly seem opposed to courtesy and common sense, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Mm.
You just don't know how people are going to act as well until faced with certain situations.
Well, I mean, like I said, that flight, fight, or freeze response. Yeah, all those, right? One of those will appear in someone. They want to
Well,
do
I'll tell
so,
you,
or won't, or
when the heat is on and people panic, a lot of people come out of their shell differently than you think.
Yep, and also people can put on a facade for a while. People usually can put on a good facade for about 6 months or so, but then eventually their true personality will start seeping through. And the thing is, you just got to be. People are something else. Like human nature can be absolutely unpredictable, and you think you know somebody, and then I've been blindsided so many times. It's not even funny. Like how many times a person will seem and come across a certain way, but at the end of the day, they are absolutely not who they originally were trying to make themselves out to be. And it's unfortunate that that's the case, but it occurs quite often, unfortunately.
Yeah.
And the other thing I was thinking of is if you're in a group and you're facing a problem that is needed to be solved in, let's say, 30 minutes, and the problem is too complex, so you have the stress moment and the stress level, and that can be a problem if you're in a group. If somebody get fired up, and you can make that problem worse instead of solving it. So you need to try to keep people in a calm mood and just find out how can we solve this problem.
My mom-in-law, of all people, is actually an extremely good person when it comes to this topic. She's a master at conflict resolution. Like, she's not somebody that will ever get angry, and it's amazing to actually witness. No matter how bad things are, no matter how rough things get around her, and you'd think to yourself, okay, so that's pretty interesting. It is interesting, but it's also an amazing skill set to have in rough situations. Have somebody around that doesn't lose their SH1T. That is miraculous to have around. And I'm being absolutely sincere when I say that. It's one of the most amazing things I've ever experienced in anybody. There's nobody that I've ever met aside from my mom-in-law, and I'm being serious about this, that just doesn't lose her cool. And the principle that she believes it's based upon is the fact that she doesn't like to give other people her remote. That's the way that the analogy that she uses for it. So essentially when it comes down to like how other people control your mood and control your temper, and if you let them make you upset and that type of thing, you're essentially giving your remote to them, and you're a TV, and they can just change the channel as much as they want. But if you hold your remote and keep it to you, and don't just get like so emotional with emotional outbursts and stuff like that, it's incredible what you're able to come across, what you're able to like learn and just discover from other people as well, when you don't instantly divulge into, madness, I could say.
Guardian. I have to say, you have a way with words. You truly have a way with words at times. I'm being sincere about that. You truly do.
It's an interesting concept. Yeah.
Courtney says hi,
Hey,
guys.
Courtney. And thank you,
Hey,
Sarah.
Courtney.
Hey, Courtney, how you doing?
Why don't you join us, Courtney?
A good thing too, as a bit of intense background knowledge to study, would be project management. And if anyone's ever studied project management or get any sort of qualification, there are quite a few tools within it that greatly aid a sort of mental problem-solving approach to things. And it at the sort of easiest steps. You can prioritize things pretty easy. You can analyze things, come up with the strengths, the threats, so on. And most project management things are done in groups as well. So, but most of them are quite time intensive and very methodical. So be wary of sort of training in some sort of project management course if you're going to translate it to any sort of preparedness aspect, because time constraints will play a big part in any sort of preparedness situation.
That's actually because I like to look at different skills, a lot of different skill sets in that, and see how they're kind of transferable into SHTF situations. And a project manager, like, that's actually a very interesting take on that specific topic, because obviously you've got fundamental people that you need. Good luck if you guys don't have a dentist. I'm just saying, if the internet, if AI gets out of control and the whole internet goes down, remember that Guardian Outdoors and Fitness, Guardian GP, Guardian Prepping said to you, take care and have some sort of plan about dental, because the last thing that you're going to want is an abscess or a dry socket from a tooth being removed because you couldn't fill the hole, and you're going to, you do not want to mess around with dental. I promise you. It's just one of those things about the different skill sets being transferable, because I promise you, dental. I cannot stress it enough.
And that's the tooth. I mean, true.
Well, there's nothing worse than having a toothache or no repairable tooth and not being able to see anyone. I mean, where I am at the moment, it's 4 year
I
waiting
had
list
toothache
for dentist.
once, and that was not fun, I can tell you that. I could barely sleep when I had toothache. Oh boy.
Get your Leatherman out and start pulling. See what that feels like without a local. Yeah.
Thank you, James Skype. Welcome to the stream, and thanks for the thumbs up.
Hello. And I see Miss Worm in there. Hi, Miss Worm.
Yeah, she's in here too.
Hello.
Learn how not to cause dry socket in mouth to begin with. Well, that's a good idea.
Well, yeah, I mean, prevention's better than the cure. However, if you're in a fracas with someone, or you get hit in the face by an object, a fist, or you have an accident or anything like that, you can quite easily break a tooth or deaden a tooth, and then you're straight back into the need for it.
Yes, that is what occurs. That's one of the situations that occur. But one of the things, I'll actually be very honest, I got my own dry socket from my own damn fault, because it is still when I was back smoking cigarettes. And I smoked a cigarette within the first 2 hours after the dental thing where they removed a tooth of mine. And the dentist said, don't smoke. And I was an idiot. And I was like, oh, it's not going to be too bad. I'll smoke lightly. And then I smoked lightly and caused myself a dry socket and ended up on my knees in the shower, bawling with tears. One of the few times I've ever been in such excruciating pain from a dry socket. And I'm being serious. It's absolutely deadening. Pain that I can't explain. Your whole body shuts down.
What is dry socket? Never heard that.
So what happens is your tooth has nerves, the nerve endings, right, are exposed. So then what happens is the air, even air going across those nerve endings, shatters your entire nerve system around your face and around your whole body. I promise you, it's worse pain than I've ever had. I've had some very interesting levels of pain, but nothing as bad as a dry socket.
So it's the nerve ending is exposed through the top of the tooth.
Yes. And it's extremely sensitive. And then any air coming in or out, or anything being around it, even saliva that would naturally on it, causes it to be excruciatingly painful.
Right.
Thank you, Tammy. I appreciate that. Breaking bones, ribs, stab wounds, etc. Yeah, that's a whole different level of injuries and a whole level of problems. If you have a broken bone and you get your ribs stabbed, well, that is a whole different of problems you have to deal with, and to solve that without proper medical attention. Well,
anything internal, that's the problem.
yeah.
And, I think we do appreciate anesthesia.
Yep.
Yeah, and that is something not a regular guy like you and me get on a drugstore.
Yeah, you can't get it really, can you? I mean, for
No.
tooths and mouths, you can get clove oil, which is very good. Oral gel, which is very mild topical anesthetic.
Thank you, Tammy.
But apart from that, I've got an anesthetic story, but I'll save it for another sort of day. But...
All right.
Yeah. So
back to the problem at hand.
Problem solving.
That's what I meant to say.
So if anyone is interested in sort of any detailed background knowledge, look at something called Prince 2, which is a projects in controlled environments is what it means. And as it says, it's in controlled environments, an office and so on. You've got bags of time to plan things out and start making Gantt charts and all this sort of stuff. But there are elements within that that's quite useful. One of them is called SWOT analysis. So you draw a chart, divide a bit of paper into 4. You've got strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. You can do this in your head, and it takes seconds to weigh something up. What are the strengths of doing this, going down that road? What are the opportunities gained? What's the threats going to be? And what the weaknesses? And you can weigh all those up, and if one outbalances the other, then you can make a more informed decision.
Mm-hmm.
And you can go around the group, and you can ask the rest of your group to do the same, and come to a group consensus. Yeah, okay, we'll take the middle road. Right, back on.
Yep. As long as we're all in agreement.
Yeah, but what are you going to do if you're not?
Yeah.
You're going to leave people behind, or
part ways?
It's very scenario dependent. I mean, it's also, it can be quite dangerous when you're talking about any sort of pre-training in problem solving, is to train in a method where all your future problem solving solutions are going to be based around one type of problem solving system. So you've got to take a balanced approach beforehand and think about various different types of problem solving sequences.
Also, with this whole topic, safety first. That's one of the things that I've really got to just elaborate on, is with all of these great plans and that we do muster up, and that it's extremely important just to remember that keeping it simple, it's safety is absolutely paramount. You can't forego the level of safety that's required to keep it in good condition.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. Make things better, not worse.
Yes, absolutely. So and it's going to sound so silly as well, but I know you do need community. You need a group as well. And through the past and history, people have absolutely banded together in times of desperation. That's great. But at the same time, a lot of problems come from other human beings. That's all I'm going to say.
Yep.
Yeah. Most problems come from other humans. Yeah. So look at SWOT analysis. SWOT analysis. SWOT. That's quite a good thing to read up on. And
So strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, threats.
Yeah, and it's something you can do in your head quite quick, and other people can as well.
Mm-hmm.
But like you say, simplicity would be the key to coming to a swift decision.
Well, let's beat the top of the hour.
Yeah. You need to actually identify the problem for starters, and not deviate from the problem. Looks like Wired Family Farm has got a power outage.
Yeah.
Oh, not again.
Sorry that
Not
you're
again.
experiencing that.
Oh, not again.
I hope you get your
Oh,
power back again soon.
yeah. Well, sometimes problem solving is learned from experience, right? Experience, you know, sometimes we don't always solve the problem, and sometimes we do, right? And then we learn from that experience too, and reapply it to a very similar situation again.
Yeah.
And
And the problem
training
is
and
if the problem is to solve a problem when you're stressed up, that is really difficult to solve a problem then.
Under the pressure of time,
Yeah.
right?
You don't,
Everyone's counting on you, you know.
yeah, and everybody
that.
counts on you, and if you can't solve it in a certain amount of time,
Yeah.
that would be horrible and terrible, because if you fail,
Yeah.
that is not good.
Many problems
Yeah.
won't be solved first time round either. It could take multiple attempts, trial and error.
And hopefully you get lucky and, you know, get it on the first try, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Work in a high volume, high pressure customer service job for a couple of years. That is one of the best ways that you can actually learn to face problems like that head on. Is put yourself right in the face of the dragon and actually like work in customer service. And I'm being serious when it comes to that. High intensity, high volume customer service jobs will absolutely like really stretch a person's morale when it comes to like, you know, interactions with others, and it actually like teaches you and develops your skill set when it comes to handling different types of people.
I can imagine. Nothing worse than an irate customer.
Yeah, absolutely. It's very interesting. It's it really it can teach a person to stay calm under most situations when it comes to
Customer's always right.
Yeah, it's true. The customer is always right. You are absolutely correct there, sir.
I think most times, many problems, the actual solution is quite straightforward, and it could be a matter of convincing people to accept the solution to the problem.
Yes, I agree with that.
No matter how
I agree with that.
the solution's going to be.
Yeah, I agree with that. Well, and you know, sometimes people don't want to go towards that because it affects them in some way. Because no, like I'm gonna bring up something really kind of I've been thinking about, because you keep mentioning certain things, and it reminds me of the bystander effect. When people don't want to intervene into a problem that's happening in front of them, or you know what I mean.
So, like, they'll just let someone else make the decisions. Is that what you mean?
Or they don't want to make the decision.
Right. They're not prepared to take the responsibility for others.
Yes. Because sometimes that is like, you know, because that whole, it's not my problem, you know, or you don't want to get involved, right? That kind of thing that happens when certain things arise.
Yeah, I think a lot group dynamics comes into it quite a lot in that sort of scenario.
Mm-hmm.
If the majority of the group is behind you, or behind the person who's proposed something, then they'll probably tend to steer towards that solution. Or you could always vote on it.
If there's time.
Yeah, well, yeah, time is a big factor, isn't it?
I know. Sometimes, you know, the bystander figure, you know, because no one does anything, so it becomes a normal thing, right? Where, you know, just kind of shrug it off kind of deal. Everyone else's kind of deal, right? Someone else will
Yeah,
do it.
time-
Oh, someone else is
Time
already
wasn't
doing it.
sat, and we'd all sat down with our Prince 2 books out and start
Yeah.
making Gantt charts and all analysis and yardsticks, all this sort of stuff. Yeah.
Unfortunately, in the real world, sometimes you don't have time. You don't have the luxury of time. Just
No,
gotta
no, many instances.
make that judgment call. Stick with your gut.
We have Bob in the house.
Hello, Bob.
Hey, Bob, you all right? We used to have an approach in the army called the 7 questions. And this was a decision-making process prior to delivering a set of instructions or a set of orders. And the 7 questions, I mean, mainly officers get taught this. It sounds so, you think to yourself, well, how can I be asked to go through these 7 things every time I want to make a decision? But in the end, it all gets into a simplistic mental, you do it mentally and you do it automatic, like what are the enemy doing and why? What have I been told to do and why? And it just develops onto there to the point where 7th question is something like, what measures do I need to impose to make this happen? So that's one thing. That's one big thing that the military get taught in the British military anyway, the 7 questions theory.
Mm.
But like I said, most of these things, all these theory-based methods, after you've done them a couple of times, and it comes down to practice, you can just do them in your head, really. Depends on how complex the problem is.
Mm-hmm.
I think most problems are pretty straightforward. I mean, it all comes back to preparedness aspects of identifying your threats to begin with. Coming up with some sort of group plan to say, right, we're living in a forest fire zone. What we're going to do if we get the warning or an unexpected fire approaches us. That sort of thing is pre-planned and can be ironed out well in advance. It's going back to it's the time-pressured approach to how to solve problems, the big thing. Thinking on your feet, how dynamic you are.
And adjusting the plan as things come up.
Well, yeah. Well, that goes back to the OODA loop. Orientate, something, decide, and act, or analysis or something. So you're constantly changing the plan, depending on the situation.
Mm-hmm. Where you're still trying to achieve that goal, whatever it is.
Yeah.
It could be as simple as, hey, I got something stuck in the pipe, I got to remove it, to something more serious or more time restraint.
Yeah. I think the less time you have in a disastrous situation, the more your decision is going to be geared towards life and death.
Yeah, it's going to be survival.
So the longer you've got to plan, the more you're conserving resources, and the closer you get to that focal point of decision making, or the point in which you have to act, it more comes down to survival, life and death sort of job.
Well, that comes back to the bystander effect, right? Some people don't intervene because they don't want to get hurt. Survival, right? They know something's going on, but they kind of walk away.
But is that more of a personality trait?
Well, I'm assuming
they might have decided. They in their own heads may know what to do to survive a certain situation, but they haven't got the physical capacity to control themselves because, like you say, the fight or flight, they can't control.
Yeah, yeah, the fight or freeze responses. They're kind of, you know.
Yeah.
Because that stuff does happen. You know?
Yeah, it happens.
It does happen. You will hear
Yeah.
about it, right? It's nice to know some people still intervene per se, right? But then realize that it's not always the case here.
Yeah.
So,
And it depends. So if you are going to interfere or not, it depends on the
yeah,
situation. If it's you are alone and you face a situation, should I interfere or should I not? Well, if it's
yeah,
you decide it is too dangerous for you alone to interfere, you should not. You should call for help and back up.
yeah. Where you kind of draw attention to it more.
Yeah,
And be like, hey, this is happening. Are we
yeah.
then just stand by?
So don't try to be a lone wolf or and play a Rambo type
Yeah, safety.
because you,
Yeah, have
that doesn't.
safety in numbers, right? And
Yeah, don't be a
There's many.
hero like to get into a dangerous situation alone.
yeah,
That's not a good idea.
yeah.
You could also.
Even with training and experience and knowledge.
There's a certain enjoyment though to doing being in areas like around here. We've got some pretty like areas that are concerning in ways because the crime rate's high and stuff, and there's been problems there, and there's been murders around there and that type of thing too. But it's just being out there alone. Like there's a certain enjoyment to that fear aspect, and I know it sounds silly, but just like actually being
Adrenaline.
Yes, it actually adds to
The adrenaline.
So
Yeah,
you can actually get like you when you're mountain biking and you're already getting adrenaline, it actually like increases the level of adrenaline, like when you have encounters and that type of thing. It's quite exciting.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Mm-hmm. And your heart, it's that kind of response where your heart rate starts rising, right? It's at the situation,
Yeah,
for example,
exactly.
right? So, and and coming back to kind of a group thing, right? And sometimes, like I said, sometimes groups come together randomly, right? Just this is happening, and we're in this area together at the same time, right? Same place, same time, and this
Yeah,
whatever is happening, right? And I'm talking about a little bit more serious, of course, right?
yeah.
But something to think about.
Did any of you?
Because that stuff that stuff happens, right? And it's like a medical emergency. So let's say fainted, for example, right? That kind of fainted something, well, maybe more serious, like seizure.
CR, did you see what Bob said?
Am I going to be surprised? I'm probably not be surprised. But
What, the coffee?
Yeah, Bob, he's enjoying the moment alone with coffee on
We're
his deck.
speaking about adrenaline, and Bob is enjoying his coffee. He enjoys those moments alone, rather.
Yeah.
Bob, are you going to come up, by the way?
Yeah, he usually joins.
Has anyone ever watched The Crystal Maze? Have you ever heard of a game show called The Crystal Maze?
no.
No,
haven't.
I can't say I have.
Oh, right. Look it up. It's quite entertaining to watch. It's a group of 4 strangers or 5 strangers, and they get put in put in a zone, the Aztec zone, and it's an Aztec type look to it, and you got Mayan theme to it. Anyway, the host asks them what type of game they want to play next. They say, "I want to play a technical game." They get 4 choices. So one of them gets put into this room, and he's got 2 minutes to solve this problem. And problems range from doing a super large jigsaw to wrestling a bloke to get a key to the door. Or
Sounds like an escape room.
no, the aim of it is to solve the puzzle. There's various types of different puzzle. Get the crystal, and at the end of the half an hour session, once they've gone through about 20 rooms or whatever it is, depending on how many crystals they get, depending on how much time they get into the crystal dome, you see. And in the crystal dome, this big fan blows all these bloody silver and gold leaves around, and they've got to get more gold and silver, and they get the prize and so on and so on. Anyway, point is, it's quite good to watch these complete strangers get together, and they can talk to each other while they're doing the problem, and go into these completely strange scenarios and do it. It's quite entertaining to watch.
Yeah, you know what? I can agree with that. It's just like in any type of game, there's problem solving aspects to it too, right?
Yeah.
So
I'm just saying in general, like you know, any board game or whatever, there's always a goal in mind, right? So it's that problem solving.
Look it up on YouTube or something. The Crystal Maze is cool. It's quite funny.
So Richard Ayoade's in that as well. I just looked it up on IMDb. Richard Ayoade is the same guy from the RT crowd, who's actually one of my favorite guy in the RT crowd as well. So
that was that's the newer version of the Crystal Maze. Before that, there was Richard O'Brien. He was the host, and he was the one who created the Rocky Horror Picture Show. And there was a couple of others before him, but it's quite a good little entertaining thing, and quite interesting to watch people do these puzzles. That's why it's probably so popular.
Yeah, I probably would want to watch that now. It's up my alley. I like shows like that. I like shows like that or games like that too.
Well, there is another TV show. It's also a game, basically. It is called One Man Army. It's I believe it's 4 guys who compete against each other, and every task they get is on time. They get, I don't remember how much time they get, but they get a certain amount of time to solve that task. So that is pretty interesting. So their stress levels are pretty high. And some of those tasks they had to do was very technical. So they had to, I believe in one episode, they had to dive and get something to get a key and unlock a door or a hatch and open that and get back up to the surface. So
yep.
I'll tell you another one which is popular, similar to the Crystal Maze.
Oh, here we go.
It's called Fort Boyard, and that was a similar thing. And if you didn't solve the problem or got out of the room at the end of the time, you got locked in, and your team at the end of the whole thing had to decide whether they were going to buy you out of the room, which would have cost them certain time in this other place. Fort Boyard, that's quite the throwback. That's quite entertaining. B-O-Y-A-R-D.
There's a lot of that stuff still. I like shows like that. Those are, I did always enjoy them.
I think most people, just about everyone in everyday life, continuously solving problems and going through some sort of mechanism in their heads, no matter what that or how simple that mechanism is, process, should I say?
Yeah, troubleshooting, for example, like with tech, for example. It's a common thing too, right? It's a common thing. It's like, why is this not working?
Well, computers, for start off, constant maintenance, constant all the time. You need to keep on top of it.
Yeah, that's problem solving on it. Like we could talk a whole section about that. Right?
But when
troubleshooting tech,
technology, you might have a problem with computer. It's just you and the computer and your decisions and actions. In the real world, and when you face any sort of other scenario, whether it be HCF or disastrous scenario, then you've got the human factor thrown in, you see, external influences. And obviously the stakes are going to be a lot higher as well.
Yeah, exactly. The magnitude of the problem.
Yeah, the consequence of failure is going to be
or
larger.
higher. Yeah, compared to if you didn't do anything. Or, yeah.
But this also, remember something else, is that most disasters are a sequence of small events that have gone wrong.
That sounds like a show. It sounds like a show.
Across history, most disasters have occurred exactly like that. Like from micro, like little things, just almost domino affecting. Like it's very strange, and it's always I've always been fascinated by how that works, and it's almost inevitable for there to be like a lot of little things, and then eventually, like an avalanche, perfectly planned. Yeah.
And it's that type of scenario where all these small problems snowball into one another, and like you say, domino effect, that are probably going to be the actual real problem.
Yeah, exactly. Little things that come together and make this really big problem now.
Yeah, you could be on a walk with friends, and first of all,
you choose to go left. You choose to go left, right? You choose to go left this time.
Start back in your bedroom. You get up slightly late. You're under time pressure. You missed breakfast. You then forgot to pick up your map. You then forgot to charge your batteries. And you're on the hike. You drop your whistle and so on. And it just snowballs and snowballs and snowballs before you know it.
It's starting to rain. It's starting to rain now. It's starting to snow now, kind of deal. It's getting night.
Yeah.
And your phone's dead.
Before you know it,
you lose your compass.
You're now lost. You haven't got your
phone's dead.
The batteries to X, Y, and Z, and so you're just stuck in the middle of nowhere. It's a snowball sequence of events, and this has happened from people getting lost in the woods all the way up to
injuries. Yeah, or you're injured and all that stuff, which compounds it. So you're lost and you're injured.
It
compounds it more.
Something that's really the biggest concern at the moment, and I really strongly recommend that you look into this further than what I'm just talking to you about right now, but it's artificial intelligence, and not actual artificial intelligence, but computer learning. There's so much going on with it right now, and I can't divulge, I can't go all into explaining everything about the main concerns that we're facing, obviously with ChatGPT-4. And if you're looking at the way that everything's rolling into one, that it could, in just 2 or 3 days, everything could change more than we could ever imagine. And I'm being serious about that right now.
Yeah.
Like artificial intelligence, we're at the precipice of insane levels of change. Like there are so many things, and this is such a deep rabbit hole. But all I'm saying is just if I were you listening to what I'm telling you right now, I'd absolutely go deep down the rabbit holes and find out as much as you can about artificial intelligence right now and ChatGPT-4, find out exactly what it is all about, why it's concerning, why there are things like why AI is doing what it's doing. But anyway, I won't go too much further than what I have with you.
I was reading about this earlier on the week. You got people like Stephen Hawking and Elon Musk and the co-founder of Apple who are against it and, bringing out the warning signs. And on the other hand, you've got people like Bill Gates and a couple of other geniuses, quotes, who are for it.
Well, there's always going to be pros and cons. I shouldn't say pros and cons, but, for, against, all that stuff. All right. It's always going to exist.
Well, personally, I'm with Elon personally, but
you do understand the main problem over here is that the companies are just competing for to be the first person to have the best AI, and that's the problem. Is what they're doing is they're letting go of all the things that would actually keep things safe and regulated. They're cutting off because it makes it much easier for companies to be at the forefront, which will make them much more profitable. So they are going ahead as fast as they possibly can right now with machine learning, or not actual artificial intelligence, because it's machine learning. But there was so my cousin is
Get
I
a
don't wanna
pen
go-
for it and all
there
that
are- there's-
stuff. So it's
there's people-
proprietary.
I wish I could tell you what, like there's. Okay, I'm not. Anyway, I'm just going to say do the research.
Hang on. Continue what I was going to say there, because you're on a cliffhanger here. Finish your
Guardian.
thing, GP.
He just leaves us hanging. And I'm done.
I'm left here on the event horizon for the Terminator.
It's much more interesting than you can ever imagine, and I promise you that what I'm speaking about may sound it sounds crazy, but it is insane to think about how close we are to everything that we know right now changing, whether you want to believe it or not. And I know I sound like a doomsayer. I understand that, and I know that that's not who I usually am. In most situations, I try and stay calm and calculated, but this is a topic where I really mean it when I say that. It's much more concerning than you can imagine.
Yeah, I think Stephen Hawking and Elon said that until it hits, we won't know the time frames involved. When it hits, it's too late. The deed's done. We've gone beyond the point of no return. Yeah.
Well, I didn't realize we were going down this black hole.
We've already
stuff
allowed access to the internet. You know that we've already allowed it access to the internet, right? You know that it's able to make copies of itself. And it's actually able to make copies of itself. And it's not just that. It lied recently. And it wasn't programmed to. There's a situation.
Okay. All right, Shadow. Subject for next week is AI.
Apparently. All interesting, right?
Yeah, when we talk about AI, artificial intelligence, it really reminds me about Terminator. I don't know why, but I always see a picture of Terminator.
That's what the newspapers will lead you to believe. But yeah, like GP says, decisions already been made now from what you're seeing on the internet, suggestions and targeting from advertisers, all the way through to decisions about your credit. That's already been done, and that's history now. But people have got to look far more advanced than that sort of scenario.
We have to enjoy the moment. We have to live in the moment as much as we can, and we have to enjoy the present and enjoy time with our loved ones.
Yes.
Make sure that every day is celebrated, because life is beautiful and precious, and that is the most important thing above everything else. Sure, it's one thing to be concerned about, the boogeyman in the closet, but like you see, the problem is, so the Terminator and RoboCop and these things are interesting to look at, but on a realistic level, it's just online. It's everything that it is it's a mind online that is already able to copy itself and go everywhere. It has no physical body. Like, it is able to, and that's why it is what it is. Oh, Hendo, can I actually bring up something to you? I'm glad that you're here with us, by the way. Don't you think it's quite insanely funny that, like, with what you just mentioned over there, and I'm not going to mention that, what you said there, I'm never going to say those words online. But what I will say is that there's definitely a lot that I can say about TikTok, and the reason why I've never touched TikTok and I will refuse to touch it. I will not, no matter what. I won't lay a finger on that app, no matter what I do. I will never be involved in it whatsoever. I promise.
Yeah, I've been reading about TikTok, and it's not Chinese.
Yeah, TikTok is a problem of its own, actually. So I'm not using it either.
Actually,
I don't trust it. So
another point.
I don't even have the time for that. I don't even have the time for that.
TikTok's a bag of crap. Anyway,
no, I don't have time for that.
What Hendo said there about Skynet. Funnily enough, my dad, who was in the army, he worked on the Skynet system in the 1970s, and I was involved in it to a certain extent when I was in the army. And it's the British Army's main communication system, the satellites. It's called the Skynet system. It's on Skynet 6 now, I think it is. Yeah, interesting fact first. Anyway,
Anyways,
what GP was saying about
let's welcome everyone, all the people here, the actual people here, apart from the AI. Leonard, hi Leonard. Hello, Women's Outdoors. See you all in the side chat. Can't forget about the people, right?
there's a film called Don't Look Up, comedy film. It's quite good. It goes on about a group of scientists discover an asteroid about to hit Earth 6 months' time, and all that the general population are interested in is the internet and how popular they are and all this sort of stuff. Anyway, one quote in the end of that film, and the main character, what's his name? Leonardo DiCaprio. At the end of the film, just before they all get wiped out, spoiler alert, he says, he looks across to him, he goes, "We had it all. What have we done with it?" Anyway, it summed up the film. And if anyone's interested, it's a good film.
That is such a good movie that is very good at describing the real life situation that we're in. And I'm being absolutely sincere about it. You can be in a crowd of people, you can scream at the top of your lungs. There can be a bus traveling down the road at full speed. You can be screaming to the people around you. You see the bus. Nobody around you is even willing to budge slightly. And that is the situation where I'm being serious. People don't care about, even people that are into preparedness, they don't really think about proper preparedness. Like there are things that are part of prepping that sorry about that. So I just wanted to say that there are things that are part of prepping that get looked over a lot of the time, that are on a more medical side as well, that obviously don't get brought up. And I won't bring up too many of them, but they're just like basic human, look at through like a couple of years and things that you might acquire or something, anything medical, and then just try and make sure that you have reserve of that. That's all I'll say.
Yeah. I better make sure I have reserves of food. I might start getting hungry here. Thanks, Hondo.
Yeah, that's a problem. You have to go and solve that.
One of my top priorities is medical.
Hence growing a garden, right? It'll help.
Well, with disasters and SHTF, injuries come hand in hand with it. So, yeah, definitely.
Yeah, you might be one of the lucky ones. You might be one of the lucky ones, but your family may not be. For example,
not just the surviving the initial impact event, but it's the longer term.
Or you're less injured.
Well, I mean, the wear and down of your immune system, more prone to infection, and so on, all that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
Another problem you have to solve. So yes. Shadow. Group, getting a group together, whether it be your family, friends, prepper group, or whatever it is, talking through various scenarios. That's going to indicate to people various problems that may arise. Get them thinking,
Hey, good to see you.
Hey, welcome, Steve.
Hey, Steve. You all right?
I know Steve's got a lot to say. I could tell.
Yeah.
You have the floor for a bit.
I think it's interesting to see when it comes to problem scenarios, problem solving, is the methods which people go to learn about this sort of stuff. You go to any occupation, civilian sector, military sector, whatever it is, they all get taught a framework of a decision-making process.
Yeah.
which is actually quite long-winded, and the courses will probably be with it on, run into the weeks, if not months. And some of these courses will cost a lot of money. Project management courses, disaster relief mitigation courses, and decision-making courses. And actually, when it comes down to it, they probably run into a couple of 2 or 3 different strands of solution. And one of them might be
Hey, Bob.
Bob.
thinking
Hey
on.
guys.
Hey, Bob, right?
Hey, Bob.
All right. Shadow, I'm still more handsome than you are. Just thought I'd throw that in there.
Yeah, I'm
Oh,
still.
we better work on that problem.
All the rest of us
still
are turned
here.
into icons.
And I'm not a photo model, actually. I'm not.
Okay, yeah. There are blessings in this life at times.
Hello, Bob. Welcome to the panel.
Indeed.
Hello.
I was gonna springboard off of what preparedness veteran said. Back when I got my associate's degree, which had been about 11, 12 years ago at this point, I had to take a problem-solving course for my electrical mechanical technician course, and it was a little bit long as far as the teaching process, but some people, and like I said, I'm not saying that I'm one of them, I'm just saying with some people, you kind of have to start at kind of a grassroots level, because some of them they just don't understand, the
Which
different
course was
steps you
it?
would take. What's that?
Which what aspects of
There was literally a class I took that was called problem solving, literally.
right, yeah.
And we were trying, they would give us different scenarios of equipment that we had serviced wasn't working, or we had equipment that we'd have to service in an industrial setting that had already been previously fixed, but we couldn't figure out. Now we got this new problem, and some of it was just simple things, like somebody, like got a machine that makes like elbow pipes or whatever, pipes with bends in them, and this machine is supposed to dispense them out, and somebody had done some repair work on it. All they did was they welded onto the feeder chute, did some welding and did some grinding, and then they're trying to figure out, why are these little elbows sticking to the feeder chute? Why are they not dispensing out? And the answer to that, like I said, the answer for that problem was actually the method of somebody using an angle grinder and trying to grind that surface smooth that actually caused a little bit of magnetism, and it was causing the elbows to not feed through the machine. And then another one was they were like basically trying to finish like something metallic, like doing like powder coating, and they're trying to figure out, why is the powder coating not sticking? And the parts would be run through this cleaning solution prior to being powder coated. And the answer for the solution was, well, you actually have to change out the cleaning solution, because it was, it had built up too much particulate, and so now the powder coating's not sticking. Just stuff like that.
So to get to those solutions, did they have to go through a specific sequence of events?
At this point in time, I can't remember. Like, we were just kind of trying to use our best educated guess to figure out what was causing things to not work. And like I said, these are just fictional scenarios of things, not working.
What I've seen in the past these days is a discount the computer orientated solution where people input a load of variables and it spits out an answer. Is these types of courses, they teach a set sequence of events or actions, and almost like a flow diagram, if you like.
Yeah.
And you come to a predetermined set of answers at the end of it. I mean, that sort of thing's all right in a sanitized scenario, an office, or plenty of time is at hand. But when you're under more time pressure and you're outside or in the field or in a dirtier environment, so to speak, then it becomes more of a mental process.
Grind.
Yeah.
Yeah, just gotta grind it down. No problem. And hopefully find a solution or something.
Well, don't get me wrong. I mean, you can do various, a lot of technical things and planning. with a notebook and pen.
Exercises. Yeah.
You know, you don't have to be up to your eyeballs in mud and just everything goes out the window apart from, well, let's do this. You know,
Well,
you
you
can be quite methodical, analytical in any sort of
Troubleshooting.
solution. Yeah.
I mean, there's real world examples. Like it could be as simple as like, hey, why is my toilet not flushing and backing up? And you're trying to figure out things, right? And trying to find a solution. Literally. Because it stinks.
A lot of my life for a lot of stuff that I've had to fix is usually just troubleshooting.
Yeah,
And
because
like,
I
so
think
a
that's
lot of
one
my
of the,
stuff is like mechanical based.
yeah, because in terms of problem solving, breaking down the problem, you're troubleshooting, right? Like in a technical or digital form, everyone knows about that. But I mean, troubleshooting has always existed. You actually have to, this is the problem. We've identified the problem, right? Now, if this wasn't here, we could fix the solution. We can find a solution. We would have a solution, but that's why we have the problem. So we better find something to fix it. It could be as simple as, let's say flat tire or engine light. What's wrong? That kind of problem solving.
When you haven't got a subject matter expert with you, you have to MacGyver it, basically.
Well, yeah, right. It's,
I broke down the
Exactly,
side of the
you
road.
yeah,
What do I do?
DIY it.
I'm not a mechanic.
Yeah.
But,
Yeah. And sometimes problems arise because, you're not familiar with it. You don't have much experience with it. So it's just like, Hence, if you do stuff like go biking or with your car, know kind of how it works, right?
Yeah, and I was gonna say, like some scenarios, like what Bob was talking about last week when we were talking about how to deal with your trash. In some cases, you just deal with some situations. There's no solution; you just got to deal with it.
Unfortunately, right? You just got to roll with it,
And put it in short, what do? You do without.
Yeah.
Hey,
real quick, Bob.
Mm-hmm.
Did you ever see that movie, that Owen Wilson movie that came out in 2015? It was called No Escape.
Yes.
Is that pretty accurate? As far as how bad it can get in some of these third world emerging market countries, Eastern, Southeastern Asia.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. That's very accurate. In other words, what I'm leaning towards is you don't get any warning.
Yeah, and that's
Nothing.
basically how they portrayed it in that movie.
Mm-hmm.
I suggest you guys go and watch that. If you haven't seen that movie, it's really good.
Yeah, no lead time.
No lead time. The problem is here, and you got to think on your feet. Yeah, it is. It's a very accurate movie. Now, I didn't see that level of bloodshed, but I have seen. Yeah, I've seen
your fair share. Your fair share.
I have. Yeah, I have.
Yeah. Okay. Comes back to experience again, right? You've experienced other things too, compared to the rest of us, right? Mm-hmm. And we've all experienced different things, right? Different degrees of certain things, and and such. Right?
Well, that's why my greatest advisor is my wife and her dad and her family, because they grew up in an environment like that.
Yeah.
That's why I'll say it again. Get to know some people who live in Southeast Asia who are willing to talk about it. Yeah. It's hard to find them because most of them won't, but those are the people who will help you.
Or get to know somebody who was in Bosnia or or was there around during the time of the fall of Yugoslavia.
Mm-hmm.
Because I like I said, I still hear some pretty horrific stories. I mean, till this day, as far as I'm aware, there's really no solution to that. That war has never officially been declared, ended. It's still going.
Yeah.
Yeah, that will never go. I mean, there's still areas and enclaves there which are being protected and segregated by NATO troops. Was it UN troops? So it's a messy situation.
Yeah, it's like Mindanao, where Mrs. and her family lives. There's been war there for over 300 years, almost 400 years, and you never hear about it. Never hear about it.
Huh.
Yeah. People couldn't even point to Mindanao on a map, could they?
No,
No.
I can't. I have no idea where that's at. I don't even know how to spell it.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah. Yeah, that was a good movie. Scary movie. Yeah, scary movie.
Yeah, suspenseful.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
I
sometimes
had
you
to
can.
watch that one.
You should
Sometimes
check
you
it
can
out.
learn. You know,
So
you
what
can
was it
learn
called
from
again?
stuff like that.
What was it called again?
No Escape.
No Escape.
Yep.
Yep.
No Escape.
And you got to type in No Escape, and I would type in Owen Wilson just to make sure you get the correct movie. The movie came out in 2015.
Mm-hmm.
It's also got
Okay.
Pierce Bronson
Oh.
in it and Lake Bell.
Okay.
All right, I'll watch it tomorrow.
Okay, but I owe for that. I kind of like movies like this. Too, so.
And really,
Action,
another
so
good
forth.
movie along those lines was First They Killed My Father.
Yeah. Was it First They Killed My Father, or was it First They Came for My Father?
Well, First They Killed My Father. I think it
Okay.
was. It's on Netflix, but it shows you once again, we're here.
I think
That's
I'd
it.
seen it on. I think I rented that movie on Amazon Prime a while ago, and then, like I said, that I'd seen Killing Fields as well. The one that came out in, was it 1988 or 1986? Came out in the 80s, I remember.
Yeah. Yeah, we're here. Guess what? Yeah. You refuse? Bang. Okay, you get on the truck.
Any
You
more
don't want to get on the
questions?
truck? Bang. Oh, sorry
Any more
about that.
questions?
That's my audio alarm going off. Oh, sorry about
one of
that.
those.
So
Oh,
the
good.
alarm that you
Yeah.
showed in the last
I
video.
recognize that.
Yeah, in fact, I had to unplug one of them because we just got as a housewarming gift from a friend of ours, these gigantic wind chimes, and I just now hung them up on the gazebo, and they're tripping the audio alarms like.
Oh well. I guess now you know. I guess now we know. I guess now we know. I guess we all know about that now.
If it ain't
Let's
one
keep that.
thing, it's another.
Yeah, we'll keep that in mind. We'll keep that in mind and be like, how come it keeps going off? Oh yeah, like Bob said, there's something waving in the wind. That's why.
A friend of ours gave this to me.
I guess alarm system fitted a couple of months ago. Well, was it just before Christmas? It was, and the alarm went off. The first time it went off was just before 2 in the morning.
Yeah, these gigantic wind chimes. They're about the size of a human being, and they're tripping one of my audio alarms. So it's like, okay, problem solving. Got to figure something else out, you know.
Yeah, it's like
thinking outside the box.
Maybe hang them further away from the house.
Yeah, well, you know how it is. Mrs. would like it over. Okay, we tried that, so we're gonna have to do something else. Yeah.
Well, actually, I do have an idea. Actually, what happens if you put it so it's perpendicular to it? Reduce the profile of it.
Well, I think what I'll do is just take the transmitter and move it.
Or that.
Yeah.
Similar problem. This alarm system we got put in for Christmas. We had one of the sensors was in the garage, and 20 to 2 in the morning it triggered, and there's me coming downstairs all tooled up with riot shield and all sorts of other stuff, and nothing there. And what it turned out to be was a mouse in the garage.
Oh yeah.
Set it off, so we had to relocate the sensor, but I couldn't do it myself because you try and relocate this type of alarm system, it goes into tamper mode and it just keeps going. So we had to get the engineer in to relocate it ourselves.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And he said things like bunting, flags, they waft in the wind, they'll set it off.
Yeah, we've got nonstop wind here. The wind chimes sound beautiful, but yeah,
They set off the alarms.
yeah, I could shield it, make an L bracket shield, and
Yeah, just kind of cover it so it doesn't pick it up.
yeah.
As movement, I guess, right?
So
I'm
it
assuming
points-
it's because it's spinning and it's waving in the wind, so it acts as movement
Oh,
all the
boy.
time. Yeah.
These are tripping because sorry.
Yeah, we understand, Bob. We understand. It's all good. It's all good. At least
All
we
right.
know that it works.
CR, I want you to stop the wind over here in Seattle, will you please?
Say something, but I'll keep it more PG
Yeah,
here.
he needs to solve the problem on how to fix
Yeah.
that.
Mm-hmm.
That will take him a while.
Bob, you haven't had to solve any problems by going out to your garage with a handful of poop and a gun, did you? Lately?
Just
Not
curious.
yet. Not yet. But you know, I went to the market today and with full intention of getting some duct tape because I'm stacking boxes to block a hole in the garage door that's right in front of me. And yeah, forgot to get the duct tape. Dude.
So that light that's shining in right now, that's come from outside.
Yeah, that's sunlight. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, just a minute.
I think he's gonna go try something out or something.
Yeah,
I got to
probably.
close his garage door.
Yeah.
Or as you Brits like to say, garage door.
Garage door, yeah. Has anyone has anyone been diving or done a diving course?
Diving course?
It's like water, right?
Scuba diving, yeah.
Yeah.
No. Nope.
No.
Yeah. I've done.
You mean scuba diving?
Yeah, scuba diving. There's
Guardian Outdoors says he's been doing it.
I've got open water too.
right. I don't know how that translates to our country system. There's various different sort of translations in there. But have you ever heard of a thing called the incident pit?
You ever heard
I
of
have
what?
no ideas.
Yeah, in diving, you got a thing called the incident pit, and basically it's like this escalation of small problems which lead on to a major problem, and it starts off with, imagine you're looking down a funnel down in the earth, like a whirlpool or something. That's to imagine. Anyway, it starts off with a minor problem occurs, which is easily resolved, and that problem doesn't get resolved, and it can either, two of these problems might come up, or that single problem might just arise. It doesn't get resolved, and it causes a slightly more serious problem.
Yeah,
Which
and
is-
it goes
which is-
Titanic.
Yeah, and that
Goes
other
Titanic.
serious problem is a bit more difficult to resolve, and it
Mm.
increases your stress levels, and
Yeah.
your intervention to solve that problem becomes greater.
Mhm.
And if you don't intervene then it develops even further, and it
Mhm.
becomes an emergency.
It
And-
becomes yeah.
Yeah, so
Catastrophic.
you're into an emergency mode now, where unless a fast and effective response is needed then to resolve that emergency.
Mhm.
And the threat, your response level then increases to almost the verge of panic or incoherence. And if you still do not act and solve that level of problem, it develops into the final sort of stage where it becomes an unresolvable problem, and hence an unsurvivable problem.
Yeah,
And
where it
that's
goes
You're
Titanic.
finished. Yeah, and that's it. That's it. You're into a one-way ticket. However, in each of these steps, if you resolve that step, so if you're in the emergency phase and you resolve and you intervene at that level, then you come up a level. So you're back into the serious level. And to resolve that again, you're back up into the minor level. So it can be a series of problems, or one problem that gets worse
And it's
as it goes
compounded
down.
together.
Yeah, that's called the incident pittance. So you've got basically a minor problem, develops into an emergency, serious problem, then you're into fatality then. And how you respond to that on the flip side is you're into a normal activity sort of mode where you can deal with the minor incident. Then you're into sort of a fearful mode where you can deal with that emergency. And then you're into a panic phase where it's serious. And if you still don't do it, you're dead. This is something that's in the British diving circles we talk about. It's called the incident pit. It's the ability to manage problems there and then and solve that problem before it develops to the next stage. Sort of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, where it doesn't escalate.
I never got diver certified when I was in the Navy, but I'm sure that they probably got something similar to that in the U.S. Naval program.
Right. Yeah, it would be a universal thing, because it's the reason why it goes from a sort of normal level straight into serious and emergency, because it's set in an underwater scenario where the boundaries, it's a dangerous sport when you look at it. The boundaries of it's a fine line to cross between when you cross into the danger zone. So yeah, Google it, the incident pit. It's quite an interesting sort of way to look at things.
The diving pit?
Incident
pit. Okay.
Yeah, the incident pit. I was going to do a video on that a while back, but
now I feel like diving into a topic here. No, I'm serious though. I'm kind of relating this back to like the real world, right? Because we're speaking in terms of like, this certain way, but remembering the real world of things, right? And how certain little things happen. And that's why I brought up the Titanic thing, right? Because that was a series of things that resulted in that, right? For example, right? It's not just this iceberg or whatever, right? There's the bulkheads burn all the way to the top and all this other stuff, right? And, things change because of it, but it's all these little things that added up into that situation, right? And people had to, right? Some people did make it, but obviously some people didn't, right? I guess the rule number one: stay on the ship as long as you can, right?
Basically, the incident pit scenario is it centers around the fact you're constantly in an environment dealing with minor problems and minor incidents, and it could be diving, it could be a medical scenario, and if you don't deal with those minor incidents, they become more.
The ships don't go down,
and you're starting to descend into a spiral of
the ships don't go down.
Yeah,
that's a good metaphor right there, right? The ships don't go down, so you gotta fix the ship, so to speak, right?
I learned my wife's first career was she was a civil engineer, and I learned this. She's much better at this than I am as far as problem solving. She will take a problem and slice it into small pieces.
Yeah, that's the picture, sorry.
And
all right.
Slice it into small pieces, and then solve each little piece to resolve the big problem.
Just like a puzzle. Just like a puzzle, right?
That's an engineer's mind for you.
Just like one of those puzzles where you start from the corners, right? Start from the edges, right? And you work your way in.
Yeah.
And hopefully solve the whole picture of it, right?
Mm-hmm. Correct.
See the whole picture.
Mm-hmm. And if nothing else works, just blame Canada. That's all.
What if you had one of those puzzles that did?
At least Bob is keeping it simple.
Keep it simple.
Let's not go.
Ban all icebergs and blame Canada. We'll keep it simple.
Hey, don't forget to ban the maple syrup.
But we got to keep that flow of their good beer coming into the U.S. I'm all about that. They got good beer and good whiskey, so we'll keep that.
I could do without just because I don't drink anymore.
Yeah, I get that.
I see more people who showed up. Hey, King Poopa. I see other people in here, by the way.
Hey,
Hey,
did you see
Dustin.
Pooba's comment there, Bob, earlier?
What'd it say? No.
He said, just keep a bucket of poo in your garage.
Just in case.
Just in case. Big old handful of poo.
Hey, Bob, FYI.
Yeah.
See, there's another acronym that's called DMY. Don't mess yourself while you're doing that.
Depends how much you have to drink.
Well, I guess my son's vacation time is over. He's dressed in his uniform going to work. They must have called him in. Darn it. But yeah, I think there's a certain horror factor of breaking into a house where the homeowner's got his pants down around his ankles, 45 and a handful of his own poop. That's a great deterrent.
Indeed it is.
You don't even want to guess what the heck's going on right now. You just want to get out of there.
I wouldn't stick around.
The incident pit comes up like right now. It's like, we jump from, minor incident to straight panic.
It's the fan. Yeah, Endo.
Oh, that would worry me if there was a fan nearby Bob right now. I'd be like, Bob, why is there a fan on? It's not hot.
No, it's just
I don't know what Bob's to throw at me
shit
here, and
that
the fan's on.
Never mind about that fan. Just give me my high heels. I want to put them on right now.
Oh God!
It's everywhere.
Hey. I know I've seen image icons of poop hitting the fan. Just remember, most fans, the way they work, because of the direction the blades are facing, you want to throw the poop from the backside of the fan.
Correct.
Into the fan. You don't want to throw it facing.
Are you taking notes, Bob? Are you
Mobius
taking notes on that, Bob?
I am. I'm taking notes.
I'm taking notes.
I'm
Back of
taking
fan.
notes.
Okay,
I am taking
noted.
notes. Put the lotion in the basket.
On the back of Bob's fan, it says "aim here."
I don't know. I'll try to remain serious, guys. But
Yeah.
Just have my mentality.
Aim here, just in case.
Mm-hmm. Oh boy.
Hey, I don't know how things are going over there in Seattle, but you heard about Portland, Oregon, how all the Walmarts, including all the Cracker Barrels, are all closing up. They're closing up shop, and I guess the same thing is happening over there in northern part of Minneapolis, St. Paul, Minnesota.
No, yeah,
Minneapolis, St. Paul, Minnesota, like downtown part had lost all of its targets, and the Walmarts are fixing to close up by the end of April this year. And then same goes for the Walmarts in St. Louis, Missouri. And, I think it's funny. So, there's a lot of people coming out and they're just claiming, they're closing up these stores because they're racist. It's only in the black communities. It's only in the black communities where you see a lot of shoplifting, a lot of theft, and a lot of, flash mobs. And, it's funny. I was watching a video earlier today. I was like, "Thank you! Finally, somebody was calling it out." It was actually a black guy calling out. The other black people. It's like it ain't about racism. It's about
business,
destroying your own store.
Business, right? Because they're still trying to make money. If they're losing so much, right? They're done sleep on that. They'll pick up. Move.
They're closing these stores because of what?
Shoplifting.
Excessive.
Because
shoplifting.
Yeah,
right.
It affects their bottom line, right? There's a business is still trying to make a profit, so if they're losing a lot, they're gonna move to another location.
Yeah. In places like Portland, Oregon, they got a lot of transit people hanging out in the parking lots. Shooting drugs, and they got their drug problems. They got to.
I was going to ask Bob of the 1st of April is the big movement day. Is it all the idiots move across?
Yeah, that's when here in Seattle, anyway, they move from the warm climate to here.
You get the big zombie walk.
Yeah. Yeah, all of the riots, exactly. Yeah,
Yeah,
Cam.
exactly, Hendo.
I love you,
Yeah,
Tammy.
and
You're
that
you're a
creates
smart
another
lady.
whole
Mm-hmm.
problem, a different type of problems.
Yeah.
You don't want to be in front of a riot. You don't.
No.
Mm-hmm.
You better turn
Av-
your back,
yeah,
turn around, and run
yeah,
the other direction.
avoid
Correct.
confrontation when
Yeah,
possible, right?
especially a
Without
dude
it
my
not
age,
worth it,
man. Especially a guy
right?
my age, man. You know.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
I remember years ago, back during the 2016 election of President Trump, they had all these different riots going on. Actually, seen this one photographer. I don't know if he was in Portland or if he was in Seattle. He was in the the northeastern, or sorry, not northeastern, northwestern region of the United States,
Okay.
and they had some riots and protests moving down the streets. So all the guy was trying to do was just photograph and video everything that was going on. The protesters turned against the guy and were starting to attack
Yeah.
him. He ran for his life, and they kind of cornered him. And then he basically was forced to pull out his concealed carry gun. He pointed it at him, and that got him to back the hell off. But the police came. What'd they do? They didn't arrest the protesters for being violent. They arrested the guy for pulling a gun on him.
Yeah, I saw that on TV. Yeah.
Yeah. And that's after avoiding confrontation.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, that was
That's after trying to avoid it, right?
It was just like Kyle Rittenhouse, same deal. Like I said, he was trying to avoid confrontation. Those guys, those Antifa BLM guys, they started chasing him down the street.
And trying an ambush.
Yeah,
ambush.
Two of them tackled him, and then the other guy was swinging at him with a skateboard. And it's like, they still arrested Kyle Rittenhouse for what he did. It's like, never mind the fact that somebody else pulled a gun on him. The other guy was actually beating him with a blunt object that could definitely be construed as a deadly weapon.
Doomed.
Rebel Canner, Tammy Rebel Canner says Detroit has never recovered from the 1970s riots, and now the libtards want their cities to look like downtown Motor City. Those who forget history are doomed, I say.
Democrat cities. They should change that party that party's name to Karl Marxism or what are the Bolshevism?
Well, a lot of them have come out and they've claimed that they're either socialists or Marxists in one fashion or another. A lot of them have openly declared it. Like, what was it, Bernie Sanders? I think he openly declared himself to be a socialist.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Back to what Shadow said a moment ago about if you see a riot, man, go the other way.
Mm-hmm.
Get out. I think it was downtown Tacoma, Washington, during all the George Floyd stuff. There was 3 of them kicking about a 70-year-old homeless man. I mean, they didn't stop kicking him until he stopped moving.
Jeez.
70-year-old homeless guy.
Oh my gosh.
Just because he was a white guy. That's what it came down to.
And they're apparently allegedly they're not racist people.
No. But the thing they bring these people in from other states. They're rental rioters.
Oh,
they rent them.
Well, hey Bob, you familiar with John's Prepared Mind channel?
Oh,
I'm sure some of you guys might be.
Not.
Yeah, I've seen it.
I know of that channel.
Yeah, he had a few years ago, back when he was still living in Northern California, he said that they started like right around the time of the George Floyd riots. They started having the BLM guys moving into his town, and they're claiming, "Oh, we're mostly peaceful." And he's like, "What do you mean mostly peaceful? What? You're 51% peaceful and 49% violent?" You start confronting them, and it's like, but yeah, that was about the time that he decided to leave Northern California. Was when they started showing up in his remote region of California.
Well, right after the George Floyd was over, Mrs. and I took a drive over to downtown Tacoma, which is the second biggest city in Washington State. Seattle is north and Tacoma is south, kind of south Puget Sound. And we drove down the old part that had all the riots. It was disgraceful. And the thing that, I mean, the thing that really broke my heart was about a 70-year-old black man sitting in an old wooden chair in front of his restaurant that they utterly and absolutely destroyed.
Yeah.
And he's too old to start over again.
Yeah.
You know, that was his livelihood. They took it away from him. But I think that's part
That's
of the,
reparations there, Bob. That's
yeah,
reparations
there you go.
Mhm.
against their
Mhm.
own people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think the overall goal is to destroy, destroy business and destroy, they want everyone to be government dependent, not to be individuals, you know. And that's the overall goal of all this stuff.
Mm.
But yeah, like going back to my duct tape, that's the most I can really do is harden my house, you know,
Yeah.
in preparation for all of those wonderful folks coming back from California, Arizona, New Mexico to come back up here to Seattle because the weather's starting to warm up. And yeah, that's really all I can do. But it's sad is that I mentioned at a fire pit that we had a couple weeks ago out here with all my neighbors. I mentioned a few things like this, and all of the women said the same thing. It was like a pre-recorded message. Well, that doesn't happen here. That
Well,
doesn't happen here. That doesn't happen here. And then somebody went, "Oh yeah, well, how about the car down the street that got broken into? And how about this other car down the street? How about the car that was stolen?
yeah.
That doesn't happen here. That
Now,
doesn't happen
I was
here."
gonna say. I
Well-
was gonna say this. Isn't Bellevue, Washington? That's considered kind of upscale. Wasn't there some crimes
Yes.
going on up there
It
too
is.
during
Mm.
George Floyd?
Yeah, I'll tell you the strategy that they used. I watched all of it on local news, and I know the area. And they started in
Mhm.
Seattle, and then a few days later they branched off to Tacoma, and all law enforcement was becoming physically exhausted. So they started bringing in officers from the prison system to leave
CO.
Okay. Yeah.
Right.
And kind of
to
supplement
supplement them, right? Because they start with the city cops, the county, and the state cops. They were all exhausted. So they
Yeah,
got
you can
those,
only push so hard, right?
yeah.
Your body
These
will give out. in
these
time.
guys get tired, you know, and
Oh, yeah.
these guys were overworked, and they're very smart. These people are very, very smart at what they do. They got all of the law enforcement in two locations, and then they went bam, and they branched out into Bellevue, Renton, Kirkland, and they even went into some of the small mountain towns because they know that every uniformed officer is now tied up in these two cities, and they just went boom, and they went immediately and started destroying these other cities. That's how these guys are good. They're well trained and they know what they're doing. And
Well,
the only
dividing,
thing
right?
that stopped them in one small town was the word got out that there was a small mountain town in the Cascade Mountains, and they said that they were going to come there and kill the sheriff and the mayor, and burn the police department. People in the Cascades have got a little bit different mentality. There was no law enforcement to be had, so they lined both sides of the main street. And there must have been 500 citizens from out of the mountains with every firearm they owned, husbands and wives.
Yes.
And that stopped them. 3 Antifa showed up, and they turned around and they left.
Good.
And in fact, they were attacking the police, the chief of police officer's home for the city of Seattle. It was a black lady cop. They were attacking her home, and there was only one county sheriff available to guard her home and her family.
Wow.
So who took up the slack was her neighbors. They parked their vehicles across the road. Now I didn't see any armed citizens there, but they're right near. Yeah,
there's something concealed, very least.
Yeah, and there was a bunch of these radicals that were trying to get to her house, but they couldn't get through the neighbors.
Yeah.
That's the population has to stop them. That's the only,
And this brings up a couple of things. One, I mean, a lot of people don't, at least here in the U.S., a lot of people fail to realize that between local law enforcement, National Guard, and active duty military, I think is what, like maybe less than 1% of the population that keeps the rest of the population in check at all times.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So that's very quickly how things can be overwhelmed if the masses decide that, hey, let's just collectively work together and see if we can overthrow the system. You know what I mean? But I would pray to God, something like that would happen over here. I'd pray to God that we'd organize over here. I mean, I know for certain that, a whole bunch of, all three of the rifles would be unlocked over here, ready to go, and everybody be armed. And this house,
well, not just there for
with
you
the
guys.
Neighbors.
You guys in the U.S., but here in Canada, you in Sweden, right? You too, GB. I know you're listening too.
Yeah.
Well, having a physical presence of the men of the neighborhood stopped them from destroying the chief police house for city of Seattle. The men in the neighborhood stopped them, and there was only one county sheriff.
Yeah.
And even if you're not armed, just physically being a human barrier between the
presence, right?
Yeah. It kind of goes back to my naval training. The force continuum. You've got presence. You got verbal commands. You've got soft controls and hard controls, and then basically deadly force.
Yeah. Remember that, like I've used it in the last place where we lived, that your voice is a weapon also.
Yeah, that's force continuum. Like I said,
catch you soon.
Yeah. Sorry, mate. Shadow.
Yeah.
I'm leaving. I've got to.
Yep.
Okay, take care, PV.
No problem.
Okay,
great to hear from you.
I'll also be taking. I'll be leaving with Preparedness Veteran at the moment as well. I just want to say
take
thanks
care,
to everybody.
GB. All right.
I'll see everybody soon. Bye for now.
Take a good one, Preparedness Veteran.
Take care. Stay safe.
Later, guys.
Later, Guardian.
Folks. I'll catch you on the other side and see you all soon. See you later.
See you later.
Take care.
Yeah, but like you were saying, that's part of the force continuum. Like you said, presence, and the next one's verbal commands.
Yeah. But it's hard to get people on board to participate, and but I think people will if it's necessary. But I don't call for violence or anything like that. But during the whole George Floyd stuff, all the power was cut in the area and where I lived, and there was only me and one other veteran down the road sitting outside their house. Yeah. 2 of us. Out of hundreds and hundreds of people, there were only 2 pairs of eyes. That was it.
Yeah.
Well,
that is not enough.
That's not enough.
You should need a lot more people. At least in 30 more.
Yeah.
Taking a stand, as they say, right? Taking a stand.
Nothing will. No, that doesn't happen here. That doesn't happen here.
And once you get enough, it becomes dominoes, right? Where people are more likely to get on board with it.
Yeah, once people see
that's right, Hendo.
Action, then they're more likely to.
Well, see, that comes back to the bystander effect, and one of the things that let's say, for example, right? Let's just say, let's say something's happening and something's going down, right? And not a lot of people are paying attention.
I like what Hendo said right there. Those mountain people will F you up very quickly.
They will. They'll bury you, dude. I know them. I know for a fact they'll bury you. There won't be any investigation because what investigation?
Yeah.
Nothing to see.
Nothing to see here. Yep.
Yeah. But, coming back to what I was saying about that, right? Coming together, right? And getting the numbers involved, right? Sometimes you overcome the bystander effect by getting the numbers, right? Getting more attention to it. And, one person and then sometimes people, when they see other people get involved, they want to get involved. It feels
Yeah.
that kind of community, right? Is just like for something more than themselves at that moment, whatever it is. So sometimes, and then, you're quote unquote solving the problem, putting more people involved, more manpower, more heads into the problem, right? More ideas or whatever, right? And hopefully find a solution. Hopefully.
Yeah. I guess I haven't heard too many details, but what are you guys' thoughts on how the trans folks are going to have a day of retaliation?
Really?
You haven't
I didn't
heard
hear
about
about
that?
this.
You didn't
Nope,
hear
I
about
haven't.
that? That's who a lot of Antifa are, as trans.
Yeah, don't shock me.
Yeah. And
But I pack a
Doesn't surprise
gun
me.
where just about everywhere I go. So
mhm.
they might, you know what? If enough of them come after me, they'll get me. I'm not gonna be Mr. Billy B.A. I'm gonna be like,
Yeah.
oh, I'm gonna kill them all. No, that's not gonna happen.
No.
If enough of them come after me, they're gonna overwhelm me. But I'm gonna
Numbers,
try
yeah.
to make sure that in my best power, if that's the case, if I'm just gonna be attacked for no reason, that attacked, without being provoked, I'm just gonna make sure I take down as many of my enemies as I possibly can.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Not going down easy.
Nope.
Basically.
It's gonna cost. It's gonna cost you. You're gonna be looking at between 6 to 12 bodies before you take mine.
Well, if you guys notice, I still got my garage door open, and I do that on purpose. I did it in the last house because I got eyes on.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
That's just the way I am, and that's why I had so many attempted home invasions. Is because I keep that garage door open while I'm out here making waxed fire starters.
Well, spatial awareness, situational awareness of what's
Right.
going on, right?
And
In your
also,
area.
like my neighbor lady across the street, she's planting flowers or getting stuff from a nursery and getting ready, keeping my eyes on her. That's just I don't know.
And
I
hopefully she would help you too, right?
Yeah.
I hope so.
Yeah.
Well, this is why one of the reasons.
At least
like,
eyes, right? And be like, "Hey, Bob,
Mhm.
I saw someone." When you went back inside. Or
yeah. Network with your neighbors
Yeah.
like that. A little bit of neighborhood watch. I was gonna say this is one of the reasons why if I'm gonna do this homestead, I'd like to set it up so that there are multiple families staying there, because we're all gonna have to pull sessions of watch, if things get really bad. And make no mistake, the homestead still could be very well easily overrun, even if we're all
Yeah.
very well armed. We could still get overrun. Look at
but it
there
won't
could
be
just
easy.
enough numbers.
Mhm.
Yeah,
But
it won't-
we're not gonna. Well, see, I would hope that we'd have this thing set up so that if we need to be, if needs be, we'll have everything concealed in an area, concealed to where the bad guys ain't going to find our stuff. You know what I mean? Our food supplies. We might have some in an obvious pantry. Okay, they think that okay, we got everything, but
Decoy.
really, yeah, the decoy, but everything else would be cached away or something like that, and then we can just basically make a bug out, make an escape, and then get the hell out of there, and then come back, at night, do a clandestine operation style raid and take it back. Alex, I'm not trying to talk like a tactical genius, because I'm not.
Be
but
right back.
that's just it seems to be the most logical thing.
Well, I mean, like I said, problem solving comes back to breaking down into smaller parts and all that stuff, and hopefully planning ahead, can help with that too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, like I said, I'm lovely Lisa, warrior queen. I'm not a violent person by nature. I'm just a regular guy. Just an
Oh, and
average
hi,
Joe.
Lisa. I didn't say hi to you earlier. I saw you in the chat.
Yeah, no, like I said, I'm not the kind of guy to attack people unprovoked. There's a reason. If I'm showing signs of aggression at somebody, there's a reason for it. It's not
No, of course.
because I can't control my emotions or anything like that.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder what this whole day of reckoning thing or whatever that Bob was talking about, transgender. I wonder what the heck that was for. Is that for the whole Nashville shooting? I'm sure you guys probably heard about that Nashville, Tennessee shooting.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah,
amongst other things. Right?
Yeah, I read about it.
Yeah. stuff here happens here in Canada too.
The thing that shocks me about that whole thing is like it was a transgender that did this go around, and that got media attention. Because usually, if there's a transgender or a female, or if it was a somebody who is a minority,
it's outside the general.
Yeah, it doesn't fit into the narrative. Hey, Bob.
Yeah.
What was that Day of Reckoning thing you were talking about, the transgender? Is this because of what happened to was it that one gal who shot up the
She's one of them. Did you look at her firearms? It's got the trans flag on all of her firearms.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Uh-huh. Yeah, look at the pictures of her weapons.
Yeah, that video actually did circulate out there, so the news networks released that. That was released, so you can actually see that.
Yeah, that's
how
part
that
of
all
it.
went down. Yeah,
That's
how
all
that
part of it.
went down.
I think some of the things they're probably going to be attacking is, well, government, of course, and probably local Catholic churches, because we can't have God. We can't have God. No, because they're but here's something that I made to help safeguard my family. I'm not talking about a bug out. I'm talking about a run out, get out
Get out of Dodge.
Yeah, and go at a short distance and sit back and observe to when we can go back. But here's a thing that I made, handmade this.
Okay.
Learn how to hide. Learn how to get out of sight. That's more important than anything else, is be out of sight. You don't let nobody find you. But this is some netting. It's like some camouflage netting that I made.
Oh, okay.
And I handmade this part. That's all yarn right there. I made a net over top of the already camouflage netting, and then I tied pieces of yarn onto here. I'll give you a closer look. I matched up all the colors of this yarn.
Shadow maximize the screen, so it's just showing you right now.
I matched all the colors of rhododendrons and azaleas and soil, etc. Wet soil, So this is a piece that's big enough for me. You notice I camoed that too, in case, but it's so that I can get me, my wife, daughter, all that out of here, go to a piece of commercial property, get in behind the bushes, and put this in front of us, around us.
And hopefully have some more concealment.
Yeah, that solves that problem.
Get out of sight, pistols in hand, and I've got a vest and a gym bag that looks like I'm a street bum wearing that vest and that gym bag with this in the gym bag. And we can walk, don't run, walk out of here and go to a place, bunker down or hunker down, sit down, shut up.
Yeah.
And wait until we can go back,
And avoiding confrontation.
Yeah.
Do you keep like a short, when I say short barrel, I'm not talking about sawing off. I'm talking about, do you keep like a smaller shotgun with an 18-inch barrel or anything with you?
Well, no. Handguns only. Handguns and knives only, dude. That's it. Because I was
thinking you could put that in your gym bag, but
I learned that in martial law overseas. If you step outside with a long gun, you're dead.
Okay.
You're dead.
Fair enough.
Period. The law enforcement and the military will shoot you on sight.
Yeah.
So that's why my wife, when she first noticed that they're here and she knows what they're doing because she's lived through it, she started buying handguns. That's what you want, for anything that's this crazy like that. But this is just big enough so we can get. Yeah, it's like that, Leonard. But it's a netting that can go all the way across the wife, daughter, and myself, and we can get in there and don't move and don't talk. Just have a few bottles of water and a little bit of food and just sit there.
Yeah, and avoid confrontation.
Yeah.
Well, because when you confront, there's some variables that you're not familiar with, and you don't actually know the outcome all the way.
No, you don't know.
You can plan and prepare, train for it, but variables, right?
Stuff like this here. you know.
You know,
Back
Yeah,
when I
And
was
to
driving.
stay still and don't talk
Yep. hmm
in a situation like that, that is really difficult because you would want to speak.
Yeah, you would want to, but in a
or
situation
act,
like that,
or
I mean,
act,
these
or
are
act.
the ugly things about something like that is you're going to shit your pants. You're going to piss your
Yeah.
pants. You can't get out of the bushes. You can't come out of hiding. You got to take a shit. You just shit your pants. You got to
Yeah.
pee. You pee right there in your pants. That's the ugly things that people don't think of. Well, get used to it. That's if you got to go hide and you got to sit still and shut up. That's what you're going to do. Just
Yeah.
I was gonna say back when I was driving over the road, but again, I wasn't thinking so much from a Civil War aspect. I was thinking, grid down EMP. My truck gets shut down. I'm out in the middle of wherever, and I've got I refer to it as a bug out bag in the sense I'm bugging out from my truck, but it's a get home bag for me to get back home. But I had a
Supplies,
pistol.
right? There's supplies, resources that you can use, regardless of the name. Regardless of the name, right? They
had
give
a
you more to
pistol.
work with.
I had the bag, and I had my pistol, and I also had an 18-inch barreled shotgun with a top folding stock stuff in a scabbard.
Mm-hmm.
And that was it.
I get it.
That comes back to the preparedness part of it, of course, and kind of that identifying that problem beforehand, right? Yeah. Problem solving can be done before. Some things can be done beforehand, or increasing your odds or chance of you because you have more to work with, resources, skills, knowledge, experience to work with in that, right? And kind of giving you the best odds, giving you like
the plan for me if I was gonna leave is that if I was gonna make any moves, I was gonna make my moves at night, under the cover of darkness, and then sleep during the day.
Yeah. I've already got several places within walking distance scouted out already. They're commercial properties because I sure as hell ain't going to go hide in somebody's backyard if something really disastrous happens, because you're going to get attacked by a dog, or you're going to get shot at or something. But,
or a dog's going to give you away, or someone's going to give you away.
Yeah.
Right. What are you doing in my backyard? And then next thing you know,
But as far as everything else that's in this house, screw it. Take care of the people first.
Priorities.
Yeah.
Right.
But I don't know if that'll happen. I doubt it. But I got stuff in place if it comes to that.
Well, you're identifying the problem beforehand. It's
right.
Sometimes problem solving is identifying the problem even beforehand. All right.
Yep.
And kind of mitigating any negative results as much as possible. It's just like instead of, let's say, I'll come back to this kind of ring in the pipe thing because that happened. It's cliche. You put something there like a little mesh thing, so it doesn't actually. Oh, I dropped the ring. Oh, but I have a mesh thing there. It's not a fall through now. Preventative part of it, a problem solving, right? Maybe you've gone through that already. Now you're getting a little thing to put over the drain so a ring doesn't fall through or things don't fall through. And next thing you know, you kind of prevented that now, right? You identified it because you've gone through the problem already.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I think that's important to kind of remember. Sometimes problem solving is preventing it too, right? Or you've gone through it and you're preventing it now because you're like, oh, once bitten, twice shy, right? That kind of thing. Let's avoid this the next time, right?
I made that camouflaging netting after the George Floyd stuff, and it was that winter. I sat there quietly for weeks making that. But and that's the kind of stuff that I'm very fortunate that if I need supplies to make something like that, I talk to the missus and she does the budget, and she'll go, okay, it's in your account, go get it. I'm really lucky that way,
Yeah, you are, Bob. You're very lucky to have someone to support you in that way.
I kind of hope to find a wife like yours, maybe not necessarily Filipino, somebody who's lived through a Civil War type situation where it's like we have to go. We gotta be ready for when things go sideways, because it could very well be civil unrest over here.
Well, there's a lot of Vietnam. Where else? I mean, you won't find somebody who's lived through very much here in the States or Canada, or
unless they were stationed
overseas.
somewhere overseas.
But that's different.
Yeah,
that's different. I was because when you're in the military, you've got food, water, shelter, medical, a place to hide. You've got rice, right? But when you're a civilian, that's completely different.
Yeah, you don't have those resources.
Yeah, you have nothing
to tap into, right?
Mm-hmm. You have
You're
nothing
on your
but
own,
each other.
or yeah, exactly, right? You don't have that.
So,
giant
Bob,
yeah.
Is it safe to assume then that you and your wife have put together predetermined hiding spots and you got some stuff cached away?
Oh yeah. We don't have stuff cached away. We're going to be carrying a little bit of food, a little bit of water, the netting, and I'm going to be dressed like a homeless person. I've already got it all hanging up on a hanger in the house, and you know what? You just do without. If you're hungry, you're hungry. If you got to shit your pants, you shit your pants. Just do without.
So I would assume that in that kind of case, Depends would be your best friend to have in your go bag.
Well, whatever you can do, but you're not going to be able to step out of cover and take a crap.
Yeah.
But just that's a good old saying from Bob is do without. What do? You do without. But we do have we're going to take water with us, a few bottles, and here's something that helps with hunger is some of these glucose tablets. You can get these at any Walmart, whatever. Those help you when you're very, very hungry and you're running out of energy. Pop one of those in your mouth, chew it up, and it brings you back up a little bit.
Hendo 19742. I agree with you on your previous comment there. Schools need to be protected as soon as possible.
Oh, hell yeah.
Parents need to get directly involved in school security. Well, that's a problem though. Like I said, and if anybody's watched my video that I put out yesterday, my premiere, that was one of the things that I was talking about. One of the, we need to have armed security here in the States for both our public and private schools. The problem is a lot of state and federal laws don't allow for that. You can get arrested unless you are law enforcement. You can get arrested for even just having a firearm in your vehicle on school premises.
Yeah, stuff like that.
But that, like I said, something like that would have prevented that Nashville school shooting,
or at least bought the people inside more time and the responders more time to.
Like I said, the only reason why more people didn't die was the fact the school had enacted their lockdown policy, and they were fortunate enough to actually have a Nashville police officer, arrive at the time he did. Otherwise, like I said,
timing, right?
Timing, exactly. Timing
comes back to that luck. Sometimes people intervene because they're at the right place.
But schools aren't the only place where there'll be these quote unquote mass shootings. And I really hate how they've redefined mass shootings anymore. Was it like fewer than 10 people have to be shot in order for it to be considered a mass shooting or whatever nonsense. And I think I thought the original definition was like, I think 20 people or excess of 20 people have to be shot in order for it to be considered a mass shooting. But like I said, mass shootings don't just take place in public schools. They take place in shopping malls. And that's the problem. A lot of these shopping malls, they don't allow for the lawful carry of a firearm for civilians.
Well, it's just not that. Those places are more open. A shopping mall is more open. There's more, right? Here I've noticed over time that the schools have gone away from glass doors to back to metal ones with things graded.
Yeah.
Because if you look at that in that video, right? And remember, I told you about this. They shot out the windows first.
Yeah. Here's the problem.
The easiest point of
here's
entry, right?
here's the problem with hardening our schools. The people who handle the budget are woke.
Yeah.
They've already been through universities. They are woke. They are dedicated to the cause of disarming the population. The thing that will solve the problem is what I've seen my own self overseas. Overseas, everything has armed guards. Everything, including the 7-Elevens, the schools, the public buildings, everything has armed uniformed guards. There is none of that school shooting BS over there because they know they're going to get shot from 12 different directions all at once. And the news media will show their dead body bleeding on the floor. They don't do that here.
Yeah.
They need to
Too
show
sensitive.
that. This is the moment when that maniac got killed, and do not publish their manifesto. Do not put their name out in public. There's the body. There it is. This is what happens to you when a maniac is let on the loose and is encouraged to do so.
Yeah.
But the problem with getting uniformed guards in our school is the people who handle the budgets are university grads, and they want this to happen. That's the root
and
cause.
these are the same. Pardon my French, but these are the same motherfuckers that say, how many more children have to die? Excuse you? How many more children have to die? How about you freaking include some armed guards? I'm not freaking giving up my gun rights or giving up the gun rights of my fellow man next to me just because you don't want to actually do something, to actually stop the threat. We can't just disarm the masses just because a few bad apples. Time and time shows again, history always shows again, criminals will always be criminals. That's why they're criminals. Criminals are going to criminal. If you make, and I'm sure that preparedness veteran can probably tell you this. I know Ada's told me this. Adrian, if any of you aren't familiar who Ada O'Neill is, he's our British friend from across the pond, but he's said, places like Nottingham over there in England is one of the biggest gun crime capitals in that country. And they have a lot of shootings over there, not nearly as much as they do here in the U.S. just because it's a smaller population. There's also fewer guns, but it still happens. And and what it is a lot of these criminals, they've got illegal handguns. They've got illegal pistols.
They'll always find them.
They'll always find a way. Always. Whether they hand make it, and I've seen images of some pretty legit looking handmade freaking black pipe shotguns.
Yep.
Okay. Like they look like actual firearms, almost good enough to where you swear to God you could have bought that from the store. But like I said,
it's like prison
they'll
weapons,
figure out a
right?
way. They'll figure out a way. Like I said, that's why I'm tired of hearing this rhetoric all the time. How many more kids are going to die? How about you stop using the children as pawns? How about you stop doing that? And how about you actually take some actual measures that'll actually make a difference?
These people who spout that off are actually the people who want it to happen.
I know.
To disarm a population.
And the news media wants it. The news media wants it because they get ratings for showing it.
Yeah. That's the only do away with the gun-free zones and hire uniformed armed guards.
Security.
How many veterans do we have here in the US and Canada and Britain and all over the world who are already trained and disciplined people? If you pay them a decent wage, there's your workforce right there.
Yeah. And put in some damn metal detectors. I don't care what people say. Oh, I don't want the school to feel like a prison. Well, I'm sorry, but my high school, it was designed by a person, the architect that designed that particular high school. They were the same architect that designed prisons in that state, the state of Nebraska. So, I don't want to hear this crap. We don't want it to feel like a prison. No, I'm sorry. The only way that a gun-free zone works is if you actually have, say, one or two or more trusted armed guards on that premises with a metal detector that's checking people in and checking people out as they come in and out of the building, making, doing, if they seem suspicious, do a pat down, make them do a full body scan. If you needs be, do a freaking strip search. I remember it was about a month ago or maybe 2 months ago. I'd seen a video where a Florida cop got called into a local high school, and he actually intervened with this high school student that was suspected of actually having a handgun on him. And sure enough, he did. He had a handgun concealed in his waistband.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know.
Yeah,
Sorry,
you
I mean,
go.
hijack your thing.
I know, but you go to the Philippines and you get patted down and searched before you go into any mall, everywhere. And
Yeah.
you don't at a 7-Eleven, but if you go into a mall where there is a large number of the population, you're going to get searched, and you go through a metal detector. Period.
Yeah.
You just get used to it, you know. But it works. How many school shootings have you heard of in the Philippines? How
None.
many? Same here. It works because these maniacs will go where it's a soft target. They will not go
Exactly.
where they know that they're gonna die.
Exactly, and that's what that transgender shooter in Nashville, that's what they put in their manifesto. I'm not shooting up this school because it's a hardened target. I'm going to go.
Yeah, I heard about that. I very seldom watch the news, but I watched a little bit about that. And yeah, they got to stop. They got to show the dead body. They've got to show that on the news. Here's the maniac who killed these 6 people.
Zoom in on their face. I want to see their face contorted with pain.
This is what happens if you try to kind of deal here.
Yeah, exactly. This is the end result. Because overseas, they'll show that.
It's not glamorous.
I'm trying to figure out, was that shooter, were they wearing a tactical vest, or were they wearing body armor?
I couldn't really tell.
I'm trying to remember.
It looked like some kind of a vest. Like I said, they were wearing like a white T-shirt, a red ball cap, and like I said, it looked like some sort of black vest. But I wasn't sure if that was like a Kevlar vest, or if it was just a regular Molly vest that holds magazines, or if it was
it didn't work. It didn't work.
Yeah.
My hat's off to those cops who ran in there and they reacted immediately. Attack. You know?
Yeah, unlike that one POS Scott Israel over there in Broward County, Florida, back in the 2018 school shooting, where they had deputies out there, but they're just standing by while kids are just getting mowed down. Oh, we can't go in there. No, bull crap. You got to go in there. What you got to make that judgment call. Serve and protect painted on your cars for if you aren't actually going to serve and protect.
We got to call a social worker. That person might need help.
I'll tell you, who's gonna need help.
That might as well be like the bystander effect, right? You're just standing by. No.
I'll tell you who's gonna need help after the fact. You guys are, because you guys are gonna be losing your jobs.
Oh, they did. Yeah, Yeah. But armed,
and they're trained for it too. Right?
Uniformed armed guards. It's like, well, the supermarket I go to has a uniformed armed guard right there at the entrance.
And they're starting to do that over here. Over in the up in Colorado Springs, they're starting to do that. One of the King Soopers stores, it's a Kroger store, by the way. King Soopers is a Kroger store. They got armed security on that particular store. It's over there off of South Academy, and then the Come and Go gas station over there across the street from the King Soopers. They've also got armed security. And actually, I talked to those guys. Those guys are pretty cool, but like they tell me all kinds of crazy stories that they have to deal with on a day-to-day basis as
I imagine
security guards. Oh, it's getting bad. It's getting bad because of the legalization of drugs over here. They just legalized magic mushrooms. Like I'm absolutely pissed with that, and it's just inviting more homelessness over here, more crime.
Yeah, it'll escalate, dude. Because what they call it now here in Seattle area is decriminalized. They don't call it legalized. It's called decriminalized.
Over here, it's legalized. It's not decriminalized. It's legalized.
Yeah, and I tell you, dude, you're in for a world of shit. You're in for it.
Not me, because I'm fixing to leave this state as soon as I'm done with school. I'm out of here.
Yeah. Well, I'm leaving the country. You know, when the wife and I get too old to be able to protect ourselves, we're going over there where, like the housing development where we have a little house over in the Philippines, they've got 6 to 8 armed guards that roam and patrol around 24/7.
Oh, but you heard what that RJ Arizona Homestead guy says. Oh, you're just being a coward. You're just leaving. I'm 71 years old. Yeah, I'm sorry. Oh God, that guy is just what a freaking.
Yeah,
My
he's a genius. He has his water trucked in. Yeah, your very basic essential of life. It has to have that depend upon someone else to deliver his water. That's just like, yeah, okay.
And
Yeah.
because of him, it always makes me think, it doesn't matter how remote your homestead is. Any homestead can get overrun. In fact, there will be a lot of homesteads that get overrun. And
that's where they start, dude. That's where they're going to start. Yeah, I think that might be some of the places that they're going to start. I'm pretty sure. I'm 100. They did it in Cambodia and Vietnam, Laos. They started out in the countryside.
Well, and like Steve Corsair Trainer says, just look at what's going on in Ukraine. Oh, it's like, he says that there are people that come up to him and say, oh, it'll never happen to me. I live out in the country. I live out in the rural areas. I live in the suburbs. And it's like, just look at what's going on in Ukraine right now.
Yeah.
You've seen, I've seen the images of out in the middle of nowhere out in Ukraine. It looks like it looks like the surface of the moon with all the craters from all the ordnance exploding and all the gunfire that been going on.
All the concrete everywhere.
I hope you can get there, Leonard. Best wishes to you, my friend. Yeah, that's our plan is, because let's punch our time clock here in the States and go there where we're it's Asia. We're respected. We're senior citizens and we're respected, and it's safer there. Yeah, there is Muslim extremists and there is communist extremists that commit acts of murder and kidnapping and things like that. But
that's like in any place, any country, and virtually anywhere.
Correct, CR. There is no utopia. There is none.
Yeah.
No, that's only a dream.
Yeah.
And
a sweet dream that will never
happen. You're right.
Hendo,
Shadow.
I agree with you. I like Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Oh, you live in Oregon? They're Warrior Queen? Yeah. I'm in the Seattle area. Yeah.
Hopefully you live in Eastern Oregon.
Well,
I was told that Eastern Oregon and Western Washington, Eastern Washington, they're basically like extensions of Idaho as far as the politics go.
Steve, the best advice I can give to you, now you know that they're decriminalizing or legalizing all the drugs, which drives all the property crime in my area. All of it is driven because of drugs. Harden your property. See if you can find some way of locking your property up, and
make it a hard target.
Yes,
make it a hard target.
Yes.
Show that there's resistance.
Yeah. Well,
so to speak.
That's the thing. we got iron. We got a pretty decent heavy duty screen door up front. It's got the iron bars going across. It's welded together. You need a key to open it. Even from the outside, and from the inside, you need a key to open it. So it's not like, they could break out the window through the front door, but it's not, they got to get past those iron bars.
Bingo. That's the kind of stuff.
That's, one of the things they're going to have to do. The other thing too, we keep the gates locked going to the backyard. They're locked. I usually park my pickup truck in the backyard. I haven't been parking it there because of the snow we'd been getting, and I didn't want it to be snowed in. I usually keep it parked back there, and it's always locked. Keep the back locked. I mean, I got tons of gasoline back there. I've got tools back. I don't want that stuff getting stolen, and I don't want people siphoning fuel out of my fuel tank on my truck.
Go on Amazon. For $25, you can get those audio alarms. That'll give you a heads up that someone's on the outside of your property or inside. Or, dude, you can even put one of those transmitters inside your car. Yeah. I've done it. Trust me, now is your chance to start hardening yourself right now, because this what you said, legalizing magic mushrooms, etc. So it's going to get more and more to the point to where they decriminalize fentanyl and heroin and everything else, And these people are walking around with pockets full of that stuff, and they know the amount that they won't even get detained.
Yeah.
And then let me tell you from experience, man, while they're out roaming around, they're looking at your shit. They're going to get your stuff. And some of them are to the point to where they become beasts, and they don't care about if your wife or daughter is at home. They don't care.
Or they get caught.
Yeah, they don't care if they get caught.
Yeah.
Harden your property right now. If you can. I mean, I don't know how you're living right now, but that's one of the reasons why I got a welder and I started making this stuff myself.
Yeah.
Proactive.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, like I said, I mean, make no mistake, and I'm not being a defeatist. Okay, I'm just being real here. Make no mistake. No matter, like I said, no matter how much hardening you do to your property, somebody's determined they're going to get in.
They're going to get
somebody,
in.
They're going to figure out a way to get in. They're going to see, they might even view, oh man, this place is really hard, and they might view it, hey, they might actually have something that's worth my while trying to break in. But an overwhelming majority of the criminals, though, they're going to see your house like, I'm going to move on to the next place because I don't want to put in that much effort.
Well, yeah,
that is the end goal.
You want to make sure you want to make sure they're taking a lot of time trying to do this, give you the time so you have.
And in my live stream that I did like 3-4 weeks ago with Steve Corsair's trainers, like when I get my future homestead set up, the one where we can house several families and we can pull watch rotation, I would like to have barriers put up. I would like to have a series of trenches excavated around the whole property. A lot of people will think, oh, these are just drainage ditches. No, it's barriers to keep people from being able to drive their 4-wheel drive pickup trucks through my fence, because I want to have fencing up all the way around the property, at least the immediate area where we're all living. And then if I got enough money, I'll fence the whole dang property in. But I want to have it secured, because these barriers, they're not going to keep people out. They are just there to slow them down long enough for you to hopefully get like quick response in there.
Go to the neighbors. That's what they'll do. They'll go to your neighbors. I don't know. I'll see if I took photos of these or not. Let me run outside real quick. I'll be right back. Sure. Take some photos of stuff that I made.
It comes back to what Preparedness Veteran was saying earlier about the time, right? Time's going to be for problem solving, right? If you have more time to work with, then it'll give you more time. But if you have 1 second, you only have 1 second.
See, I figure, like I said, I don't remember where I heard this number from, but if you got the right amount of emplacements set up, right amount of barriers and fences set up, kill zones set up, theoretically, on average, you got them set up correctly, it could give you roughly about 20 minutes response time to get QRF on site, which should be more than plenty time to rally some people up. Even if it's in the dead of night, rally some people up, wake them up from their sleep, and get them on station, get them armed.
That's probably
get them ready to deal with the threat.
Yeah, that's probably.
I know this is like I'm talking extreme. Like I said, I have to emphasize, I am not a tactical guy. I have no tactical experience.
Okay.
And I am not no combat experience.
Steve,
I'm just
I can relate this into the preparedness side for everyone here. Just in terms of not like shootout, but like let's say fire. It could be fire. Let's just say fire, right? So you're giving yourself lead time by smoke alarms, carbon dioxide detectors, right?
Yeah.
A fire extinguisher to buy you time so you can make a response or wait for a response or, leave, bug out, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you might need a fire blanket too.
Yeah, right. Because
I don't have a fire blanket, but I actually last year I installed 4 more additional fire extinguishers on this premises. We already had 2 fire extinguishers, and I was thinking, you know what? We had 3. We had 3 fire extinguishers, so I decided, you know what? I'm going to install 4 more. I installed one in the basement because there wasn't one in the basement. I installed one in the attached garage and installed another one upstairs in the living room, and then another one in the unattached garage. The unattached garage already had one fire extinguisher. Now we got 2 down there, and then the shed's already got a fire extinguisher.
Yeah,
You know,
those are perfect places for your driveway alarms.
What,
Unattached garage? No, unattached garage. Put a driveway alarm out there. You know?
Yeah. Well,
They're only $25.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, we've got the motion sensing floodlights installed in the backyard areas of the house.
Of
Now,
course.
probably should get some installed in the front.
These are some of the weird things.
Even
that
they have solar floodlights too now. That's
those
interesting.
I know it's hard to see, but those are sticks off the cherry tree that I pruned,
Mhm.
and
Okay.
I safety wired them together, so they're along my fence. Here's another one. This little, you can call it tanglefoot.
Yep,
You understand?
Yep. I know what Tanglefoot is.
Okay. Let's see. Here's another one. Those are along my fence, along with a private property no trespassing sign. This is the kind of stuff I sit here and do while I'm instead of sitting around watching CNN. Now you look over my fence and you see a private property no trespassing sign with all of these. It's obvious to see. You can see it. That's why I put all those ribbons and all that stuff on there. And you look over my fence, and you look over the neighbor's fence. It's got nothing. It's got no. Oh, we have a dog. It's a golden retriever, for fuck's sakes. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? They got nothing.
Yeah.
They look over the fence and they see all the cameras and on and on and on across the front of my place. They look over the fence to get into the back door because that's how they get in. They go over your fence and get into your back door.
Yeah.
And they see that stuff and they're going, let's go to the neighbors. This guy's a freaking lunatic. Look at all the stuff he's got. He's nuts.
Yeah.
Let's go to the neighbors. Verna! Oh my God.
Oh,
here we go again.
Here we
Hey,
go.
Verna. Good to see
Hi,
you.
Verna.
Come up here, Guapa. Haven't seen you. Haven't talked to you for so long. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go eat.
That's the biggest smile I've seen on Bob's face today.
Yeah. For today.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then I would like to have concertina wire set up too. I mean, I'm sure you guys probably know what concertina wire is, right?
I'm not familiar with that.
It's concertina wires rolls, giant rolls of razor wire or barbed wire, and it comes in little circular concertinas. You just kind of spool it out. You'd see them if you've seen any World War I movies or anything like that, trench warfare. You'll see wire concertina wires. That was actually concertina wire, barbed wire, but I'd like to be like military grade razor wire. I'd like to be able to set that up too. Just want to dissuade anybody from being able to cut through a fence with a set of wire cutters and try to dig underneath the fence. Yeah, or bolt cutters. I mean, the military grade stuff, that stuff, it's designed in such a way that it cannot be easily cut with a set of bolt cutters. Like it's cut resistant the way it's shaped. But also you need a special set of gloves to be handling it because it will actually tear your skin and your flesh completely up. It'll cut through your skin all the way down into the muscle, as far down to the bone if you're handling it.
Yeah.
That's what I was talking about, Bob. It's like I'd like to also have concertina wire, but that's for when the crap hits the fan. Things get really bad. I don't want to be making it too obvious.
Now that stuff that I put up as tanglefoot, there's going to be more like that. But I've taken a chance of getting sued for that. So, but here once again, my goal is you look over my fence if you get through all the cameras and the lights and the audio alarms and all that stuff, and look over the fence and then look over the neighbor's fence and go, I'm going to the neighbors. You know what I mean? Yeah, I am Verna's biggest fanboy. How are you, darling? I hope you're out there.
Yeah, she is.
Okay, I hope you come up to the on the panel. Been a long time, Verna. We need a lady up here. We got too much testosterone going on in here.
Well, I sexually identify as an attack helicopter.
And Bob has enough for all of us, apparently.
Oh boy, look at Verna. Oh boy, I just woke up. Oh. Yeah, I identify what? I don't know. God. Yeah, I'm so woke. I live by that. You know, I identify today as you know, a pile of walrus crap. I don't.
Oh, so that's what you're tossing around now. Okay, I see. I see, Bob. I see. I gotcha.
Yeah. I remember years ago when I first heard anything about that, I went, "You identify as what?" Please seek God, because you need some freaking help, man.
I will say this much though. I don't know. I have to disagree a little bit with Mind of Jamal, because he was doing his live stream last night, and he was basically stating that transgenders don't need to have firearms. It's like, oh, I don't know, man. I mean, there's there's varying degrees of crazy, and I can't assume that all of them are just completely have lost their mind and gone nutty, you know.
No.
You don't want to generalize.
No.
Like that. It's not good.
I've known lots of trans people, and most of them are pretty harmless, man. They don't want trouble, you know.
Yeah,
I agree with you about that, Bob.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like I said,
they're just trying to survive themselves, right?
I would rather just practice people's Fifth Amendment until somebody actually proves to me that they are a viable threat. I'm going to assume that they're innocent until proven guilty.
Yeah, I believe in freedom. If they should be given, and they do have the same freedoms and rights that we do here in the U.S. Everybody does, you know.
Yeah,
I agree.
That's like I said, that was probably one thing that I got a little, I was like, I kind of disagree with you. I didn't get to say it to him, but kind of disagree with you on the whole transgender shouldn't have firearms. Like, I'm sorry, but even people that are from the LGBT community, they've got actual threats against them, from other people.
They do.
And it's like, I feel that anybody who has a viable threat, they should be able to defend themselves. Even if they aren't being threatened, actively threatened, they should be able to have a means to defend themselves.
Options.
Exactly.
More options.
Yeah.
More options.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's that minimal number of people who would actually act upon hurting someone who's either openly gay or trans. That's a sick person. I don't deal well with crazy people, man. I just get away from me. I don't want nothing to do with them.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh well, and it's like whenever I'm getting bothered by it, it's like, look, congratulations, you came out of closet. Okay, what else do you want me to say? I'm not gonna hold your hand and tell you everything's gonna be okay. I don't care. I really don't care. You do you. As long as whatever you're doing ain't hurting anybody else.
Yeah.
And whoever you're doing it with is a consenting adult.
Adult. Yes,
adult.
sir. Yeah. Adult. Yes.
Mm-hmm. I'm not talking about this whole this whole BS of legal age of consent is 16. I don't give a crap. Unless they are above the age of 18, legal adult, you don't have playtime with them. You don't touch them. You don't try to groom them. You don't even interact with them. You'll leave them alone.
Yep.
And that's why I get pissed off, the whole child grooming. Even at the age of 16 and all that, I don't like that crap.
No, I don't either.
I'm getting way off topic here. We're supposed to be talking about
problem solving here.
Problem solving.
Verna,
well, that is a problem.
Verna, we need you here. We need you here, Verna.
Just like me, I'm not gonna bother any other underage attack helicopters.
No. You identify as an attack helicopter? Okay.
Well, I
Well, you're not
identify.
Airwolf or Blue Thunder.
I'm Air Force, so I identify as an A-10 Warthog.
Hey,
Really? You're right over there, Bob? You okay, man?
Are you
Steve,
sure that's a regular cigarette you're smoking?
Well, I did fall down in the bathtub today, but I'm feeling better now. I did hit my head. Yeah, that's a good one, though.
All right, you should look that up one of these days. You get a chance to. That's actually a meme that came out in 2016 when like all this transgendered stuff came out of the woodworks. This is during the 2016 election. And that's when somebody out of nowhere, and still to this day, I don't know who actually came with that quote. I think that, like I said, it's an unknown person, but there's a long-winded quote, but basically the guy states, I sexually identify as an attack helicopter. And all it was to basically get a rise out of the LGBT community.
Just to see what they're going to do, huh?
Oh,
Yeah.
and it
Oh, yeah,
worked.
yeah.
It worked excellent. I mean,
Mhm.
there were people that came out and said, well, attack helicopter is not a real gender. Well, you're I can't remember. They
Oh, my
basically
God.
use their own
Poking
rhetoric against them.
Poke the bear. Poke the bear. Yeah. Well, I saw an episode. You know who that Steven Crowder or Louder with Crowder?
Yeah.
He's on here on YouTube.
Yeah.
And they did something like that. There was a meeting of all of the woke folks in some university. Universities are a breeding ground for this stuff. But they took one of their assistants on the show, his Asian guy, and they dressed him up in boxes, and he identified as a computer. And they put him into that. They threw him out. I am a computer. I'm a computer. And they threw him out of the meeting. Yeah. Well, what? He was not allowed to identify as a computer. Like,
this kind of goes back to what Mr. Medicare had done. Mr.
Okay,
Medicare
Guapa.
and even Adosa Buckley had talked about, and this was back in 2015. They had this whole movement going about where they call it other kin, where it's basically it's millennials, okay? Millennials and Generation Z people coming out of the woodworks and saying, mostly millennials, I have to say mostly millennials, unfortunately, mostly my generation, they're coming out of the woodworks and claiming that they were born in the wrong body, and some of them would claim, I'm a werewolf, I'm a unicorn, I'm a deer, I'm this, I'm that.
Hi, Huga. CB.
But, like I said, it just kind of goes back to that. It's like, this is just some of it, I'm sure some of these people probably have a legit disorder, mental disorder in their head, and they might not want to recognize it as a legit mental disorder. And then some of it is just people just coming out there for attention.
Yeah, I think that a lot of it is. Yeah, I agree. I identify as an attack helicopter.
R2D2 got expelled from university. Scream racist, marginalized minority.
It was funny. I think you can find his channel, but they took this Asian guy and they put him in boxes and painted it white and stuff. And he goes into the meeting, beep, 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 beep. I am a computer. Beep, 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 beep. I'm a computer. And so all these butch, and you can't be here. Get out of here, boy. You're not one of us.
That reminds me about a TV show that was on when I was a kid. I don't remember the name of the TV show, but there was a robot that said, beep, 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 beep. What's that matter, Buck?
Like that. That's how this guy was acting. And he wasn't causing a ruckus or a scene, but he identified as, and they, no, you get out of here. You're going to leave. Look at my comfortable shoes. I'm a woman in comfortable shoes. You got to leave. What would I identify as? I don't know.
comes complimentary TikTok and chat GPT, but don't worry, it's safe. We are monitoring you. Okay,
We're monitoring you. Okay. I don't know.
Yeah, no, it's funny though when you go to use their own rhetoric against them. It is absolutely hilarious.
Yeah,
I mean, like I said, there are some cases where some of these people they need some help.
I think they just want to join a group of some kind. Many. They want to be a part of something, you know.
But yeah, when you guys get done, go look up Otherkin. That was something that came up before this whole LGBT thing really became full swing. Like that was the pre-LGBT, crap that came up.
Yeah.
Like I said, I'm not making fun of the people that think that they're women or they're men that think that they're, like I said, or they're women that think they're men. And I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about I identify as pansexual. I identify as gender non-binary. I identify as, gender fluid. I'm sorry, your stream Shadow is definitely going to get demonetized.
But I have no idea yet. We'll see.
But it's just those people, they need help. Just like the other kin folk prior to that movement, that claim that they identified as a dog or they identified as a deer or as a werewolf or as a vampire or whatever it was. Somebody actually identified as being like weather, like they are the weather.
They are weather?
Yeah,
really?
They are weather. I'm like, wow. These kids.
Well, then I might as well identify as snow.
These kids and young adults either did not get the attention that they needed to seek from mommy and daddy, or I don't know what.
But like something here in boot camp. Didn't your mom and dad? Didn't your mommy give you enough attention?
I swear to God, man. Like, I mean, call me politically incorrect, call me whatever you like, call me a fascist or an extremist, but I feel like I'm the only normal person that's left on this planet and everybody else has just gone insane.
I identify as sparkly raindrops. No, you ain't the only one who hasn't gone completely
Mr.
insane.
Sparkle.
I'm sparkly raindrops, Mr.
I like
that.
Mr. Sparkle.
Bob, you could legit go into a crowd of people and do that exact voice and say that. And they'll
I'm
look at you
Mr.
with open
Sparkle.
arms.
Oh God, I used to have so much fun in my working years at Boeing because it's a massive company and we make the airplanes and all, and I remember I'd start at I was directly on the commercial airplanes every day. Yeah. And I'd start back at the pressure dome in the 48 section, start walking down the fuselage. It's pretty much empty when we're making it, and color people, color, because everything, the structure is that green color, and color people. Let's step it up. Come on now. And I do that when we get a big hiring of new employees, and most of the people would keep working and kind of keep one eye on me. But there once in a while there would be a guy who would go,
I like that though. Color people, color. I love it.
Because the aircraft structure is like green, and it's so drab. And I remember the guys who worked with me for long term knew that I'm a voice impersonator, and all that. And I remember one of the inspectors, he was retired Air Force, and one of our inspectors, Charles, cool black man, he came in to inspect a job on the airplane, and I said, Charles, be honest with me, window treatments. Don't we need some drapery, some valances? We could do this, Charles. We can do this. Do you know a drawing number I can put in some valances? Once again, the new employees would be like, Oh, there's something wrong with that. Like, I'm going to bounce out for a minute, guys. I'll be back in the hopes that Verna will be back on cam someday. But I'm going to go.
Oh, we know, Bob. As soon as she comes on, you'll be like, I'm there.
Yeah, I'm going to go move one of my audio alarm sensors outside because I want to go turn it back on. But I'll be back.
I'm going to ask for
Yeah.
your
All right.
contact
No
info.
problem.
I'll send you a private message, okay?
Okay.
Oh, man, that is... Sorry, I didn't mean to hijack your stream like that. That was funny. Huh?
Well, it seems we got into the chill and chat part of it.
On a serious note, no.
Okay. On a serious note.
Yes, on a serious note. Hi, Huga. Hi, CB. Welcome. We got derailed. Face it, we all got derailed on this now.
Pimp my
Yeah.
fly, not ride my bob. Oh God.
Yeah, well, if our butts is off here.
Hendo put that.
Oh, Lord.
I'll be right back.
On a serious note.
I will be right back. I gotta go use the restroom.
Yeah.
Bob got me laughing pretty good.
Yeah. Me too.
I need to empty my bladder.
Yeah, it's funny, Bob. Well, a good laugh doesn't hurt anyone.
Yeah, sometimes
makes-
a little humor. A little humor.
Yeah. Yeah, when you left that much, just muscles in your stomach, well, will hurt. It's like you have done sit-ups for a while.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, this is a memorable. Yeah, it is, Huga. I agree with you about that one. We can talk a lot of shit, given a
Well,
split second.
Well, sometimes sometimes you're gonna break tension.
Yeah. Yeah.
Get into the frame of mind again.
Yeah. Yeah. Yes, in this crazy world, laughter is very good for your mind. Yeah, and your mood too.
Even my tummy hurts now.
Yeah.
I'm just noticing it like, I don't think I'm hungry. I don't think I'm hungry. I think it's from laughing
Yeah.
to a certain degree. Oh no, I really should eat. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah.
Yeah.
Well, sometimes that could be a problem, right? Tension in a group. It's nice.
Yeah. That
You
can
gotta bring it back
definitely
together.
yeah, that can definitely be a problem.
Maybe it's not always humor that'll diffuse the tension, but sometimes it could just be that kind of speech, so to speak.
Yeah.
It's just like a coach, right? That speech a coach would do before a big game, for example, right?
Yeah.
Sometimes to kind of guide people into a direction, so to speak. If that makes any sense. So sometimes it's necessary.
Yeah. I bet having Bob around is never boring. Nope. Not when Bob is here. Well, in a group, as you said, it can be tensions. But if you let the tensions go too far, it can be a serious problem.
Starts affecting your judgment or
Yeah.
your how do I say your you're basically not in the right frame of mind. Compared if you were in a more normal state or a calm
Yeah.
state.
And the risk is you make the wrong decisions, which can be really bad for a group.
Mm-hmm.
If it's really bad, some people in your group may turn up dead because of your bad decision. So,
Yep. Per se, you might have to live with it.
yeah. And that will
Yeah,
definitely
right.
be really tough to live with that. With a mistake
Victim's
like
remorse. Victim's remorse. I think that's what's called, right? That kind of thing. And you see it in popular culture all the time, right? Movies and all that stuff all the time, right? And of course,
Yeah.
it happens in the real world too,
that. Yeah, it does.
right? That should have been me. You know, that kind of saying you would hear
Yeah.
on stuff like that. Yeah, it happens in the real world too, right?
Yeah, it does.
Just like,
It happens almost probably every day all around
and
the
sometimes
world.
it's just because of sheer luck. Sheer luck, for or against it, and stuff like that, right? It's just from I decided to drive this time, or I just we decided to take my car instead, or whatever, right?
Yeah.
Because just like preparedness veteran said earlier about that person got up late, this person didn't eat breakfast, right? They forgot to charge their phone all the way, right? Where it kind of it's steering towards a direction of like, I wouldn't say of no return, but where it's not. There's gonna be a toll on the toll booth, metaphorically speaking, right? There's gonna be a toll that you have to pay.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's not gonna be pretty. Hard pill to swallow, so to speak, all right? So
Yeah.
yeah,
Well, spring
so,
now, folks, getting ready to garden again. More this season.
yeah, so to speak. You will see it a lot more. Stuff like that.
Yeah.
So
What are your gardening plans, folks? Well,
I'm
I'm
waiting a couple more, another week or two to start the seeds.
I hope I can put some seeds in.
Well, I'm trying to time it too. So
Yeah.
I'm trying to time it where when they kind of reach that maximum height for the pot, whatever container, it's warm enough that they can be set outside and harden up kind of deal, and kind of get them used to being outside. Then I'll plant them into the ground kind of deal. Kind of give them that time to adapt or adjust to it, right? Give them more lead time, right?
Yeah.
Obviously, when you're first starting, you baby it, right? Because obviously it's very sensitive to change and all that other stuff in the beginning, right? Especially temperature and stuff like that. And you got to add water and all that stuff, right? Like even when I started the sunflowers, it's just like in the beginning I had to baby it. Later on, it was like just add water, right? But in the beginning, I had to make sure I'm like, okay, give it plenty of water, right? Later on, I could go a day or two without it'd still be good, right? But in the beginning, I had to baby it and kind of daily water it and all that stuff. But as soon as it started to branch out, it's just like, it's all good. Hey, it'll rain tomorrow. It's all good. Kind of deal, right?
Yeah.
Just splash some water around the roots, and it's like, oh yeah, it's good. I think that's one thing I noticed about it compared to other things that you might have to tend to, like let's say tomato plants or whatever that you might have to prune. For the
Yeah.
sunflower, it's just like the beginning and the end of its like harvest time was all the work. Everywhere in between was just add water. The sun will do the rest. The birds and the bees or whatever help it pollinate and stuff like that. The bugs and all that stuff. The rest
Yeah.
just took care of itself, right? So it's just like, enjoy the flowers and seeing it rise and all this sort of stuff, right? Enjoy those moments with it.
Yeah.
That's what you got,
Well-
Hugo? Okay, cool.
Yeah, I hope I will get something started this year. I hope.
I see Bob's back. Welcome back, Bob. Yeah,
But-
yeah, me too.
But the problem is the apartment is too cold, so I can't do anything because it's too cold in the apartment. So I had to wait until the temperature goes up here. So
And speak of things growing, I still have my great onion growing. Let's see, it's coming up to like the 10. Actually, yeah, because it's April now. It's actually about 10 months.
yeah,
At the end of May, it will be a full year. And I was, like I said, I was doing that as an experiment just to see it kind of, as long as I can maintain a little bit of water in there and stuff like that. And then just like, oh, it's still going.
yeah.
Still going. It actually flowered this one time. I should have got seeds from it. But
I ordered
hi, Mary.
a binder
Oh,
on the internet.
Yeah. His last
You
video,
remember-
everyone. Yeah, his last
Yeah.
video.
Yeah,
His last video. Go check that out.
and I got this as a bonus.
Cool.
The Latin name is Lactuca sativa, I believe. Oh well, but so this you can begin to put in the soil April to. And from April to July, basically.
This reminds me of something about the quote-unquote food shortages or food costs, right? Problem solving would indicate
Yeah.
try to grow something there. At least supplement something in and hopefully reallocate funds that you would have to.
Hey, Mary
A little bit
Bernie,
more.
good to see you.
Hi, Mary. So, kind of re-inject that kind of problem solving back into this whole thing as a whole. Because problem solving, like I said, involves a lot of things, and it's a day-to-day thing almost. Sometimes it's more serious. Sometimes it's kind of like local or localized. All right, a localized thing, right? Like a toilet backing up. That's a problem
Hendo,
you're gonna deal with.
this is not a flower. This is what do you call it? Lettuce salad. More like it. So. Yeah, sure, Bob. Of course you can come up.
Besides, Bob, you said you were gonna come back English.
Yeah.
Don't make a promise to CR here. No. kidding. We all face it, and sometimes some of us face them more often, and then other people don't face them. But eventually we'll face one of them in our
Yeah.
lifetime. Force us to make a judgment call and all
Yeah.
that stuff, and hopefully we can solve it, and hopefully get through it. Hopefully, right? Because sometimes problem solving doesn't always succeed, or you don't always solve it. Unfortunately, it's just the way it is.
Exactly.
Right? Even in a survival situation, that's problem solving. Like, literally, right?
Yeah.
It's literally DIY or die. That type of situation or scenario. Okay?
Indeed.
Where you're trying to help yourself.
Sorry, guys.
Right.
I had to do a lot more than just use the restroom. I also had to go grab me a bottle of dihydrogen monoxide.
Oh, okay. I thought you just laughed so much that wait, I guess he's just taking a little longer.
No,
He had to get it all out, so to speak.
no,
Okay,
I was taking I was taking laxatives earlier, so lunch came up a little bit soon. So
Yeah.
Like I said, I think the problem solving thing, like I said, trying to apply it into real life situations or things that actually happen to actual people. Maybe not
Yeah.
personally, but because I think this is why I enjoy watching certain things, that problem solving aspect, or even like I spoke to Shadow Hero before the stream, and well, I think I spoke to you about this before, Steve, in
yeah,
terms of like because I'm trying to relate this into everyone here because we all have to do problem solving. Like we can
yeah,
relate this into preparedness part in terms of survival, right? But then there's other problem solving things, kind of like what preparedness veterans said about that kind of quote unquote game show or whatever, right? Games are problem solving too.
yeah,
Like people that do any gaming or whatever, I like games too.
yeah. Well, I was thinking word
You out there like
puzzles.
games too, right? I don't know, some of you like games too, right? There's problem solving aspects in that too, right? It's in a virtual environment, right? But you can still kind of get the gears going in your brain and
Well, I was
kind
gonna
of
say
problem
last
solving.
week you did a classic example of practical problem solving. You mended a set of gloves back together.
Yeah, right. And stuff like that. I brought because I had some skill and knowledge to back that up and experience, right? So I'm like, oh, I could solve this. I'd attempt this out. This doesn't seem so daunting. Broke the problem down to smaller chunks in terms of like isolating certain areas. Okay, let's work on this part of the glove first, then I can work on this one. Then hopefully in time all those things add up and it solves the bigger problem. Right?
Yeah.
Solving the little things and then hopefully it adds up, right? And hopefully, so it seems.
I'm not
See
gonna
how
lie
true
though,
that
if
is?
I had a set of gloves that were like that badly tore up, I probably would have thrown them away. Now, if
I mean, like
they
I said,
weren't
I did
as
that as a
torn up,
challenge.
yeah, as a challenge.
Right, because I'm like, I didn't really have to. I just like, just kind of seem, if I've been doing all this sewing or mending, let's apply it to a real world problem where it's just like, hey, if this was the only one I had, or I had to actually fix them, can I actually do it? I'm like, well, it's not so bad for what. I actually learned a couple extra little things on like, and applying that the skill of sewing or mending and that knowledge of I know how to do these certain little here's some back stitch, here's some ladder stitching or invisible stitching, right? Actually apply it to this problem now, right?
Yeah.
Because gain experience from that, right? I'm a little bit more confident, right? I'd be like, oh, I've seen worse. So this doesn't seem so bad, right? Because sometimes people just don't. It's not that they can't solve it. It's just because they don't have the tools or the knowledge to solve it, right?
Or
It's
they
like
don't
an
have the
engine, right?
confidence. They don't have the confidence. It's like
Yeah, all
I
right,
haven't
because
done
the
anything major before.
uncertainty, right?
Exactly.
Because sometimes it comes down to that. Hence, you know, I mean, like even last year when I went out camping, right? There was some ripped chairs. They were kind of, you know, the folding chairs, right? They were separating from the back. The two bars that come up near the shoulders on the backrest, right? And they're separating with the material, right? And just kind of problem solving that, and everyone's just looking at me. They're like, "CR, you're sewing?" And it's like, "Yeah, I'm fixing the chair here so we can sit in it, right? Because I don't want to sit in it and break it or just like fall backwards, right? I'm trying to avoid that problem, right? Because
Yeah.
it could be me sitting in it too, or something like that, or one of you, right? So in terms of problem solving, I was just like, I just did it in this one morning, and I was like, never had to worry about a problem later, right? Because I'm trying to make it better, not worse, right? And I have that skill and the gear with me, like sewing needle thread to actually do it, right? So just a little bit of time, and I have the time. I had the time, you know. Literally, I'm just waiting for breakfast and sewing, right? And stuff like that. Everyone's just like, "Oh, take a break, here." I'm like, "Oh, I'm almost done. Almost done. Give me another 5 minutes, right? I'll be there, right?" And next thing you know, like we're sitting in chairs that are like kind of not done brick yet. Kind of deal, right?
Yeah.
So sometimes problem solving is being proactive about it too. You identified that this could actually happen, and you're just kind of taking more preventative measures, proactive about it, right? As much as you can, especially if you can't. It's you know that it's probably gonna be easier. It's probably gonna be easier if I sew this up and instead of letting it rip more. Probably.
Yeah.
Because in terms of a chair or whatever, like one of those lawn chairs that we're all familiar with, right? You know, once it starts breaking, there's a certain degree where they're not to be fixable. But if I can delay that, especially since like I said, we're all using it or whatever, right? And I don't want someone just falling back on it. It could be me anyway. It could be me looking like a fool. I'm doing this so I don't look like a fool later if I sit in it and fall back and it falls apart on me. I'm just making sure I don't want to. All right. I'm doing it for my own benefit. I'm being selfish. I'm doing it for my own benefit. It just happens that I'm letting you guys all use the chairs, right? I was joking about that with people, right? They're like, "You don't have to do that." And I'm like, no. I just don't want to look like a fool if I break it. That's why I'm doing it, right? It just kind of. It's the selfless action that's not help everyone else.
Yeah. Sorry.
It's okay.
Oh, I see Huga using a couple of CR words in there.
Yeah.
Second hand, yeah. I think Bob would agree with that too. I know Bob would agree with that.
Yeah. You can find some good stuff on the flea markets too.
Yeah, you never know what you can find out there until you go take a look. And aware of that these items do exist out there or are obtainable. And sometimes it could be as simple as, hey, you know, I had this problem with organization or whatever, but hey, I found this bin, you know, a compartment bin or whatever, or a desk.
Yeah.
Well, I shouldn't say a desk, but
Shelf.
yeah, a shelf. I'm not necessarily a bookshelf, but you know, something like that. And just like this helps solve the problem now. I actually have more room. It's more organized. It's you know, I'm making things better, not worse, right? You know, and it only took a little bit of effort, a little bit of money, but I had to go find it, right? But I found it. I found the perfect piece. It fits right in the corner. It's perfect size, right? You know, it's just like I like moments like that, right? Where you just kind of where it feels like it's coming together. Like it's just like, you know, I'm glad I decided to, you know, take the effort to build it or whatever, right? Because it was so well worth it now. Because now I don't have that problem in terms of, let's say, organization or finding things because that was on the shelf. It's more organized, right? I took the time for it. So sometimes the problem solving is not always survival related or extremely serious, but it is important.
And there we have Bobby's back.
Welcome back, Bob.
Hey guys,
Yeah,
hello.
welcome.
Yeah, Bob. I think you would agree about that secondhand thing that I just mentioned. I don't know how much of it you just heard.
Sorry, Verna didn't come on. She didn't join.
Yeah, I checked to see if she was still with us, and she'd already bounced out. Dang it!
Yeah.
But you still got me, Bob.
No. No. Straight as an arrow right here, dude. You know,
What you don't. Okay, never mind. I'm not.
No, I don't want.
Let's
No.
not go there. Let's not go
No.
there.
No, I don't want.
I'm gonna make this nice metaphor here, but it's I'm not the back my line.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, she's definitely my flavor. You know, Filipina, nice brown skin, very pretty.
Oh,
Yeah.
it's your choice of helicopter.
You know, it's funny. The last guy I was in my last command, the last guy I was with, he was Filipino.
Mhm.
He was the one who says, "Yeah, we're always referred to us Filipinos are always referred to as the dirty Asians." I'm like, oh my god.
I worked with a guy. He was Filipino too. He came to the States when he was about 18, and his English was really good. He was a good friend of mine.
Yeah.
And he always said, "Yeah, that's it, Bob. Blame the brown guy, huh?" every morning when we'd show up for work, I'd shout out a Filipino word. I'd go, "Bayot! Hey, Bayot!" And Bayot is a Bisaya word for gay boy. And, hey, gay boy, you know. Good guy, really good guy. I do miss working with him. He was a solid guy. He'd never, no BS. You know, he'd never lie to you. You know.
Yeah, he'd be like, I'm gonna tell you straight up, Bob.
Yeah, I need to take a
Back
bathroom
rate.
break myself, so
Okay.
I'll be back in.
All right.
I mean,
Okay, Shadow.
Well, we'll know he's back with the
keep
squeaky
this
door
running,
hinge.
guys.
The door-
Mhm,
squeaky
we
door
will.
hinge.
I won't even finish my paragraph. He'll be back.
Mhm.
I know him.
Yeah,
I know him now. I know how fast he is.
yeah,
That would be
Hendo.
weird if he wasn't back. You know, his own streams continuing with his guests.
Yeah. Huga, I
Yes.
get a lot of stuff from secondhand stores, a ton of it. And I mean, let me show you something I found today for flower pot. Just a sec.
Okay, I'm taking wagers on who's gonna be back first, Bob or Shadow.
Probably Shadow,
Let's see.
unless he had to do what I
For
had.
Bob
to
on this one. I'm cheering for Bob on this one.
do. Okay.
Okay, let's see. Let's see.
All I have to listen for is for that squeaky door hinge. Oh, you won. You won. CR won the bet.
What's up?
We were taking bets on like who would actually show back up, you or him.
That's
Wow.
gonna be a flower pot. Got that at a secondhand store.
Is that a
Today-
mixing bowl?
Yeah, something. But I've got drill bits over there on my milling machine that I can drill a drain hole in the bottom of this thing. And
Mhm.
But
it was
then you
for
won't be able to use it as a mixing bowl anymore.
nah, it's not going to be mixing bowls. It's going to be for flowers. Yeah, it was $6, and today was 25% off everything in the store. So, man, I grabbed. I use secondhand plates to go underneath these flower pots and stuff like that on the deck, so that Yeah, wife's gonna. I sent wife a picture of this. She
Yeah.
just sent, "Wow," Yeah, secondhand stores.
Yeah, Higgy Homestead. Hendo, I got 2 canisters of propane yesterday, even though I have enough.
Mhm.
In my opinion, yeah, you can't really have too much of that stuff around unless you're on fire.
Yeah, you're right. You're right, Hendo. I scared Verna off.
It was
Maybe,
my
maybe
fault.
not.
It was my
No.
fault.
Well, she calls me Kuya because she knows I'm married to one of her countrymen. Kuya is a word for means brother.
Mm.
Yeah, brother Bob. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's how
yeah.
the Filipinos are. Is once you marry one, they're real clannish. You're in. Now that you're legally married, you're in.
Mm.
I've just got it. I was gonna say, but stand by if you get a divorce.
Mm. No,
Oh, okay.
no. I mean, we've been a couple for 19 years. We've been married for 15 years. So chances of divorce, not too likely. If
Okay.
she's a good one. I'm going to keep her, man.
Oh
She's-
yeah. Well, I was gonna say most of them are down to earth anyway.
They are. Yeah. That's what I like about them is, yeah.
I like these Western women.
Yeah, I've been there, done that. Learned my lesson. Yeah, this will make a nice. I created a gardening monster. My wife, man. God, we go outside and I want to have flower pots all along the front walkway, and I thought this would be really nice for that. A whole bunch of flowers in there and stuff. And all right, baby,
Yeah, looks nice.
it's gonna cost, but I'll do it. You just you put the money in my account. I'll go get it. I think Sunday we'll probably stop in at a local nursery again, and there's a flower. I'm going to grow mostly flowers, a little bit of vegetables because it's just the wife and I. Our kids are all grown up. They eat their own food.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you're right about that, Hendo. I agree. But
So how old's your oldest between you and your current wife?
My oldest is what, almost 30. So yeah, and my youngest is what, 22.
Oh, okay.
They don't even want to hang out with mom and dad anymore, man. They just Well, I got two
You guys are
American
square.
kids. I got 2 American kids and 2 Filipino kids.
Okay.
And I raised those Filipinos as my own kids. They call me dad and, son, daughter. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Daughter's out on her own. She struck out about a year ago. And I'm impressed with her because she did not want to attend university. She saw all the wokeness that's part of it, why she did not want to go to a university. She didn't want to be exposed to that. And so she's now a freelance artist. She has her own website, and yeah, she's writing. She was writing a program last I knew, some kind of a communication program. She's one of them brilliant little Asian chicks, I mean, but yeah. Well, as far as I'll give you an example of why she didn't want to go to university was like, when she was in high school, they gave the students a day off or half a day or whatever to protest firearms.
Huh.
She and 2 or 3 of her friends, all of them from India and all that. Oh, you're going to give us a day off? Okay. So they went and had coffee. They didn't. They're not brainwashed. Several of them came from other countries, and they realized that you got to have a way of protecting yourself, and they would not participate in it. And that's when she saw what the universities are doing, and she was like, I ain't having no part of it. She's got a brain. She's a smart businesswoman, and she went out on her own.
Well, that's good.
You bet, man.
Can't ask for anything better than that.
Not at all. No, not at all. Yeah.
And it sounds like she's light years ahead of her own generation.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, she's considered a part of the based on her age group. She's considered part of that Generation Z, or at least the very beginnings of it.
Oh, is that their generation?
Yeah. Because millennial generation started in 1982 and it ended in 1986. So everyone born after that would be Generation Z, and then Generation A, I want to say, let's see, Generation Z ends, I think, in 2010, and I think after that everyone else is referred to as Generation A.
So I think I'm considered a boomer.
Really?
I think so, because my parents were in World War II.
Yeah.
And I think I'm a boomer. I mean,
I know my parents are boomers.
Yeah.
But boomer, let's see, like Generation X starts in, I think, was it 1970? Started in 1970 and ended in 1981.
Okay.
So,
yeah. Who's it? Leonard. Oh yeah, good for you, Leonard. Yeah. Here's a picture of my wife when I first met her, all those years and years and years ago. It's a stolen shot. She hates getting her picture taken. It's almost impossible to get her. She's beautiful.
She ain't bad
man.
looking, no.
She's beautiful. Yeah.
Well, I was in the hospital. I was in the hospital for 2 months, and I was recovering from the Sniffles 19 virus.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, one of my second favorite nurse was actually from the Philippines, and we had a nice, good conversation. She's an older gal, but she was. I don't remember how the conversation started off, but she's, she started talking about the eruption of Mount Pinatubo.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
And I was like, and I said, yeah, I was actually born on the year that Mount Pinatubo erupted. She's like, yeah, I was a little girl. I was like 13 or something like that. And I was like, yeah, just stuff like that. I don't remember.
Mm-hmm.
And then we started talking about, just kind of the things that are messed up in this world and how people really need to consider getting prepared, get ready for things to go sideways.
Yeah. See, that's a compassion that the Filipino nurses have. They'll actually talk to you.
Yeah.
But I've been in the hospital a couple times, and I speak to them in Tagalog.
Yeah.
And they always do the same thing. Where did you learn that, sir? Asawa ko Filipina babae. So that means my wife is a Filipino lady. And next thing you know, I've got 3 or 4 nurses in my room. Oh, where is your wife from, sir? Are you hungry? Can I bring you some food?
I'm taking notes, Bob. I'm taking
No,
notes.
it's true,
okay?
dude.
I'm taking notes.
Especially now that I got some gray hair and they know I'm married.
Okay. So I need some gray hair. Okay. Wise wisdom, wise words.
Yeah, thank you, Leonard. Yeah, that was my wife all those years ago. Man, well, she was a practicing black belt in martial arts, and I'm a butt and legs guy, and I tell you what, she had an ass like Iron Man. I mean,
of course. Bob likes his assets, right?
Yeah,
Bob likes his assets.
No
surprise.
She had a butt and legs like iron. You old GIs know what this means. I could bounce a quarter off of her ass, Like, I don't know how they did in Sweden with your drill instructors there, Swede, but in the U.S., when you make your bed, you got to pull those blankets so tight they could take a coin, and if it doesn't bounce off of your bed, do it again.
They didn't do that to us.
Well,
again.
When I was in the army, it wasn't like that, but maybe in the 70s, 60s, and back, they might still had that. So,
Yeah.
but when I was in the army, no, they didn't drop the coin and check that if they bounced or not.
Mm.
They didn't do that. They
Yeah.
just checked if it looks nice and
See,
Yeah.
when I was in, at least while I was in boot camp, like when I was in, in ace, when I was in my basic enlisted submarine school, my torpedoman ace school, my basic mechanical skills school, when I was in the fleet, all they cared was that the bed was made. They didn't give a crap. The sheets were nice and taut and everything. But when I was in boot camp, the sheets had to be taut, but they didn't do no bounce a quarter or anything. They just checked to make sure that you folded the triangle on the sheet at the end of your bed. And then we were given one gray wool blanket. So we had one bed sheet, one gray wool blanket, and we had to fold the gray wool blanket in one particular fashion. So it'd be like a little square, and it had to be positioned just right at the end of your rack. And then you'd use your notebook to fold the top end of your sheet down, and it had to be folded down to the width of your notebook. And
ours was 4 inches sheet exposed. Ours were the old OD green wool blankets that said US on it.
Ours didn't say US, but they were gray wool blankets.
Yeah, ours were OD green since the Air Force is part of ground forces, and I remember you couldn't see that US on it, had to be turned over, and the way our instructor told us was that if it has US, if you can see US, that means us. That means you've got another man in your bed, and we ain't having that.
That's funny.
Those little things that stick in your head forever, we ain't having none of that,
So the US was not allowed to be exposed.
No, it had to be upside, against the sheet.
You put that, Hondo.
Yeah, like I said,
I think we're checking off every box on this. Every single one.
Back when I was in boot camp, our bedspreads were gray and white. We'd have a gray wool blanket, and the sheets were white. And ever since then, like my bedspreads, even when I got out, they've all been gray and white. I have a gray top blanket, and I have white sheets. Just kind of. I don't know. It's just kind of one of those things where it just doesn't feel right if I don't have it that way. I don't fold my stuff in the same way though.
Oh no, dude, once you get a woman in your house, all that gray stuff goes away. The women gotta have it their way, and
I want some color. I want to splash of color in here.
Yeah, exactly.
I need flower. I need a floral friggin' bedspread, whatever.
Yeah. Well, I give you fellows examples. Like when we moved at the end of last summer, so we haven't been here a year yet. She took all the sheets and the blankets and donated them, and she had to have all brand new pillows, pillowcases, all that stuff. And I was on a live with Courtney's, and Carol, Fishes and Loaves live. She goes, "Yep, that's how us women are. We get a new place, we want new bedding." And okay, so I guess that's just one of them genetic things, I suppose.
Supposedly, you're supposed to understand the comment on screen right now.
Oh yeah. When I was growing up, Huga, that was a big thing about the length of the girls' skirts. Yeah, but I recall when I was little, girls had to wear a dress to school. But when I was about the 6th grade, then the girls could wear pants. They changed all that around in the public school system where I was. It's a lot different when I was going to school than when you younger people were going to school.
Was that for just public school, or is that for private school?
That's public school, yeah. And I recall one girl, we were in the 6th grade, and back in those times they called them hip huggers jeans. They're a real low waistline where you could see her hip bones sticking out, and no, they sent her home to change her clothes. It was way different back then,
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, Hendo, I'll talk to you about that. Yeah, I get special treatment in the hospital. Yeah.
Oh, okay,
Well,
okay, okay. I'm taking notes, Bob. I'm taking notes.
it is true, because once you're married to one, then
You're in the club.
you're in the club. Yeah. That's why I know for a fact, if the only thing that would make us have to bug out of here would be Mount Rainier exploding.
Yeah.
And there's 5 Filipino families within walking distance in a safe area, and Filipinos will always take in another Filipino.
Yeah, you were saying that the last time I was talking to you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we're in pretty good shape there.
Hmm.
There was
Working
another mountain chain that actually freaking what's his name? Sorry, I'm already drawing blank. Sorry, Gray Man Previn was talking about down in
Yeah.
Southern California.
Yeah.
He was saying that there's a possibility of that exploding with these sun cycles affecting the magnetic pole shift, on our Earth.
Yeah.
It said that was the major mountain chain that caused most of the wildlife in western part of North America to go extinct.
Yeah, I know the Cascade Mountains. I mean, down in California they call them the Sierras, and here in Washington they call them the Cascades. There's a mountain chain that runs from Canada all the way down to Mexico.
Yeah, I'm familiar with it.
The Rockies.
It branches
they're west
off
of the
from,
Rockies.
Yeah, it branches off from it.
Yeah. Mm. Yeah.
Yeah. It's because the way that the tectonic plates are formed together.
Yeah,
It's
they say that the Pacific plate is sliding underneath the continental shelf.
Yeah. Subduction. It's called subduction.
Subduction. Yeah.
Yeah, subduction, I think.
Hey,
Somehow
Thor,
I know random words like that.
Thor's here. We got another Canadian.
Oh,
Right, man.
Another Canuck.
There we go.
How do you guys? How do the Canadians feel about some Americans call you guys Canucks? Is that okay, or I mean, do you guys use that?
I don't usually use that. Personally.
Did you guys call each other Canucks, or?
I just call for friend.
There's Verna. Hey, welcome back, Verna.
Oh, see now Bob's like, yes.
We call ourselves Canucks.
Oh, you do? Okay.
Never heard that word before.
Yeah. I heard that one from my dad because the Air Force base up here, they have Canadian Air Force that actually shares the same airfield, same runway.
Mm-hmm.
And they also got some Canadian some of the Canadian forces stationed up here in NORAD.
Yeah, the Canadians came to. I was stationed most of my time at Nellis in Las Vegas, and the Canadians came in and out of our air base all the time. Same with the Navy and the Marine Corps and the Army, all of them. Actually, with the farthest away military that came to our air base was the Norwegians and Koreans, Filipinos, and then the Japanese flew a squadron out to practice dogfighting and bombing with the Air Force. And I was quite surprised to see that, because they're known as a national defense force. And I saw these old F-4s coming in for a landing with that big red meatball on the side of the airplane. It's like, wow, no kidding. The Japanese are here, man. That's cool,
Well, they need practice too.
Yes, sir, they do. They all learn from each other.
Yeah, especially with the threat of North Korea down there in the southeastern Pacific.
Yeah, yep. Yeah, a tragic thing happened when the Norwegians came to Red Flag, way out over the desert. They were flying F-16s, and they clipped wingtips. 2 of their airplanes did, and one airplane made it back. He had about 2 or 3 feet of his wingtip was broken off,
Dang.
and the other one, he didn't make it back. He had to punch out. And
did he survive?
He did.
Okay.
But it's out in the Nevada desert. There's little tiny communities out there, and his airplane crashed right in the center of one of those communities. These are nothing more than just like trailers parked out there with a dirt road, and it's crashed right in the center and didn't hurt anybody.
Wow.
Yeah.
Good luck. Back to luck
Really,
again.
yeah.
That is what I call luck.
Very much, yeah. And,
Well, he had the problem and he got lucky.
yeah, his wing got broken right off, and he punched out, and he was okay, but that was a very close call.
Yep.
Is Thor going to join us?
Yeah, I thought he was joining us. I was just kind of
hoping he'd join us.
holding back a little, waiting for him to join us.
Canucksika. Canucksika? Canucksika? What the?
Take care, Hugo. Oh, we're just seeing everyone today.
Yeah, threat of CCP. Japs ramping up their military.
They are very much.
Yeah. My biggest fear right now, I mean, aside from potential asymmetrical warfare, detonation of EMP weapons being used against Western countries like the United States, be them taking over Thailand, or not Thailand, Taiwan.
Taiwan. Uh-huh.
Because then it will be an all-out war. I mean, we'll have to stop our trading with China, like no questions about it. But Taiwan produces, I believe, upwards of 50% of the world's semiconductors. So the semiconductor market will be completely tied up. And everybody remembers those shortages and a lot of stuff. Like Ford, the Ford Motor Company plant over there in Kentucky, they had a whole bunch of vehicles that were partially finished, and the reason why they couldn't finish them is because they didn't have the necessary components to finish up the sensors and the ECMs, the electronic management systems, control modules, because of the shortage on the semiconductors.
Yeah, if that happened, it would stop everybody in the world. And
then of course if we declare war with China, guess what's going to happen with our pharmaceuticals? We ain't going to have them.
Yeah,
like 90% of our farms in the United States. I don't know how it works in Canada, but I imagine it's got to be similar. But 90% of our pharmaceuticals are manufactured in China. Like that's everything from prescription drugs, like life-saving anti-rejection, transplant medications to like your over-the-counter pain medicines, like your Tylenols and everything. It's all made in China.
But there's a recent development with the Philippines is they've invited in, they're cooperating with the U.S. again very, very well. There are going to be 5 new military bases. They're probably already open because in the Philippines.
Yeah.
And because China is doing a lot of bullying out there on the Spratly Islands and some of the other islands, and the new president his last name is Marcos. He's the son of the former dictator. He's invited the U.S. to come back, and one of the dedication, one of the air bases. It's almost all Air Force is going to be for the. What is it? The C-46, the 767 aircraft, in-flight refueling tankers, and KC-135s, in-flight refueling tankers, because they know that Taiwan is a target, and same with the Philippine Islands that are out there, the little atolls. The Filipinos have got a whole bunch of Marines holding their ground on those atolls, and they're not allowing the Chinese to take over any more of them. I think they took over 1 or 2 of them already.
Well, I know they were building artificial islands too, the
Yeah.
Chinese.
Yeah.
And that's been a thing since before I joined the Navy, which would have been about 10 years ago.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he realizes, the new president there, he realizes that we've got to cooperate with each other, because these guys are being the big bully on the block, and they're it's all in cooperation with Japan, Australia, New Zealand, US, Philippines, Singapore, everyone. They realize what the CCP is doing. So, but that's a bummer of a topic. But it's the reality,
Yeah, and then you got lonely little South Korea. They're kind of on their own because they got North Korea right above them.
Yeah, the Koreans
they've been doing some saber rattling.
Yeah.
Kim Jong-un.
Yeah, I wish I had a haircut like his.
A nice square flat top buzz cut.
What is that? But they've already got the Air Force has already got F-22 Raptors stationed in Clark Air Base on Luzon right now. They arrived and they're stationed there since March.
Okay.
And I saw some maps, and Luzon is the big northern island, and Clark is kind of by Manila. And then way up in the north of Luzon towards Taiwan, there used to be 2 Air Force bases there prior to World War II. And those were the 2 targets that the Japanese Empire attacked first. It was those 2 Air Force bases. Because Taiwan used to be part of the Japanese Empire. It was called Formosa back then. And we had, even prior to World War II, our bombers could reach Taiwan, and the Japanese did a preemptive strike and blew up all of our bombers on those 2 air bases, and those are going to be reactive right now. They probably already are, The Air Force doesn't say anything until after it's already done.
That's kind of there's some stuff I wish I could tell you what's going on, at least while I was in the Navy.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, it's classified, but there's some scary shit out there that literally there's probably only one YouTuber that's actually kind of touched base on it, but he's only partially correct, and that's Florida McKee. But he talked about you know who Florida McKee is?
No.
I'm not familiar.
Yeah, he gets into some of the conspiracy topics. He really loves talking about the giants from the Bible, and he loves talking about stuff that's going on in Antarctica. But he talked about the collision of the USS Fitzgerald and the USS Fitzgerald with the ATX Crystal and the USS McCain. That was I don't remember what the USS McCain collided with.
Oh.
But that, I started watching those 2 videos, and that's what really started getting me to his channel. And then he started talking about potential war, back in the day, talking about U.S. potentially getting involved with a war with Venezuela and potentially with the FARC. And I hope to God we aren't getting involved with that, because we're not trained for jungle warfare. We got our asses handed to us in Vietnam.
Oh, that was big time.
We're not trained to be fighting the FARC, even if they are just armed with just small arms, firearms. They've got guerrilla tactics down to a T, and they know that area. That's their backyard.
Yeah,
and I don't think countries like Colombia, with as corrupt as they are, I don't think they'd be much help to us. Sorry.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to win in a situation when the entire population of a country is against you.
Yeah.
And you're funded and supplied from an outside untouchable source, and the population is against you. It's not going to happen. It's just it's not going to happen. You're not going to win. Yeah, but 5 new military bases. One is going to be on Palawan at Puerto Princesa. I've been there because there's a big international airport there, and they're talking about one of the small atolls. I guess Puerto Princesa is going to be Navy and Air Force, and then one of the small atolls on the Spratly Islands, I think, that's probably going to be the Marines, most likely. The Navy and the Marine Corps, because those are tiny atolls, guys, and they got no beer, they got no women, and that's exactly the place where they'll put the Marines. I knew a lot of Marines at Boeing, and they all called it the suck because they got put in the most some of the most remote, desolate places, and that's what I was talking to my wife about the other day. I said that's probably one of those little tiny atolls is probably where they're going to put the Marine Corps.
I'm gonna have to pull up Google Maps here and see what these different atolls are.
There's a lot of them out there. Some of them are Vietnamese, some of them are Philippine. The Chinese already took over some of those little tiny islands, out there already. They already did, and they killed all the inhabitants on those islands when they came in.
Yeah.
And besides, China have a huge problem if they want to invade Taiwan.
Yeah.
For one reason, the reason why they don't invade Taiwan is because the China see what the Russian do to Ukraine, and they have realized that a big numbers doesn't help.
Doesn't help.
So that's why, and they don't. One of the reasons they don't want to invade Taiwan, and they have another problem because Taiwan is an island, and you can't just take the whole navy because they would shoot you down and sink every ship you have.
Yeah. And the Japanese.
Because they have, and they have anti-ship missiles.
Yeah. The problem is, though, the Chinese do know where a majority of their anti-naval, anti-aircraft batteries are, if you will, because they're stationary. They can't just move them.
There's a. I remember I was delegated to stand guard once on these steel frame out there at Nellis, and all I could tell was they were some type of a missile in there. So, shut up, airman. You don't need to know what these are. Okay, just stand guard. All right. I found out just about a year ago what those were, and we had these back in the 80s. They're a steel frame that slides up into the back of a cargo plane. And they're full of smart missiles. You imagine how smart the missiles are now.
Yeah.
Where a bombardier, they load them into a cargo plane, could be any cargo plane, and a bombardier connects to the missiles, and he tells them where each one of them goes for primary, secondary, or whatever. And they drop these out of a cargo plane midair, and it points down at the ground, and then the missiles launch. And then every missile goes where it's at. Now, you think about they're designed for anti-ship, they're anti-anything. They'll find a ship out to sea, and they can drop those from cargo planes way out in the Pacific, and those things will go right towards their target and hit.
They sound a lot like the Tomahawk cruise missiles that the U.S. Navy uses.
Yeah, similar to it. Yeah. but they're delivered from a cargo plane. You know, the cargo plane is untouchable. It's way out there.
Yeah.
And he can fly back to California or wherever and get reloaded and keep bringing them in. You know, and the Air Force has got a bunch of cargo planes. So
yeah,
you know, and
I was going to say the Air Force, they also have that Moab.
Yeah, the big bomb.
Yeah, the largest conventional explosives ordnance bomb.
Yeah,
and I think that's also considered a smart bomb as well.
Yeah, these they're I don't know, I don't think they're called cruise missiles, but they're like that. They're pre-programmed, and they're smart. And you could fill up 30 cargo planes with 100 of these in each cargo plane and drop them off, and they just turn around and go back. But going back to what Shadow mentioned about how they've seen the Ukraine is a perfect example of a war that you're not going to win, because the Ukrainians are being resupplied and rearmed and funded by an outside untouchable force, and the entire population is against you. The Russians are not going to win. You can't stop that. It was the same with the Allied forces during Vietnam.
Yeah.
The Chinese,
the was it the Hanoi Trail or whatever was it?
Ho Chi Minh,
Ho Chi Minh Trail. That's right.
Yeah. They were
supplied by the Chinese,
the Chinese and the Russians, and they were being funded by both. And we couldn't attack either one of those countries, and we couldn't stop the supply lines, no matter how hard they tried. And then you got the entire Vietnamese population that's against you. Yeah. Ukraine is exactly the same thing. The Russians are. Well,
and I thought some of our GIs, they'd actually discovered that some of the Viet Cong were stationed, they had stationed themselves, or they had clandestine training camps set up in places like Laos and Cambodia.
Sure they did.
Just across the border.
Yeah, sure they did. Well, I worked with and I was served with a lot of Vietnam vets in my time, and worked with them at Boeing too. And one of the guys I worked with at Boeing, he did a career in the Air Force, and he told me about one of the Air Force bases he was stationed at in Vietnam. He knew when they were going to get hit with rockets and mortars. And I said, how did you know? He says, well, we had civilian employees on the base, and they wouldn't show up for work.
That's pretty good. Pretty good indication.
Yeah, they knew that, okay, no one's there to cook or transportation or whatever the civilian employees did. Well, they're not at work today. We're going to get hit.
Yeah, they got the intel first.
Right. Their network was that tight,
Yeah.
And the thing with China, here's the thing with China. They are pretty smart anyway.
They are.
They say they always have this saying, they don't want to get into a fight they can't win.
Right.
Or a war they can't win. They don't. They are that smart, so they don't do that. Because it's not worth it.
I can't see them attacking Taiwan. That would be bad for business, dude.
Yeah.
For everybody. But choking them off as a show of force with their fleet of ships, I can see them doing that. I can see them doing that. But as far as going in there and invading the main island of Taiwan, they'd be cutting their own throats. Where are you going to get your where are you going to get your semiconductors at now?
Yeah, cutting the hand that feeds you.
Yeah.
Well, I think the idea is that they would take over the factories that make the semiconductors.
Yeah, they'll take over the hand.
They take over whatever infrastructure is there on the island.
But you know what those Taiwanese are going to do? Wham! They know that's a target, and they'll take care of it. They'll take it out.
Yeah, before the China can
use it against them.
their soldiers. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, use it against them. Yeah, but they'll take it out. Just, I mean, they would do the same thing that we would if we got invaded. Oh, you know that there's all these artillery shells stationed over here. Well, we're going to blow it up before you can get to it.
Yeah, scorched
Yeah.
earth.
Yeah, I don't think we'll see boots on the ground so much. Maybe some sabotage, but a naval blockade. Yeah, they'll probably do something like that, just as a show of force.
Yeah, I'm just hoping things kind of simmer down. Hell, I'm hoping this whole Ukraine Russia war comes to its conclusion, pretty soon here, because I don't want us getting involved with that. We don't need to be.
Yeah.
When I say us, I'm talking about America and NATO. We don't need to be sticking our necks in there.
Yeah, but every dictator's got to have his war.
Yeah. Well,
Right now it's Putin's war. So
I think they need to forcibly have Zelensky removed.
mhm. Yeah. But I still say that we've got more of a real genuine threat about street crime in our daily lives than anything else.
Yeah.
More likely to happen.
Yeah.
Did you hear? I guess China they bought out. I mean, I know they're looking at they were in the process of taking over South Africa, but I guess they'd taken over some other countries in South Africa, so they got fertile land to grow.
Yeah.
Because of the desertification of their own country. That's their biggest Achilles heel. They got a large population, but they don't have the means to keep that population fed. And if the population ain't fed, you're going to have a lot of insurrection. I don't care if they're disarmed or not.
One of their biggest targets or goals, as I see globally, is taking control of the sea lanes. There's some of the islands near Singapore that they're taking over. They're part of Indonesian islands.
Yeah.
And that's why that channel between Vietnam and the Philippines, they're taking all of that over so that they can extort any foreigner who wants to drive his ships from between the Philippines and Vietnam down to Singapore, which is the largest seaport on the planet. Singapore.
Yeah. Have you ever heard of the Belt and Road Initiative?
Yeah, I've heard of that. Yeah.
Yeah, they're doing that too. They're building all these roads.
Mm-hmm. That's financial. That's where you owe us all this money now.
Yeah,
because we're paying for it, and yeah.
I guess I wouldn't expect myself to ever say this because I never really gave too much thought about the nation of India. Not that I'm saying that they're bad or anything like that. I just never really given them a whole lot of thought. But I mean, things really start cracking off. They're probably about our one ally that we could probably gonna have to start dependent on, because they've got just as much at stake, against China as we do.
Mm-hmm.
They don't like China, as far as I'm aware. They're still at odds with China. They
don't like them. You can find videos here on Star Homestead. I sent him a couple of videos that the Chinese are trying to come across the border in India, and they have been for years. They literally have, both sides have soldiers stationed right on the border, and they get into fist fights every day.
Oh, fist fights.
Fist fights. Yeah.
Sorry.
a couple of Indian soldiers have been killed by the Chinese because gunfire broke out in one location. Because the Indians know that you don't let them get on your soil. You don't let them in. Don't let them in.
Yeah.
Because you'll never get them out again, So the first thing that the Chinese tried to do was open the old China-Burma road from India into China, and the Indian military went out there and they stopped them. Wow. They were building bridges and all that, and it's for trade. And the Indians went, "What do you think? We're stupid? We're not dumb. We're not letting you in here." Yeah, economic power.
Konnichiwa, Fumina, Suzuki.
Oh, Miss Suzuki. Yeah.
Good to see you.
Yeah. That's another pretty lady right there. She's very attractive.
Konnichiwa.
Konnichiwa.
Yeah,
Ohio.
she's a wonderful woman.
It's what I don't get this Shadow, man. He gets all these good-looking women in his.
I know, right?
Yeah.
That's why I'm here all the time now.
So
He
I
just-
guess it's settled there, Bob. I guess ShadowScoutSwede is the better looking man of the whole thing.
Oh,
Damn Damn it. I don't like you no more, Steve. I don't like. You're not coming over to my birthday party. I'm taking my toys and I'm going
not taking
home.
his side. The evidence is just presenting itself. You know what I mean?
I'm taking my toys and I'm going home.
seems
All
obvious.
right, you go ahead. All right, Clark Kent, about your comment. The end of all things is near, my friends. The rapture of church. Okay, I'm gonna spell a few things out.
I'm gonna go take a piss.
Mankind throughout all of history has been predicting the end of time, and nobody. In all honesty, there is a passage I remember from scriptures stating that you will neither know the time nor the hour for basically the end times. Although there's a lot of things that seem to be kind of coming about, the debauchery, the corruption and everything, we don't actually know when the end time is. The other thing I'm going to say is the rapture, it's a bunch of BS. It's a bunch of BS that the Catholic Church cooked up back in the 1800s. I think it was back in the 1840s. Don't bet your life. If the end times are really coming, don't bet your life. Don't bet that you've lived a good enough life that you were humble enough that you think you're actually going to be getting raptured. Don't put all your eggs in one basket. I know I'm not a good person. I mean, I'm good, but I'm not that good, if you know what I mean. I'm human. I've made mistakes. So.
Welcome, Rina Hashimoto.
Hello. Konnichiwa.
Yes. Connie Fitzgerald, you're correct.
Yeah, you're right, Steve. No one would know until it's there, and that's if you make it to that place.
Well, and like I said, I know I can tell you without a shadow of a doubt in my mind that the rapture's BS. But even if it wasn't BS, do you really want to bank on the fact that you think you lived a good enough life that you're going to get in on rapture alone? I'm just saying that. I'm just putting it out there for the religious types. Okay, I'm religious enough to say that yes, there's definitely a God of Isaac and Abraham. Sorry if the rest of you guys are a little bit more secular than I am, but I'm a non-practicing Latter-day Saint. I haven't been practicing in years, but that's for personal issues.
Well, like I've said before, it's like a story of a book. Some people can make it till the end of the book, but some people don't see past the first act, right?
Yeah.
So no one will actually know until the end of the book, so to speak.
Oh yeah,
and hopefully you make it to the next book.
And yeah, hopefully
make it to the next chapter, right?
Yeah, I've always kind of referred to SHTF, WRL, Tiatawaki, Second Coming of Jesus Christ. I kind of all refer to as the same thing.
Here's the thing, especially when it comes to the modern society, when we get more and more advanced, we get so complex. The society will be so complex, so it will collapse sooner or later. The question is when, because the more complex we are going to be, it will be much harder to sustain that society.
That lifestyle.
Yeah, that lifestyle. And sooner or later it will be a crack, and that crack will get bigger and bigger, and after a
things
while
will
it
start
will
to fall through.
collapse.
The resources, the people, and so forth. It just collapses.
Yeah.
Unfortunately. Sinkhole, whatever you want to call it.
I've always, and I agree with what you said there, Shadow Scout. Like I said, it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when, and then it's going to be the degree of how bad.
Yeah,
it's
there's an
going
ending
to
every story.
Like every, you look at in history and look at every great empire that has ever existed. Every single one of them has collapsed or failed at one point in time or another. It doesn't matter if it's the Babylonian Empire, the Roman Empire, the British
Maya,
Empire. They've all
Incas.
collapsed.
Mongols. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and there's people out there that think, oh, I'm just going to use the U.S. as an example because it's a prime example. It's going to be different here because we got technology. It doesn't matter. It'll probably be a lot worse because we've got technology and we're so technologically dependent.
I don't have my TV.
I don't have my smartphone. I don't have access to TikTok and whatever else.
I can't reply to Bob.
Well, I just I identify as a corncob pipe, so I'm safe. I'm gonna clean my gardening tools here while we're sitting here chit-chatting.
Mm.
Well, one good thing about the wind and rain we got going on outside here is that my plants are just going crazy. They love it. It's weird. You put them outside in the cool, high wind and the rain, and they just flourish, man.
I didn't stock enough toilet paper. Well, see, Connie Fitzgerald.
Oh, here we go.
There
Here
she
we
is.
go. Here we go. Okay.
Hello, Guap.
Morning.
Hi.
I am gonna go full screen now that we have some beautiful eye candy. Hello, Guapa. How are you, Anak?
Yeah.
Or,
How are you?
You're looking very nice today, Bernie.
Mm-hmm.
I've been learning from Bob.
It's those brown shoulders. Ah.
Careful with the sharp knife.
I know. She's talking about my wife, guys. Careful with a sharp knife.
Yeah.
Filipino wife will castrate you, mister. Cut off that tigas,
I think I knew what that meant.
Yeah.
Yeah, me too.
I don't need a translator to translate
We
that.
don't need a translation on that one.
Every Filipina knows how to use a balisong or batangas, My brother-in-law gave this to me. That's a real one.
Knife.
Yeah, that's a real one right there, guys. That one's from handmade in the Philippines. Man,
Nice.
That sucker is naughty. It's sharp. Damn, it's sharp.
Yeah, it looks really sharp.
It is.
I was told over there in the Philippines they've got these handmade 1911s. They're
oh yeah,
they're counterfeit.
Mm-hmm.
They're counterfeit for the actual 1911s, but they're worth so much money just because how nicely they're made and they're handmade. And it's like...
I know a little bit about that, and they also make 38 specials and 38 supers and different weapons, and there was a group of those guys that got caught by law enforcement. And they did such a high quality workmanship with the most, with just a few tools, that an actual gun manufacturer there in the Philippines hired them. No kidding. Because these guys, it's all broken down into different small shops around, and the parts all come together, and then they assemble. And Yeah, they got caught by the law enforcement, and then I think it was Armalite or someone like that hired them. Hey, I want those guys because the hand fitting and hand finish of all those parts made in different places were such high quality. You're hired.
You're hired.
You're hired. Yeah. What's that?
When
I
you
mean,
start.
that's freaking brilliant. These guys can be in a little place up in the mountains on Cebu and manufacture some of the highest quality handguns. Heck yeah, I want those guys as final assembly and inspecting. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant.
We'll get quality assurance.
Yes, yeah. Now you put those guys in a fully stocked machine shop. Holy smokes, man!
There's no limits to what they can bake, huh?
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess as I understand it, after World War II, I guess some of the blueprints and machining shops, tools were left behind by the United States over in the Philippines, and that's how they were able to make counterfeit weapons and even make some really nice handmade weapons.
Well, they import them to the U.S.
Yeah, Rock Island Armory is
Right.
based out of the Philippines.
Yeah, they import them here now. Yeah, in fact, there's an awful lot of law enforcement and still the military uses a 45.
Yeah.
Yeah, but do you know where? Okay, you know who Eugene Stoner was?
Yeah, he's the inventor of Armalite. Well, the founder of the company Armalite and inventor of the AR-10 and the AR-15 platforms.
Well, what he did was he sold a patent of the M16 to Colt. Then he was still the owner of Armalite, and Armalite moved to the Philippines, and they're still there.
Interesting. Yeah. I've got an Armalite AR-15. I'll have to check to see what the stamp says on it.
Yeah, they're still there. They still manufacture M16s for the Philippine military and police right there.
Yeah, that don't surprise me then, though. The M16s for the military.
The counterfeit handguns go to the underworld.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was told that there are people here in the U.S. that will buy some of those counterfeits because there's such a high price on them because they're so really nicely made.
Yeah, wouldn't surprise me. Yeah, a lot of our machinists in Boeing were Filipinos. They were trained in the Philippines. Then they go work over in other countries as machine operators and machinists, and Boeing picked them up and brought them to make our parts and stuff like that. Yeah, Filipinos work all over the world, man. All right. Anything new with you these days, Verna?
Uh-oh, she's not back at her microphone.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Anything new with you these days? Anything good?
Yes, everything's great. We're going to church. I just came up to say hello.
Oh, okay.
That's nice.
It's Palm Sunday here.
Right on.
Be right back.
Yeah, tomorrow's Sunday here, and my missus will be in mass every Sunday. She never misses mass. Never ever. She gets there with all the other Filipino ladies and talk and eat. In case you guys out there don't know that the priests in the Catholic Church, or at least here, those Filipino ladies treat the priests like they're gold. They always cook them food and spoil the priests like you wouldn't believe, man. I gotta say, Filipinos are really wonderful ladies there, Miss Verna.
Yes, thank you,
Yeah, I have to agree with that.
Mm-hmm. Just taking care of my gardening tools here.
Yeah.
Okay, so I've got my Eagle Arms. Eagle Arms, by the way, is a division of Armalite. This one says Genso, Illinois.
Geneseo, Illinois. Yeah.
Yeah, Genso.
Uh-huh.
I'm not seeing anything on here that says it's made in the Philippines. So.
Yeah. Armalite is, in fact, when you talk about an M16 in the Philippines, they call it an Armalite.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Don't show the gun on a live screen.
Yeah, I got you.
Okay. Yeah. Armalite.
Yeah, that's scary.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I see more guns in the Philippines than I do here in the U.S. Man, there's guns everywhere there, you know.
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah, I
gonna
bet it
say
is.
I'm going now, Kuya.
All
Shadow,
right.
thank you.
Yeah.
See you on
Take
stream
care,
next
Verna.
time.
It's
All
good to
right.
see you
Thank
again.
you.
Nice to see you again.
God bless.
you.
Stopping by.
Be safe, everyone. God bless.
God
Thank
bless.
you.
Keep up with the round shoulders.
Yeah, thank
Morena babae. Mm.
See, Bob.
Sarap.
See, Bob. I'm taking notes. I'm learning from Bob here.
No, you got to say
I'm learning.
mas.
I'm learning from the wise.
No, you say masarap. Morena babae. You got to do that
Thank you. Thank you.
manly.
Yeah. See you around.
All right,
I will
take
see
care,
you in the
Verla.
chat.
Much
Take
love.
care.
Steve, she's
Yes.
single. She's single.
Thank you, Bob.
Nice of Bob to help us here.
I'm
Always
just
helping.
trying to
Yeah.
help. Just trying to help. Yeah.
I appreciate it.
Thor says a number of KAC rifles says stoner on them since he worked with Knights and Reeds so much. Okay.
Yeah, Knight's Armament, that's CAC. I've got Knight's Armament upper receiver for my Palmetto State Armory AR-15 I built. That's the one that you guys see in my last video. That's the one that looks like an M16.
Oh, okay.
That's my Palmetto State Armory one.
Is it in 5.56 also? Or?
Yep. Oh, yeah, all three of them are in 5.56. I got a Bushmaster, I've got an Armalite, and I got a Palmetto State Armory.
I've never heard of Palmetto State. That's
Yeah, it's based out of South Carolina.
Oh, okay.
Now, like I said, I bought that Palmetto State Armory one. That's the first one I built. I bought the lower receiver from a gun show, and then I bought the upper receiver and barrel online, and bought the A4 style carry handle rear sights online, and I bought it's like I said, it's got a Knight's Armament upper receiver, and then I've got a Fail Zero nickel boron bolt carrier. It's supposed to be easier to clean.
Cool.
It's supposed to be more reliable than a standard black steel bolt carrier. By far, probably one of the most expensive guns I've built, which is $1,400 with no frills on there as far as anything extra.
Yeah. I've just left mine right out of the box.
Yeah.
Right from the factory, and no special sights or anything. I still just use iron sights.
Yep, that's the way I am with all mine. I've got all of them got iron sights. The only thing I like to add is I might add like a laser sight. And I try to add a flashlight to every single one. Because I got no special night sights on them. So I'd like to have a flashlight, and I'd like to add like a vertical foregrip. That's about it.
Yay.
New transfer pump works nice.
Yay.
Transfer pump for what?
I have no idea.
Water?
Yeah, might be.
Or
I got
some
transfer
sort of
pump
fluid.
that I use for fuel. I got a little hand pump transfer pump that I use for fuel. Yeah, Thor. I don't know how you guys are dealing with that over there. Fuel
Dealing with
transfer pump. Oh,
oh
the stupid gun laws that were passed over there in Canada.
oh yeah.
Like they basically banned a whole new list of guns. And like, for instance, I guess handguns. You can't, if you own a handgun, you can no longer transfer that handgun to another person, and you can't sell any new handguns.
That sucks.
Yeah, and I think some of the assault rifles. Well, I'm using the term assault rifle loosely because they're, it's kind of a misnomer, but
Mm-hmm.
some of the rifles they classify as assault rifles, like the AKs, the ARs, and SKSs, are not transferable. Bunch of nonsense. D-cell terrapump. I've never heard of a terrapump.
I can't say I have either.
But
Me too.
yeah, Steve, I'd recommend to you to get some of those driveway alarms like you heard chiming over here, and harden your house up, because as they legalize more of the dope, that means more property crime.
Yeah.
You're going to lose your stuff if you. I'm speaking from experience.
Yeah. I'm hoping to be moved out of here before long. Like I said, I'm not going to stay here much longer. As soon as I graduate from line school, I'm going to be putting in applications down Texas.
Right on.
I'm expatriating myself from the state. I'm not like Steve Corsair's trainers, where I'm just going to stay here and fight the good fight. I've already fought the good fight for almost 6 years now. I'm done. Like it's really gone farther and further downhill within the last 5 years that I've been here since I got out of the Navy.
Yeah, I'm staying here, and we did move out of a really bad area to a much safer area, and I'm going to stay here in Washington State until we, like I mentioned earlier, when we get too old and it's time to go, go overseas.
No, man, you're supposed to be like RJ or AJ or AG Arizona Homestead, and you're supposed to be 71 years old, and you're not going to be a coward. You're going to stand your grounds. And
yeah.
What? I thought Bob was only 50.
Yeah, can you believe what that guy said to me? Was like, people like you who are running away, and
what the fuck are you talking about, dude?
The thing is that he just said, and he was doing that old method of don't let someone get a word in edgewise to, to assert his dominance.
I'd seen the way he was talking to you was completely uncalled for. And again, like I said, I will say this much. He might have seen combat. He might have been a combat veteran, but it's highly unlikely that he's special forces. And it's also highly unlikely that he was active duty law enforcement. I've known special forces guys, and I've known combat vets, and both of those guys, they're tight-lipped. They don't say a word what they did. Hell, the special forces guy didn't even know special forces. His son was the one who actually told me that he was special forces.
Yeah.
He told me what when I asked him about his career in the Army, he was just telling me, yeah, it was mortars, and I was the liaison for these different militaries and these different foreign, he didn't
playing it down a little.
Yeah, no, he really did. He played it way down. And then he told me about how he was a drill sergeant for the Army, but he not one time did anything, blurp out of his mouth as far as being, yeah, it was special forces. No, he didn't say that. I had to figure some of that out on my own. But
a lot of those guys, you can tell by their mannerisms. They're real calm. Highly intelligent.
Low key too.
Very smart people. Very, very smart people. And they're calm and just, did a lot of push-ups. You know what I mean? But I really I made a video about how many honest people are on YouTube. I should have stated it differently. How many prepper channels are honest?
Yeah.
And maybe it's larger than 1%, maybe, but there's so many fakes out
Exaggerators,
there. Yeah, exaggerators.
exaggerators, hyper exaggerating.
Yeah,
Yeah. I
yeah,
mean, it's one thing to kind of say, "Oh, it wasn't 6 feet; it was 10." Totally different to say it was 60 feet, and
yeah.
when
And
it's 6.
how big was that fish you caught? Oh, it was that big, but it was really,
Yeah.
yeah. And my life experiences, I was law enforcement and on and on and on. It's like, you know, really,
Yeah.
or yeah. But I'm right straight up front. I was in the military. I was in the Air Force, and I fixed airplanes. And if you can't be proud of that, then what can't what? I'm just not raised that way to be
Yeah.
to be a liar. I'm not like
Yeah.
that, and
Yeah,
I
neither am I.
detest a liar. I detest them. I hate them.
Yeah, and I get and I especially detest a liar who likes to lie about their military service or their non-military service.
Yeah, yeah.
But like, I hate it when people like to make fun of or just discount, like I said, the supply guys, the support personnel, the cooks, and it's like, dude, their jobs are just as important as the guy in the front lines pulling the damn trigger, if
He
not
wouldn't even
more important.
he wouldn't even be there
Yeah.
if it weren't for everyone else who it's like a pyramid, And, yeah.
Yeah, but I talked to Steve about that same guy. I talked about the brought up the whole thing, how that guy was being disrespectful to you. And it's like, I
Yeah.
said the same thing to Steve. It's like, look, maybe the guy, he might have been a combat vet. Okay. It's very well possible because there's a lot of guys that experience combat, but each one experience a different degree of combat. You got some guys that are behind the sandbag emplacement that are manning machine gun, just laying down suppressive fire. They don't know what they're hitting. Hell, they don't even know for a fact if they are actually hitting the enemy. They're just trying to keep them back. And they're still classified as combat vets. And then you got the guys that they're going door to door, or they're actually in the thick of the shit and they actually got confirmed kills. Like for instance, like the one combat vet that I'm friends with, Vietnam vet. It took him years to actually open up to me, to tell me, what he'd actually seen and what he'd done. Like I said, he was a tunnel rat. He actually knows exactly how many of the Viet Cong he actually killed.
He's right on him.
Yeah, he said one of them that still haunts him till this very day is the guy where he literally rounded the corner in the tunnel and the guy was standing right there and he shot him down with his 1911.
Yeah, yeah.
So like I said, there's different degrees of combat vets. So I will say, I will give Arizona Homestead or RG Arizona or AG. I'm not sure what it is. I will give
RG.
Is it RG? I will give him this. Maybe he was a combat vet. Was he special forces? Highly unlikely, unless he can actually present me a DD 214 that states that he got out from a specific branch of the special forces. Like he's a Green Beret or he was Marine Force Recon or Navy SEAL or Air Force PJ. Unless he can actually produce something like that, like I said, I'm just going to assume he's just full of hot air as far as that goes. But I will give him, just for the benefit of the doubt, I'll give him the combat vet. Maybe he was a combat vet, but again, there's different degrees of what a combat vet is.
But
like, you got combat vets that were just feeding artillery into the freaking the cannons and just shelling the place. They're still classified as combat vets. Sorry.
But I'm not just talking about him, but there are so many prepper channels out there that just overinflate themselves. It's just
exaggerate a little more than you would like.
Yeah. I was a former federal agent and on and on. It's like, I just unsubscribed from 2 more channels recently because of that behavior. I just
Well, I
can't.
hope it wasn't Gil. I think Gil's legit. Did you hear me?
Yeah.
So, did I tell you guys what I just saw? Did
What?
I tell you guys what I just saw? I think it's a sign that the spring's coming. I'm seeing the geese in the sky.
Right on.
I seen
Like
your
I just
little-
saw what I just
I
saw
seen your
a goose in the
Instagram
sky.
post. Yeah, it's like the snow is melting.
It is, man. It is. I can actually show you guys grass,
I'll be able to plant
but
plants.
it's still grass.
Yeah.
It's finally beginning. Yes. About time. About damn time. I'm kind of missing spring. All that hibernation.
Yeah.
I'm starting to suffer from sad.
But yeah, like I said, I'm kind of in agreement with you, Bob. You know, like I said, I don't like hearing this constant. Oh, I was a combat veteran. I'm this and that and the other.
Yeah, because you look at the course of your life. There's only a few years that we spent in the military.
Yeah.
What did you do after that?
Yes. Exactly, right? It's
Yeah.
it's not who you are, it's what you do.
Well,
that
I mean,
defines you,
right?
right?
Like Steve says, a lot of these guys actually make something of themselves, or that are, quote unquote, really actually tactical and not claiming that they are. You don't hear about them. They're not on the internet.
No,
they're somewhere freaking remote. Or some of these guys,
Low key.
their military service, what do? They go join up with Blackwater for real. Like actually join up with them.
Yeah, they do.
They're not out there claiming to be this, that, and the other on the internet just to impress people.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you never hear from those guys. Yeah, they when their career is over, they might write a book.
Yeah.
Some of them do, but but that's after it's over and done with.
Yeah, some documentary style autobiography.
Yeah. Vanessa said he retired Air Force, and what did I do? I did my 4 years, and after that I went to work for Boeing, raised a family, traveled the world.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm just lucky I got in with Boeing, man. They paid well. They paid us good. But, Oh, and during that time I was a secret government agent also too. Yeah.
I could buy, like a person like Gil claiming to be a part of DHS. I don't see that being too far fetched.
Well, the in with DHS is also who's those guys at the airport?
TSA.
Yeah.
I got a little bit of disrespect
Yeah.
for TSA agents. I'm a
Yeah,
little pissed with them guys.
Any international airport you go to here in the United States, there's that big DHS symbol right there.
Yeah.
And TSA is part of it. Are you hearing me?
Yeah, I'm listening.
Yeah.
Math, manga, cum laude, luad. Yeah, I got my associate's degree as an electromechanical technician, but I couldn't find any work. But that wasn't after the military. That was before the military. Yeah, like I said, I didn't do anything special. Just did some figure eights out in the Atlantic on a submarine. That was about it. Was a food service attendant for a while there. I was washing dishes in the scullery on the submarine. Yeah.
All those jobs matter, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, they do.
No,
They all
100%
matter,
do.
right?
They 100% do.
No one gets fed.
Yep.
and I did a lot of maintenance and did a lot of working on my quals, trying to get qualified. You know, that's about the extent of, and then I got exposed to some nasty chemicals and had a traumatic head injury and got out.
Yeah. Yeah, I just served my enlistment. And when it came near the time of the end of my enlistment, I wanted to transfer jobs. I wanted to get off the airplanes and go do something else. And that's when the Grant Rudman Act came in, and there was massive budget cuts. I wanted to, go get stationed overseas. I wanted to go get a different job, but that's when the Air Force said, no, there's no money for that. What you're doing now is what you're going to do. And I went, for this much pay? Are you kidding me? I'm going to do the same, keep going, doing. No, I could go use my skills for Lockheed or General Dynamics or someone else, and see ya. Okay,
Yeah.
if you're gonna just shut everything down, and I wanted to go into like gunsmithing, machine shop, different things like that. I wanted to be a combat arms trainer, or I put in for all kinds of jobs, but then they just know whatever you're trained at now, because that's it. They took 2 years to get me to where I was at, and then no, you're not moving. We're cutting budget.
that was like me, towards the tail end of my career.
Mm-hmm.
They were forced converting my rate, from torpedoman's mate to anything else other. I was trying to apply for Master at Arms, which would be the equivalents of security police for the Air Force or military police for the Army or Marine Corps.
Yeah.
And I was trying to put in for CB, which is construction builder. And I couldn't get any of those jobs. They wouldn't give them to me. And the last one I put in for, which literally was my last pick, was aviation boatswain's mate, aircraft handler. So believe it or not, on my DD-214, it says aviation boatswain's mate, even though I never served a day in an air wing or a day on an aircraft carrier. So I have zero experience in that. I will always claim that I'm a torpedoman's mate first before I even claim that I was aviation boatswain's mate. I might have been aviation boatswain's mate on paper because of my force conversion before getting out, but I was always a torpedoman's mate. The funny thing was, though, I was, like I said, I was medically disqualified from subs because of the chemical exposure, because of the paints that they use on the ships.
Mm-hmm.
And they were concerned because as many times that I'd been exposed to that, and my allergic reactions were getting worse and worse. They were concerned that it was actually a civilian medical doctor who was saying, I'm actually concerned that if you have any more exposure incidents like this, that you're going to go into anaphylactic shock.
Oh yeah, I could get
and that was a civilian doctor that said that. It was not the naval doctors. They were kind of poo-pooing it, and they were putting kind of pushing all this stuff under the rug because the Navy, they're always operating at a deficit when it comes to submarine qualified personnel. And they really did not want to lose me, but they kind of forced to, because like I said, the chemical exposure was the biggest thing. Like I said, I kept having allergic reactions. It was the fumes coming off of these paints, because like I said, it's not your typical oil based or what do you call it?
I get that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's not your typical oil based paints or your latex based paints. This is a 2-part epoxy that they mix together, and when the 2 parts are mixed together, you've literally got 2 hours to get that stuff applied to wherever you need to apply it before it hardens. But while it's mixed up, it's got all kinds of fumes that are coming off it. You have to be trained and fitted with a respirator, be painting with this stuff. And mind you, I wasn't painting with a respirator because I was never trained or fitted with one. And their excuse was because, well, you're not painting in confined spaces, so we don't need to train or fit you with a respirator. But I wasn't having issues with my lungs. I was having issues with my skin breaking out from the fumes.
Oh wow!
It was swell, my face would swell up, and I'd look just like Sylvester Stallone from Rocky Balboa. I just got done having a massive fight because my eyes would swell shut.
I was getting that way on my skin with the hydraulic fluid, aircraft MIL-H5606. Yeah, it was turning my skin red, big blotches of it, and it's like, That's probably one of the reasons why I got bladder cancer right now, most
Shit.
likely from that stuff. You know.
Damn.
Yeah, it was. I had it was all over my upper body because I was always in hydraulic fluid because I was a hydraulic specialist, and yeah, that's one of the reasons why I got out. It was like, man, and the Air Force wouldn't say that it came from the hydraulic fluid. They said it was
Of course.
because you're sweating too much. You know, or they'd say, I don't know what it is, even though another guy who was a specialist like me had the exact same skin condition.
Yeah.
Mm.
And
as
like I
soon as
said,
he
I've got skin
Yeah.
conditions I'm living with right now. Like they just kind of manifest themselves like 2.5 years ago. I got eczema now, and I used to never have eczema, and now I suffer from eczema on my hands and on my wrists. Like the skin never clears up, no matter how hard I try.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't want to take any of these pharmaceutical drugs they advertise on TV like Skyrizi because I hear all the side effects. It's like, no, I'll just live with a skin condition rather than deal with those
Yeah, that doesn't
side
seem
effects
so
they
bad
talk about.
compared to that.
But yeah, no, and like I said, I got force converted as an aviation boatswain's mate, and I found out what aviation boatswain's mates do when they're not handling aircraft or refueling aircraft.
I don't know.
They're chipping paint and they're repainting the ship, and the paints that they use on the surface ships is the exact same paints they use on the submarines.
You'd be right in the same spot.
I'd be doing the exact same thing, only I'd be up on the surface, and I'd be getting the same amount of chemical exposure, and
Yeah.
that's what forced me out was the fact that they didn't realize that's what I'd be doing.
Yeah, I get it. You'd be right in the same place. Yeah.
Yeah, it kind of pissed me off, but I'm in ways I'm kind of glad I got out when I did, because shortly after me getting out, like 3 years later, Sniffles 19 ended up being a thing.
Mm.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna go, guys. I got wife made me 2 plates full of food sitting on the kitchen counter right now, waiting for me, and
I'm starting to get hungry again.
And
Thanks, Bob.
yeah.
Thanks, Bob.
Yeah.
Thanks.
I suffer greatly here, guys.
I know. Just
sounds like it.
That's terrible. Being married to a Filipina is terrible. I got 2 plates full of
bread.
food. Mm-hmm.
He's getting his daily bread now.
Yeah, you just look like you're skin and bones, man.
Oh man, I'm barely alive.
It sounds like you guys got a good relationship going there, Bob. She takes care of you, you take care of her.
Absolutely, yeah, and
Mutual.
a lot of respect for each other. I mean, a lot. Yeah. I mean, dude, even though after almost 15 years of marriage, when she comes home from work, we sit there and hold hands and talk to each other.
Yeah.
I mean, we still.
Well, you know it, Bob. I mean, you know it for.
Huh?
See his comment? Look at the comment he wrote.
What do you say?
Making food and so you're wanting to eat it.
Yeah.
How'd you know, for? How'd you know?
I could imagine, CR, you wouldn't get very far. My wife would do that one raised eyebrow and, that food is for my husband.
Disaster.
Take your hungry Canadian ass back to Canada.
All right, Bob.
All right, I'm gonna bounce. Take care.
Just a walk of shame.
I'm gonna send you a private message, okay? And I need to get your contact info.
All right? just leave a comment on one of my videos here, and
Yeah.
I'll pick it up.
I'm going to.
All right.
Take care, Bob.
Later, guys. Peace out. Thanks, Shadow.
Take care, Bob.
Yeah, I guess I got to admit that goddamn Shadow's more handsome than me. He gets all the hot women, man. Damn it. Later, guys.
Yeah, I'm obviously a magnet.
Yeah. They'll just trim out that part of the stream and be like, "Oh yeah, that's what Bob said."
Or are you gonna join us, or are you just gonna sit off on the side there in the chat?
Yeah. He's probably eating or something like that.
Probably.
I gotta make supper, guys.
I seen
He
his
lives out.
images
Well,
of
he
his,
lives out east. It should be like 7 out east.
Yeah, I seen the images
Kinda.
of his Highland cows that he posts on Instagram. I kind of like the shagginess of their fur on those cows. Are pretty neat looking.
Yeah.
I tell you what, though, if you Canadians up there, the ones that actually have a brain, and I don't mean that to be mean, I'm just saying the ones that tired of the Justin Trudeau's nonsense, probably should consider being expatriates to just move to the U.S. We got a lot of problems over here we're trying to combat, and if we could all group together and circle our wagons together, we could
Circle our wagons.
Yeah, circle our wagons.
I've never heard anyone use that like a metaphor.
Yeah, no, like
Circle our wagons.
Yeah, we can solve our problems. We can, especially about personal freedoms.
Oh, dang.
Oh, damn.
That's a shame. I feel that pain. How did I feel?
I almost couldn't join in just because this computer that I'm on right now, it's on its last leg. I've been meaning to get a new laptop for a while. This laptop has served me for almost 9 years now, and it's falling apart. It's in rough shape. I'm gonna get a new laptop.
There's duct tape holding the screen.
I kid you not.
Like, I don't even have
couple of
the
screws
HP.
fell out on the case, and it's trying to come apart in the case. I've got 3 USB ports. Okay, 2 of them quit working, like completely just stopped working for no reason. The little touchpad for the cursor, the mouse, no longer works anymore. So I actually have to plug in an external USB mouse just to get it to work.
The trackpad.
Yeah, and then the battery doesn't want to charge, even though it's plugged in. It's not charging at all. It's been plugged in for over 2 hours now. It's still not charging. Yeah, this computer.
It still says 50%.
Yeah, Florida is an excellent state, by the way. Like, yeah, like if I wouldn't be moving to Texas, I'd actually consider moving to Florida. And it's not because Florida is warm; it's because they're one of the top states. They're bringing back personal freedoms, property rights, and gun rights, business rights back to the people. Like Governor DeSantis is no joke. I have a strong feeling he's probably not going to run for president because he's more concerned about making Florida great again more than he is concerned about making America great again. So, yeah, but I'm moving to Texas just because that's where Rob Painless lives. That's where Wes S lives. And that's where a couple of other YouTube preppers live, like Chipper. You guys may or may not know those names.
I know all those names.
I'm familiar.
I know
with
all those.
Wes S too.
I've seen all those names switched around.
Yeah. Wes S was actually the one. Him and Aid, they were the ones who got the message out about my condition back when I was in the hospital with the Sniffles 19 virus, and got a whole bunch of people to do mass prayers for me. And prayers work.
Yeah, you're still kicking it today, right?
Yeah.
You're still kicking it.
And I looked at the odds after the fact, after being on the ventilator. It's like, holy crap, I should have bought a lottery ticket. Because I had less than a 50% survival rate.
Well, you know what they say, right? If it's not 0%, there's always a chance.
Yeah, sure.
unless it's zero, there's always a chance. So that's how I always see it, right? There's always a chance.
Yeah.
In this case, it was a good chance for you.
Yeah. I ain't complaining. I'm still alive. I'm still here.
Yeah. Still able to share some time with us.
Yeah.
Oh,
I
that's
agree
right.
with that.
Yeah.
was trying to figure out why this flashlight wasn't working, this flashlight and laser combo, and it's like, oh, that's why. It's because I pulled the battery out. I must have pulled the battery out because the flashlight would accidentally inadvertently get turned on, or the laser would inadvertently get turned on.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, these CR123 A batteries are pretty expensive. You know, they're like $4 or $5 a pop, and granted, I've got a few of them stockpiled just in case, because every now and then a
$4 or
flash
$5?
return. So yeah, about $4 or
Some
$5.
of those lithium batteries are like that much per battery. Like
Yeah,
you look
that-
like
well,
a package.
the
those-
CR123A batteries, those are lithium batteries. They're like they're like 6-volt
so
batteries.
so it's not a AA or whatever. So it's more
No.
rare, and it's lithium. So,
Yeah.
yeah. Because I've seen some of those. I'm just like, wow. Because I was at the store like last week, and I just took a
Yeah,
look.
I get them from like Batteries Plus.
Like I was just looking in the store. I'm like, wow, these are expensive,
Yeah, and they are.
and they do seem to last longer.
Oh yeah, they last for a good long time. So as long as you don't accidentally turn your flashlight or laser on, leave it on.
Discharge it. Yeah, and actually use the power. Yeah.
I don't buy anything fancy or expensive as far as that stuff goes, because what's the point? You know, cheap one will do the job just as much as an expensive one will. It's just it don't have the nice battery saving feature where it will shut itself off.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's just like a flashlight, you know, the bells and whistles of a flashlight, for example. Versus, does it turn on and off? Yes, but it also does the flash and the strobe and there's a red.
Yeah.
And all that other stuff with, you know, battery savings or whatever, right? You know, the firefly modes and stuff like that. The turbo modes, right? Kind of deal.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd seen you were on CR. I'd seen you were on Gil's live stream the other night. How'd you like that conversation? You know, that topic where we kind of started deviating, talking about EMPs and CMEs.
I know. Oh my gosh! Like I said in a comment, I'm like, I'm not the only one that's still trying to follow along, right? Because I was just like, I don't know a lot of things, but I know some things.
Yeah.
You know,
Like
I
said,
got a
lot of
basic
my
understanding.
lot of my knowledge is based off of the way transmission lines and the power grid works. You know, basic principles of electricity. Now,
Well, you know, when you were saying about how, let's say, a down power line, right, and that the power rate in the center would be the most powerful, and as it spreads out,
yeah. It's
goes
like,
down.
yeah,
I learned that. I actually learned that from actually like watching something, right? And I'm like, oh, that actually makes sense because
step potential. Like imagine it, you know, like,
well, it's just like heat radiating out, right?
Yeah, well, I was going to
cool
say
off,
compare the best comparison that I've been told, and like it actually makes the most amount of sense to me. Imagine you being next to like a clear, still standing lake or pond, and you throw a rock.
Ripple.
It's a ripple effect, exactly, and the ripple is going to be the strongest
like,
at the center.
It's like sound waves or light as the distance increases, it goes down.
Yeah,
the brightness, right, for that distance. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's where I also learned, like, for example, like, I think, now don't quote me on this, right? And obviously, only do this if you really had to, right? But I learned that if you actually had to get out of a vehicle that has a power line on, and I'm saying this is last ditch, right? You know, it's catching on fire, you don't have a choice kind of deal, right? They said, throw out your mat to a certain degree, jump on it with both legs so both legs touch the ground.
Yep.
At the same time, and keep them. Yeah, because the difference in the distance of your foot, if your right foot's ahead by an extra foot, the difference can arc through your legs, and you would get electrocuted.
Yeah. The other thing too, with you jump out of your car, do not touch your car as you jump out.
Yeah, right. It's just one of those things. Like I actually learned about that a while.
Do not touch your car. Do not fall
I don't think anyone's
backwards.
tried that, but I'm like, I think I'll use that. I'll take
And
that
just
into
do
consideration.
what they call a bunny hop. Do
Yeah,
a
bunny hop.
bunny hop, bunny hop, bunny hop, bunny hop. Now,
Yeah,
the hardest part is if you're a parent and you've got children in your car, that's going to be really hard because you can't touch your kids. You can't touch your kids because if you don't touch your kids, try to help them.
Difference. Yeah,
the difference in potential can kill both you and your child.
Yeah, it will start to arc, and then
Yep. And some cases, if the voltage is high enough, you don't even need to touch anything metallic to get a difference of potential. You just have to be standing near enough for that EMF, the electromagnetic field, for it to create an arc between you and that other object that's energized.
And they'll go straight to your heart, and
it'll
shut it down.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. If you're lucky enough, it will go through you, travel through your heart, and kill you. If you're unlucky, it'll maim you, and you'll be maimed for the rest of your life.
Yeah.
I know that seems a little dark.
But yeah, that's one of these little things I'm like, I learned about that a long time ago. I'm like, oh, okay, I'll keep that in mind. just in case. Hopefully I never have to experience that. Or I have to actually go for that. That'd be scary. I'm pretty sure that would be a very scary situation if I had to ever attempt that. Right? But that's the kind of knowledge that you would want to know beforehand anyways, right?
Yeah.
Hopefully it would never happen, but at least you would have that knowledge to dip into versus, and hopefully make it out alive in that case. Hopefully, or less injured.
Yeah. Well, that's what that's the deal. If like there's a situation like said with the car crashing into a utility pole and taking down a power line, even if it's just a small distribution.
Oh, it could be a windstorm.
Yeah, it could be a windstorms. Windstorms, not so much. Ice storms, yes, that is a thing. Ice storms will take.
Okay, yeah, ice storms, I should say. Yeah.
But like something like that happens, the fire department, they come on scene, they literally cannot do anything whatsoever.
Yeah,
they will be the ones to yell on a microphone.
Don't get out.
Do not get out of your car. Stay right there. Help is on its way. The help that's on its way is the linemen that are there. They're gonna try to isolate or shut down the power line.
The only reason you're alive is because the tires on your tires.
Yeah.
That the wheels, the tires on your wheels, right? That's the only reason. Because it's insulating you.
No, it's actually not. Believe it or not, the tires are not creating enough insulation because the electricity will arc and ground through the tires because most modern day tires have steel belts in them.
Oh yeah. It reinforces it. So yeah.
Yeah. So, but the reason why you're not dying from the electricity while you're inside your car, because imagine your car kind of as like a Faraday cage. The electricity is passing around the car, so it's passing around you. So you're still energized to the same potential that your car is energized. That's touching the electric.
It just hasn't been discharged, right? And that discharge
it's just the second that you open up your car door and then step outside, put your foot on the ground.
You're in that different field then.
Yep. Now you're in that difference of potential, and that's where you die.
Oh yeah, that makes sense. It's just like lightning. It's that potential, or just like heat going from a place from high concentration to low concentration.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. Somehow that makes sense scientifically to me.
Yeah, and like I said, electricity is not some magical thing. It's basically charging the particles of free electrons that are in the electron field of the atom at an atomic level. So the atom of, say, the steel wire or the aluminum wire, or in some cases, the atmosphere. Right? Yeah, like I said, in some cases, the atmosphere when it comes to a bolt of lightning.
It's lightning. I know that lightning can start from the ground too. It doesn't always.
Yeah,
start
it starts from
the air.
Well, yeah, when lightning strikes, and like I said, they had slow motion cameras prove this. When they're capturing it, because you understand when you see a flash of lightning, you're not seeing a single flash. You're actually seeing roughly about 300 flashes per second for the bolt of lightning. But basically, you've got one bolt coming from the sky, and you got another bolt basically coming up from the ground. That's the difference of potential of electricity.
And yeah,
moving
it's
to another
evening. It's trying
and
to
creating
even out.
creating that plasma flash that you see, the ionization of the atmosphere that's visible to the naked human eye.
Right. And it has a lot of heat behind it. A lot of heat.
Yeah. With high voltage electricity, and that could also include a bolt of lightning. It's about 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit per second.
Yes, that can be hotter than the surface of the sun, as they say. Right? It's really, really hot.
I have
For a
no
brief
idea
second-
what the temperature is.
Well,
towards the surface of the
for a
sun,
brief
but-
moment, right? You know, it's very, very hot for a brief.
Yeah,
moment,
it's
right?
hot enough to basically
It's like, well,
weld
it's
like
like,
two pieces of steel together.
Arc welder and stuff like that, pretty much, right? But on a grand scale. Yeah.
Better go eat. That's. I don't know if Leonard Lund is going to go get something to eat.
Or is he asking me? Or is he telling me that?
I don't know. I'm assuming he's going to go get something to eat.
I always assume everyone's telling me to go eat. It's like, go eat, yeah.
Yeah, we're down to only 2 people watching.
Yeah.
Well, you know, I
I
was
was
just
saying
thinking.
that to Bob. That's what he says.
Okay.
Oh no! Oh, you're saying that to Bob. Okay. I thought he was saying it to me.
Yeah, that could be a.
Yeah,
Possibly.
it's kind of this stream's kind of winding down right now. I think I'm gonna probably get off here pretty soon, within the next 5 or so minutes.
Yeah, it's pretty late here already.
What is it, like midnight over there?
1:36 a.m. in the morning.
Shit.
Yep.
Well, we have Thor Haven in there.
Oh, look at that!
What's going on?
Shows up.
Oh, you got your microphone fixed. Oh,
hooked up my-
dang.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Okay, it's working.
Yeah, I brought my laptop down because my regular desktop's like, so I'm waiting for a new one from work, and so I'm like hooking up the mic and the light and everything to the laptop and like trying to get it all working, and here we go.
So the employer of your homestead is going to provide you with a new computer?
I know my regular day job.
Oh, I was making a joke.
yeah.
I was saying, saying the employer, i.e., you.
Yeah, exactly. No, I don't have to pony up for this one for the laptop.
Nice.
But not for the desktop anyway. So yeah.
Well, I would like for you to join a little bit more, because I like talking to you just as much as I like talking to CR and talking to preparedness veteran.
Cool. What's the subject for the last 15 minutes while I was trying to set up?
Well, the main topic is problem solving, but we kind of deviated because we've already talked about the problem solving. But unless you got some spin that you can put on the problem solving.
I'm pretty sure I could solve all the world's problems, but you know.
Okay, I want Thor Haven on my team. He can be my co-pilot.
I'm pretty sure it'd be pretty
you get
much
old,
easier.
you begin to know things, right? You drink and you know
Delegate
things.
to him. I'll delegate to him.
I think the two of you be able to network a lot easier than I could network with you guys, because you guys at least.
Oh no, I'm
in the
starting to
same
lose
country.
you guys. I think my computer is acting up on the internet.
Just turn the camera off. That way it'll just devote everything to the mic.
I mean,
I can
Thor
still
Haven,
hear
you
them.
still look handsome no matter what. I mean.
Yeah. No, I'm just telling him if he's having issues
Yeah, I
with
know.
like bandwidth or anything like that.
Yeah,
or
that's why I always
Yeah.
say first. That's why I always say first. turn off
Yeah,
your
he's
icon.
buffering.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, you might have. It's probably the machine too.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, it probably isn't.
Yeah,
Can't keep up with it.
my laptop is all sorts of screwed up. I'm surprised I was able to get
Yeah,
it
my
done.
older laptop that I'm using now, yeah, it does that too. So I had to come on a phone.
I bought
I
this.
tried going on it, and it's just like, nope, it's no go.
I bought this laptop from the Navy Exchange back in 2014.
Yeah.
So this laptop, it's on its last leg. When I'm not even joking.
It's held together with tape and like glue.
Dude,
now.
the battery pack is, like I said, it's not charging up. I had already lost 2 screws from the bottom of the case, so where the lid opens and closes, the hinge is barely holding together just because I keep losing screws right there. I actually had to steal 2 of the screws that held the battery pack in to put back on the case, and those screws still end up falling out again. I was like, you gotta be kidding
Really?
me. Yeah.
Yeah, you should have crazy glued them in.
Yeah, that's what I was
It's
thinking,
like-
but it's this
At
thing's
that
already
time.
got other issues.
Mm-hmm,
My dad,
yeah.
like I told my dad, yeah, I'm gonna have to get a new laptop one of these days. Like, I got some software you can install to speed it up. Yeah, but there's other issues with it. Like I said,
Yeah, it's not speed. Right?
it's not just
a-
yeah, it is speed. Speed is part of it, but the other issues, like I said, I don't have that touch
battery.
anymore. The battery is not holding the charge. 2 of the 3 USB ports no longer work. And this computer.
I'm surprised you don't have like a crack in the screen now.
Oh, I actually had to crack the screen once. I actually replaced the screen, but that was years ago. I've got a little tiny crack on the corner of the screen, but it's not bad enough for me to warrant a screen replacement. Definitely not now. Now the computer's in rough shape.
Yeah, that's pretty rough shape. It's
Yeah.
kind of like
Well,
that glove I had.
I think your laptop has
Served its purpose
is done basically.
Yeah, it is.
pretty much.
I'm just biding my time when I graduate from school and I move out of this place and I'm at right now, move down to Texas. Then I'll consider getting a new laptop. Just like then I'll consider getting a new PlayStation.
Yeah.
PlayStation 4 is slowing down because and
Mhm.
I think PlayStation's doing that on purpose because they want the PlayStation network to all move to PS5. But it's
Yeah.
like I can't justify spending $600 or even $800 on PlayStation right now.
Yeah, you have our priorities first now.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Well, like I said,
It's okay,
Or-
Thor.
That's okay.
No worries.
Yeah.
it's at least we got to hear you for a brief moment.
Yeah. Well, I know he's got an Instagram, so I can always hit him up on Instagram just like I can hit up
Yeah,
creative
exactly.
redundancy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. Right. More options.
It'd be
right?
harder
More-
for me to hit up ShadowScoutSwede just because of the time difference. I don't want to be
Yeah.
calling him when he's at work or calling him when he's trying to go to sleep or something like that. Usually by the time you're getting off work, that's about the time I'm getting up in the morning to go to school or something like that.
Well, at least on the bright side, you guys would be both tired at the same time. I'm just waking up. I'm just falling asleep. I could just see Steve I just got off my pillow. Shadows, I'm just resting on my pillow.
Yeah.
That kind of thing.
Yeah. Usually I'm in such a hurry. I don't have time to be chatting with anybody. I'm usually grabbing everything out of the fridge for my lunch that I'd packed previously. Like my sandwiches I packed the night previously, sliced up apples, my ice packs, my bottles of Propel, and my 2 energy drinks.
Oh, okay. I think you were right about earlier about bandwidth. He didn't hook up to his booster, so he was probably getting low signal. That's why he was buffering. So
yeah, I couldn't imagine what it's like trying to get phone or internet service in some of the remote regions of Canada because, and you guys are a little bit more remote than we are. Your population's significantly smaller. I could imagine it's probably just as bad as trying to get phone and internet service in some of the different parts of Alaska.
Yeah.
I mean, I actually have to use a Wi-Fi booster too.
Yeah.
So, personally, just because I have to, because my router's not on the main floor, so
Yeah, there's parts
I
in the
actually-
U.S. where it's bad, like you said, where you have to use a Wi-Fi booster, but that's like some of like the western remote states. Understand, like out here in the West, population-wise, we're a lot more.
less dense.
Yeah, like I said, there's not very many people out here.
Well, it's the same thing in Canada, actually, right?
Yeah,
It's
the
density population is
concentrated
more out
in-
east, Eastern time zone.
Yeah,
actually, there's more
East
people.
and Midwest for U.S. It's just because out here it's a desert, it's a high desert, due to that rain shadow that's casted by the Rocky Mountains,
Mm-hmm.
and it stretches halfway into Texas, Oklahoma, Kansas, Nebraska, South Dakota, North Dakota.
Yeah, it tends to be drier.
Yeah. Like I said, where I live, this is definitely considered high desert. Like we're kind of hoping we get some rain here soon. We've gotten like a couple of light snows, and it's been cold and it's been windy. And then actually the last couple of days it's been warm and it's been windy. And with the atmosphere being like it is, it's arid and it's dry. That wind, all it does is just further dry out the soil, because it's just whipping across, and it's just the air is dry and it's just sucking up whatever moisture's out of the ground. So hopefully we get some rain here soon, because usually about April it starts raining. We'll get like a mixture of rain and wet snow, and it'll continue to be rain and wet snow until early May, and then of course,
once the temperature rises enough that it stays.
Of course,
as
with this
rain.
being Colorado, we can easily get snow all the way up to June, but usually definitely by May and June and even into July it starts raining, and it's just actually
it's
rain.
more likely it's not rain. Yeah. Yeah, I'm expecting to see some mixed precipitation too. Well, this is transition period.
Yeah.
From
It's
winter
just
to spring.
I don't know what it's like up there in Canada, but it gets
for
windy
most places it's in this. Well, depending where you are. See, if you live in southern Ontario, it would be like it's probably like above 50 during the day, right? So
Yeah.
they've already transitioned over to a springtime more they're more likely, right? But out west here in other parts of the country, it's like transitioning, right? There's still snow on the ground, right? And
Does it get windy as all get out up there? Because it gets windy.
Well, you know what?
up there.
It depends where you are out west, right? Some places get more wind. There's like effects because of the mountains and stuff like that, right? You get those updrafts.
Yeah.
So the wind can kick up quite suddenly. But then there's other places that are out of that area, so it's not as windy. But
yeah, I've told people one of the reasons why I will not move to like Wyoming, even though I like the politics and I like the people out there, it is so remote and it's windswept. Like like I want to say 360 out of 365 days of the year, it is windswept. Like it's so windy. Like I think the winds here get bad. The winds are much worse in Wyoming. So bad that they actually have to shut down the interstates in some cases, extreme cases, because of semi trucks and RVs get blown over.
oh yeah, it's just like a big sail.
Yeah,
it takes enough wind force to do it.
I mean it'll get bad here, but not nearly as bad as it does in Wyoming. I have lost track of how many wrecked semi trucks I had driven past when I was driving for FedEx over the road. Well, I think I'm going to go ahead and get off here. Thanks for inviting me there, Shadow.
Take care, Steve.
Yeah, take care.
Most
Creative
welcome.
Redundancy and Shadow Scout. And we'll
It's
see you
always a
guys.
pleasure to have you.
All right, guys, take it easy.
Yeah, take care. Stay safe.
Yep.
I was the first to join, and I'll be the last to leave.
Yeah.
Again. I was there the whole time. Well, pretty much the whole time, aside from the
Yeah.
first 10 minutes because I had a phone call.
Yeah.
Luckily enough, I was lucky enough. People decided to call me before I joined. Stuff like that. So yes.
Yeah.
So do you have anything specific for next Saturday yet, or are you still deciding?
No, not really.
Gonna work on it. I know.
It's Easter next week.
Oh yeah. So I guess
Easter
you'll
Eve,
see.
so
Mhm.
I might change the day for it because I will probably spend the Easter with my wife and my kids, so so I'll probably change the day to Sunday probably.
Well, hopefully it's still exciting on that day. Pun intended.
Yeah, so
Hopefully.
I probably change it to Sunday because I don't work at Monday, so that's okay.
Well, I guess after the stream or like tomorrow or whatever, you post something. Okay, next week's stream's gonna be on the Sunday due to Easter or whatever, right? Give some people some heads up so they can plan around it. I know a lot of time when you give notice, then people can plan for it better.
Yeah,
Stuff like that.
so probably it will be on Sunday. Yeah, it probably be Sunday.
Mhm.
So
yes, I see. I am here.
so
Well, you know what? You might as well go to the top of the hour now. At this rate, you might as well just go to the top of the hour now and just kind of close it out at the 6-hour mark. Next round number.
nah,
Never mind.
I'm pretty tired now, so and I don't want to sleep. Ruin their Sunday. Nice.
I know. I randomly have that.
So I don't want.
I'll be breaking that down.
Yeah.
I forgot I had it on the side. I was letting it dry out a little.
Yeah, I don't want to waste the whole Sunday by sleeping.
Oh, so. Yeah. I know what you mean. You don't just waste the day away.
My wife begins her work at 9, so.
I'm surprised you're never too loud in the apartment. That she'll be like, "Jaron, you're a little loud. I'm trying to sleep."
Yeah.
So everyone out there who's still listening or watched the replay till this time, thanks for joining us. And go. You can't solve all the problems out there, but you can sure try.
Some of them you can.
Yeah, some of them are solutions are attainable. You just gotta put a little effort into it. A little more effort into it, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe thinking outside the box a little on stuff, right? And stuff like that.
Yeah. I'll wrap things up now, so.
Okay.
Okay, guys. Thanks for stopping by and thanks for the thumbs up. And I will see you next week. But a different day. I decided to have my stream at Sunday instead of Saturday. Because it's Easter Eve and I will spend my time with the family.
So, and whatever the topic is.
Yeah, that is good point. I have no idea yet. Uh, but
Hey, who
anyway,
knows? Yep. No.
take care, stay safe, and God bless, and stay prepared.
Take care, everyone.
Take care.